Hello everyone and welcome to this Race Clutch special event, the 6 hours of sim racing here at Le Mans. The circuit to the south will play host to the racing here today for the Race Clutch 6 hours of sim racing. I am Connery Manic. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonda and Sumil Aurora for this one, and we don't just have the English stream, we have the French stream over on twitch.tv/Race Clutch. So if you prefer to listen to things in French, then you have that option available to you. But we're gonna look to have a bit of fun here on the English broadcast. As Lorenzo, we're getting ourselves set for multi-class racing action, endurance racing action at the quite essential endurance track.
Yeah, quite essential endurance track, just named Le Mans track. So 3 classes, the traditional LMP1, LMP2, and GT classes, and what it should be, judging by the top drivers, a kind of a preview of the Le Mans 24 we're gonna have down in later this year.
Yep, a bit of a preview there as the track information up on screen for you now. We've just switched over to qualifying, Sumil, and while doing so, we actually did a little bit of a time warp. So to break the fourth wall here in sim racing, to actually qualify during the night time here. So that track temperature's dropped like a stone. Still clear skies, although there's no sun to be able to beat down on the track at the moment. But these guys, you know, it's a bit of a different element, a bit of a different unknown with these guys having to do the qualifying session in the dark.
Yeah, and in the dark, the tire temperatures will be falling down, and that means that the track will be cooler and the lap times will be faster. A 1 hour qualifying session is on the horizon for all these drivers, and they'll be gunning for it to try and get the best lap time, to try and qualify as high as they can for the 6-hour race. Should be fun. Driving in the dark, well, not only do the tire temperatures fall, you also have to deal with the darkness as well. Evidently, of course, it's the night. And unlike the Singapore GP or an Abu Dhabi GP, you don't get lights at Le Mans. It's pure darkness, and it's only your headlights that help you through. So this should be a fun qualifying session with a lot of drama on store.
Yeah, a lot of drama. We've got an hour qualifying here, and well, it's all classes out there on circuit together. So it's going to be a matter of Lorenzo trying to get yourself some help here on the qualifying laps. Get yourself the slipstream coming down the Mulsanne straight here, and that will be your objective, to try and get a good lap time here. But you've got an hour to do it, so even if you don't get much luck in terms of the draft in these opening portions, you still got a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, you still have a lot of time to work with. You can go for a full run and still get a good time in it. You just have to come with, like you said, a little bit of the draft, which is a little bit unusual if you are already aware with Le Mans, because we are more used with one class going out, then go for about 20 minutes, qualifying done, then the other classes go out and in their respective time frames. So it's a little bit interesting how this qualifying format is going to be played out, who's going to give the tell. So it should be really interesting this next hour.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting indeed. And of course, with the format here today as well, you'll see a lot of the teams that you're used to seeing on the iRacing side of things. So you've got the likes of, there they are, there's Movano Simracing team right there. As Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel, there's nothing strange in terms of that one. But what will be a little strange, at least to some people, is that we'll have guest drivers for basically each team here today, Lorenzo. So they'll have someone behind the wheel that they're not used to having behind the wheel, whether it be a professional driver in the real world or some other sort of internet influencers and celebrities from TV and things like that. So that's going to add an additional unknown element to the racing here today.
It's gonna be really interesting because I was doing a research about that, and it isn't just race drivers. It is, like you said, celebrities from TV, YouTubers. We got Heike 360 ES, which is a very big Twitch streamer for Spanish viewers. We got also Miguel Angel Moyal, which is the Real Sociedad goalkeeper. We got Jose Maria Lopez, an Argentine driver, which is an LMP1 driver for Toyota, former WTCR 3-times champ. So we got Sasha Van der Straat and so many other drivers. So from all different kinds of categories and racing profiles. So it should be really interesting how these clash of worlds should combine over here in the Le Mans track.
Yeah, it is. So it's primarily a fun event here, but even if it is a fun event, according to the organizers, a lot of the race drivers will want to just go and win, and that's what race drivers really want to do, Sumil. No matter if it's for nothing in terms of prizes at the end of things, they want to get that W, and they'll do whatever it takes.
Indeed, they definitely want to win this race, and especially considering the fact that this could be a very handy preparation for some much bigger endurance races coming on the way as well. And Le Mans, I mean, it's always a special track for everyone. It is pretty much the ultimate endurance racing track along with the Nürburgring. So winning here in the sim or in the real life, well, there's certainly a lot of pride along with that as well. So now Marcus Hamilton is on board. He is currently taking his qualifying lap in the Audi, and well, we haven't really seen a Hamilton at Le Mans. Can he do a good job today? Only time will tell.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to drop that joke there, as Movano Simracing at the moment. Of course, always very, very competitive in these LMP1 cars, in iRacing special events. So they're going to be one of the front runners today here, I suspect, as long as they keep themselves out of trouble. They're heading their way through towards the sort of tail end of the lap here, although you can just, defining that in the sense that this track is so long, it doesn't really mean much. It's actually, they're on the way down towards the Mulsanne. It's not as far as through the lap as I first thought they were, but for Marcus Houghton at the moment, 2 minutes and 15 seconds and counting. Heading through Indianapolis. That's how difficult sometimes it is to recognize portions of this track, Lorenzo. Even I'm getting confused with the darkness.
Yeah, it gets more confusing with the darkness, and I'm still trying to, get my mental work, my mental job over here to try to remember every single turn. And I'm on, well, we're so used with it because they go into so many scenarios. Like he just got into Indianapolis, so he's about to actually go out of Varnage. He already did, so it's gonna be really interesting to make those mental preparations, remember every single section of the track, because there is many, and it's more interesting enough. Some of them we name it as one way, but it's actually named another way.
Yeah, absolutely. But Movano, they are actually coming towards the final couple of corners of the lap. It's not just a ruse like last time I said it. As into the chicanes at the end of the lap, they go the forward chicanes. As now through the slow one, and Movano going to come across the line to set their first flying lap here. It's a 3:18.861. The only driver, the only team to set themselves a qualifying time so far in this event, but that'll soon change as ProCharge SimSport pip them to the post somewhat in terms of the early times here in qualifying for that LMP1 class. But it's not just all LMP1s here today. You've got the GTE class as well. There they are. There's one of them. That's the Cube Racing GTE machine there in the Ferrari, and of course you have the LMP2 class as well. So it's basically your standard sort of WEC sort of setup here, Sumil, and it's what we like to see. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get some good racing in all three classes here today.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the LMP ones, they never disappoint. The kind of close racing that we see with them, it's just insane. It's unparalleled, pretty much, you can say. But remember, LMP2s and GTEs, they are quite good as well. GTEs, in fact, I love them much more than all the other classes, because the GT cars, of course, firstly, there's such a great degree of diversity. You've got the 911 RSRs, the Ford GTs, the Ferrari 488s, so great degree of diversity in that category. So many different styles that you can drive each car with, and including the M8 GTE as well, and all that. So that is one incredible factor that I really like about the GTEs. And then, of course, they race so closely, as we have seen so many times in the real Le Mans races, that it's just so much fun watching them. And especially the LMP2s as well. These cars, these prototypes, we've seen them time and again producing some fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing. So expect some good racing action, not only in the LMP1s, but also in the other categories as well.
Yeah, so you see Cube Racing setting the early pace here in GTE qualifying. They're about half a second ahead of Apex Racing Team at the moment. Excuse me, the Cube Racing LMP2 car that's setting the early pace in the LMP2 at the moment. The Cube Racing GTE car still has not set themselves a proper lap time just yet, so that was, for all intents and purposes, an out lap for them. Let's have a look at your LMP. Well, yeah, there's one of your GTE cars. Let's have a look for the LMP2s. There they are, out there on circuit. That's the Apex Racing Team car that we're riding on board with right now, or at least briefly, until they decide to leave us for the land of faraway places. As Cube Racing, there they are. So Cube Racing's already featured twice on this broadcast, which is pretty good going for them and their sponsors. But they have the current pole position sitting LMP2 at the moment here, Lorenzo. But the thing is, 50 minutes qualifying, everything can change, and very quickly.
Yeah, and probably will, because I can see those 331s. I see some cars doing less than 331s under qualifying, and it's interesting that with the LMP2, you're not going to get the faster laps like you usually did back in the old tire model. So basically, your first to last would be the fastest. No, with the new model, basically in the LMP2s, your fastest lap will be usually maybe the 4th or 5th lap, whenever the tires are already heated and you got a little bit of rubber already working with the track. So expect those 331 times to come down eventually to maybe 330s, 329s.
Yeah, Yeah, so they will creep down a bit as each driver gets its own bit of draft here in qualifying. A lot of these times being set right now are actually in clear air, which is simply what you do not want here in qualifying at Le Mans. You want that slipstream, you want a buddy in front of you to be able to draft off of. And if you're in a team like Race Clutch, for example, who is the team that are helping to put on this event, when you have two cars in the same class as they have in LMP1 with Race Clutch 16 and Race Clutch 15, then you have that buddy system in effect by default, and they'll have a decent advantage here in quali.
Yeah, indeed. And in Le Mans, in fact, if we take a look at the Le Mans, the Mulsanne straight, it is super long. And for that straight, you don't really want to be in the clear air by yourself. You want someone to cut the air for you so that you get the slipstream effect and you can make the most of that. And it's going to be really challenging for the teams that don't really have a second car, sister car, effectively. And as you mentioned, for Race Class, that is going to be a big advantage. But that said, it's not all about the Mulsanne straight. There's a lot of tough corners as well, the Porsche curves, the Corvette curves and all that, the Ford chicanes as well, so that can be one challenging aspect. Although you may get the advantage on the straight, remember there are a lot of corners here that can make a critical difference as well.
It could well be. Aurelian Thalmann behind the wheel of the Race Clutch number 16 car at the moment, currently P4 in LMP1 qualifying. His teammate of Bazilas Remeniuk in the Race Clutch 15 car, a couple positions behind him, but like I said, this qualifying session is so long compared to qualifying sessions that we're used to seeing. There's another endurance series that we broadcast here on RaceSport TV, Lorenzo, where they actually only get 20 minutes per class in qualifying, so to have the full hour is a bit of a luxury.
Yeah, it's total luxury for the majority of the drivers because and it's funny because specifically for Le Mans, they usually start out in the pits on that series, so they have to do the full lap instead of you whenever you go into the official series, and even the Le Mans 24 special event, you start just after the Porsche curves, just as you are exiting Porsche curves, so you have little room for you to work the tires. So for them to go the full lap, get the tires already working with the 13-kilometer length of the track is already it's a huge benefit.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Red Face Racing by JRT out there in the Porsche at the moment. So, it's, with these, of course, different manufacturers in each different class here, it's going to be especially prevalent in the GTE machines as to which car is actually the best for this sort of circuit, because we've seen, at least throughout this season of the IMSA Online Sports Car Championship, for example, the Ford GT be very potent when it comes to that GTE class. But is it the best when it comes to fuel mileage? Is it the best when it comes to straight line speed? I think for the latter, most people will say yes, but there are a lot of teams out here that have gone for the Porsche, for the Ferraris and some such, so it's going to be interesting to see how that particular dynamic works out too well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that, as I correctly mentioned previously, is the beauty of GTEs. You get so much of variety, so much of diversity. You get to choose, especially in the online races, well, which car do we want? Because certain tracks favor certain cars, and as you correctly mentioned, Connery, this Le Mans circuit may not exactly suit the Ford GTs as much. So the teams have the liberty of choosing the correct cars, and in the end, in fact, that may just prove out to be a good thing for us, because we get to see some really diverse racing. So let's say if the Ford GT is better in the straight lines and the Porsche is better in the corners, if the two battle it out against each other, we'll see some good racing, because the Ford GT will dominate on the straights, the Porsche on the corners, and the kind of racing that we get when something like that happens, as we have seen time and again in WEC and MotoGP as well, it's insane. It's absolutely incredible.
Team Redline across the line and breaking our timing screens in the process, as they set a 3:17.224 to go provisional pole position in LMP1. But that, provisional pole position inside the first 15 minutes, that's still a lot of time for your competitors to work with to try and pip you to the post. So Faber and the rest of the Redline team can't rest on their laurels at the moment, because, that stint at the top of the timing screen might be short-lived, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it might be short-lived, but if you look at the driver lineup, I just saw it. It's basically a compilation of probably would say 3 of the best drivers in LMP1, so they have a strong casing for having a great run. Of course, we cannot take the merit of the other teams. They have Dominic Farber, Patrick Wolf, and the newest addition to Redline, which is Matt J. Farrow. If you guys know, Matt J. Farrow drove the previous series for Mabano, so it's a great addition to the team. He's a very fast driver, but like you said, they cannot rest on their laurels yet. There's still a long time to go left in this qualifying.
Yeah, we'll be trying to get the graphics issue sorted, as sometimes that happens when drivers take provisional pole position. There's going to have to be the bug report for the ATVO there, but 45 minutes there or thereabouts left in the session at the moment, and everyone just sort of getting their sights set at the moment. Suville, I think most drivers and most teams right now are just looking to set a bank lap so that they have a baseline reading to go chasing for faster lap times later on in the session, because as you can see, there we go, Team Redline leading by about 0.5 of a second at the moment, half a second advantage in LMP1 qualifying. Surely other teams will be able to eat into that with the amount of time that we have left.
Yeah, there actually is quite a long time left for all these guys to go out there and put in their qualifying laps. And yeah, indeed, they will be setting in some baseline laps, trying to get an idea about what they can achieve. And eventually they'll be trying to lock it down and trying to break it down eventually with more laps. So it should be fun to see how they approach this one. And as for the out laps, I mean, the advantage of having a very, very long out lap is that you get a good amount of time to warm up your tires and get them to the optimal temperature. So the drivers will definitely be trying to work that around. But one disadvantage of that is, let's say, if you're not warming up your tires, if you're trying to execute a corner perfectly, let's say Mulsanne, if you want to gain more confidence in that, and if you make one slight mistake on your out lap over there, you do carry it along to your main lap as well. So drivers, they need to be worried about that as well, because if you make a mistake on your out lap, I mean, for the strong drivers, mentally strong drivers, yes, that won't be much of an issue, but if you carry that long into a qualifying lap, that could be a major hindrance. You may end up making a mistake over there, and the margins for error in this category are so less that you can't really afford that.
Indeed, and well, we're riding on board at the moment with Team Fordzilla Spain, and this is actually Ford's very own esports team taking part in this one, with Pablo Lopez behind the wheel of that Ford GT at the moment. And Ford must be loving things at the moment, Lorenzo, because you know, by a lot of measures, the Ford is one of the fastest GTE cars at the moment.
Yeah, it is one of the fastest cars in GTE. He's originally, like you said, an IMSA is probably the dominant car. If you guys saw the 90 minutes of Laguna Seca that was broadcasting on the iRacing a few days ago, it was the fastest car, it was a dominant car alongside with the BMW. But for Le Mans, you want speed, you want downforce, you want acceleration. The Ford provides you that. So it's going to be really interesting how the Team Fordzilla will perform. And I think that might be the first time, Connery, after a long broadcast, that we might see the Fordzilla team actually driving a Ford.
Yeah, because we had that, I think it was at Sebring, where they were driving an Audi. So, yeah, that was a bit awkward.
The Audizilla team, maybe.
Yeah, but Team Fordzilla in the actual Ford GT, which is great to see. So they don't have this awkward clash of having to drive a different manufacturer. There are actually a couple of cars taking the escape road there through one of the Mulsanne chicanes, which is an interesting point, because, you know, even though the drivers are competing with each other out on circuit right now in terms of lap time, they don't want to get in the way of each other. So which is why they're sometimes taking the escape road through the Mulsanne chicanes. And Fordzilla at the moment, well, it reads to me like very much like an outlap at the moment, as they're letting everyone and their mother through.
Yeah, I guess that's the right thing to do on the outlap, to allow the faster cars past and let them set their lap properly, as Team Fordzilla now go past the Mulsanne straight. For them, it's going to be quite a tricky task to achieve, because the Ford GT, I mean, as you correctly mentioned, is quite a fast car, but still nailing down that correct lap at Le Mans is still quite a challenge, and especially in the darkness where you can't really see as much as you possibly think you can. I mean, the headlights, yes, they are one of the strongest in the world, but still, it's quite a challenging track to drive on, so that should be one really fun aspect to watch out for. And the traffic as well, because remember, at the same time, you've got 3 categories at the very same track. So if you get your qualifying time consistently messed up by the other faster cars coming in, it can be quite a tricky thing for you.
I'm just having a look at LMP2 because this is one of the best team names I've ever seen, Lorenzo. Flamboyant Flamingo Racing. Alex Trainer behind the wheel of the LMP2
That's a good name.
That's currently provisional pole position. There we go. We when it comes to endurance events, sometimes to fill time in the middle, we go through it's like, oh, which car has the best paint scheme? Oh, which car is, has the best team name? Or which driver actually has the best driver name? But I think we found our team name winner already, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we found our favorite maybe team name over here, and that's actually a little bit of the reduct of Simza Esports because it is Alex Trainer and Fraser Williamson. So both drivers just go with a different name or more. I'm trying to find the proper word for the livery. I'm trying to find the right word. If you can fill it out one for me, Silmil or Connery, I would be appreciative of that. But both drivers drive for Simsa. They are really fast. They're always in the top 3 whenever they are racing for the HPP. So it's not surprising they are actually at the top of the standings in the HPP. But again, I said 330 is still the benchmark, and that should come down to maybe 330 mids, 330 lows.
I guess, Lorenzo, the word that you're looking for with this car is unique, perhaps. It's certainly a different one from all the others, the Flamboyant Flamingo. And if this were a Formula 1 team, it would be the BWT Racing Point Force India, No Point Racing, whatever that team is. But yeah, it's a striking livery, to say the least.
It's a shame we can't really see it because of the dark at the moment. Because otherwise, it would be in the sun in all its glory. But maybe when we get to the race session, maybe things will change over and we can actually be able to see it in its full capacity. But there we go. They're actually going to dive on towards pit lane here, so they're just going to abandon this lap and bring that car in for a service, so they can get themselves back out there and competing for more lap times. But right now, their objective is just to hold on to that provisional pole position in LMP2. There's your LMP1 leader at the moment, but just as we say that, though, Simracing team or Stream Racing team with Fabrizio Donoso behind the wheel of that just goes up into P2 in LMP1 qualifying, only 31 thousandths of a second behind Team Redline there, Sumil. So that's starting to get a little bit tight at the front.
Yeah, but 37 minutes to go, you're really starting to see the competition really get exciting because Stream Racing team, 300ths of a second. That is not a lot of time left. So that is actually quite an interesting thing to see, that qualifying is already getting so close. But remember, in the qualifying and the race, there's a big difference because now all these drivers will be trying to nail that one lap pace in. But in the race, trying to maintain that consistency for 6 long hours, it's going to be quite an interesting task to see. So Team Stream Racing, they're doing a good job at the moment. The Team Redline still on provisional pole position, and I still expect the times to fall because we've got 36 minutes left. Drivers will be getting in a bit more consistency, they'll be getting a better hang of the car, of the track, and soon maybe they can set in faster lap times.
Yeah, soon, maybe very soon, but we're still not even at the halfway point in qualifying at the moment, so there's only so much that you can read into the times at the moment. But if they're to be believed, Team Redline very competitive, as we expect them to be in this sort of series. They're always a team that's up there fighting for at least those top 3 spots, but to see them provisional pole position at the moment is not a surprise. A couple of the Race Clutch cars, you see Race Clutch 16 in P4 at the moment, they're going along well. Race Clutch 15 though down in P number 9 in qualifying at the moment, but there's only so much that you can read into qualifying as a whole, Lorenzo, considering that track position in an endurance race as long as this, perhaps not the most important of things.
If we see the 24, I would probably 100% agree with that, but it is 6 hours, so the difference is 24, we really don't know the full scope of things unless we get actually to the 18-hour mark. So it's left in the race. So with this, it's going to be basically a 6-hour sprint race. They're going to go paddle to the metal every single lap. I don't think there will be enough fuel saving. And plus, one thing that we also don't know is the pace of the other drivers. So we don't know how well the other drivers will perform in comparison to the pace setters, to the qualifying setters. So it's going to be interesting how the other drivers actually go into the car and drive their laps.
Yeah, I guess that has just been what modern endurance racing is all about. I mean, back in the day, it all used to be about conserving your tires, conserving your fuel, just going very, very slowly, and cars weren't so reliable back then as well. In sim racing, of course, reliability is a different issue altogether. It doesn't really hit you as much. But even in real life, I think modern day endurance racing has all become pretty much an extended sprint race. Drivers don't really have to conserve as much. Yes, there are certain phases, certain points where they have to slow down a little bit, conserve the tires as much, but maybe not as much as back in the day. So endurance racing is certainly changing for the better or for the worse. Well, that's a subjective matter. I feel it's for the better because then you get better racing for pretty much all the 24 hours if you're doing a long race.
Yeah, right now, at the moment, MSI Esports Blue pole position in GTEs. Alejandro Sanchez behind the wheel of that Ferrari. His closest competitor is actually Cube Control's Altus Esports. It's not Logitech G Altus Esports anymore. Cube Control's Altus Esports changed a sponsor for those guys. Yannick Lapchan behind the wheel of that Porsche at the moment. And well, it's interesting to see because, like you see, we have a Ferrari in pole position. We have a Porsche in second place. So at least at the tight end of things at the top of the GTE times at the moment, it's not all that much difference between the two manufacturers. There's SimRC.de Titan also in a Porsche there, and Team Fordzilla, of course, are going to be in a Ford GT, and they are in fourth place in GTE qualifying at the moment. So it's a good mix, Lorenzo. It's a good mix.
It's a good mix because normally when we see those qualifying events, not specifically, we normally see a brand being more dominant over the others. For example, Ford and IMSA being more dominant over Ferrari, BMW, and the other brands. We're over here having a Ferrari being P1, two Porsches being P2, P3, and then you have two Fords being P4 and P5 relatively in the same time frame. It is close between one another. Of course, MSI being more the dominant team, they are basically nearly 2 seconds faster than Control Altus Esports. But still, it is going to be a very interesting race because the GT is kind of like a draft race. The HPDs as well. The only one that isn't a draft race in a long scope of things might be LMP1.
Yeah, that's the thing, because usually in LMP1s we start to see those guys separate out in the early portions of the race much earlier than the other two classes. I think that's mainly due to the difference in the ERS deployment for each team there, so they're able to break the draft much easier than those in the LMP2 and the GTE class because they don't have that sort of overtake button to use to try and pull a gap to them.
Yeah, that actually is quite a defining factor about these cars. So how they manage that element is also going to be a tricky thing, because over the course of this race, tiny things like these, like the boost and all that, that can make a huge difference. So when you use that strategically, well, that's a big thing. Now, in fact, Team Redline still in provisional pole position, approximately around 3/10 up on Stream Racing Team. So they're doing a good job so far. Around half an hour left, so we're halfway through to this qualifying session, and it has been quite an entertaining one. Not so many crashes, thankfully, so all the drivers have been pretty disciplined and they have been respecting the traffic as much as well. But still, 30 minutes to go and the drivers have a lot of chances to set in a better lap time and get up ahead on the grid. Well, as you mentioned, Condry, track position may not exactly be the most important thing over here because it's an endurance race and it's 6 hours long, so you have ample of opportunities to try and get your way up ahead. But remember, it still is quite crucial because some of these drivers competing here, they are hard nuts to crack. You can't really just pass them so easily. And although you can trump them on the basis of strategy, that is going to take an extraordinary effort. So you still do want to be starting out as high as you possibly can, and that makes this qualifying incredibly important.
So, around about the halfway point now. So we've seen those early times come in, and the interesting point here, Lorenzo, is that things are getting brighter out there. So we're in the morning hours here in qualifying, so there could be the element of maybe the temperatures creeping up a couple of degrees, making these cars just go that marginally slower. So perhaps the racetrack at its fastest was actually earlier on in the session instead of late on in the session, but there's still potential for some big surprises in the final 30 minutes.
There's a good possibility. Right now the track temperature is still at 22 degrees, so it has been stabilizing. It might have been raised, maybe 0.1, 0.2 out of the 22 Celsius temperature, but still it will provide some really close laps and faster laps with cars being lighter on the field. And I just saw last lap for Dominic Harbour was actually the fastest one in the grid so far, 3:16.960. So there's a little bit of an extension now to Simracing team, and so Redline again up to pace as they go down into the push curves.
Yeah, I just saw Rascas Racing Esports actually go off for Indianapolis. They go out into the gravel and they actually tag the barrier on the outside coming through there, which is not ideal. It's going to invalidate this lap at least, but you know, it's quite lucky for them that they actually have such a long qualifying session so that mistakes like that they can recover from. It's not going to be too much of a problem. And it was just a slight lock-up there into Indianapolis, Lorenzo. There's just a slight error that then piles on top of itself, pushes wide, and yeah, unfortunate altercation with the tires.
Yeah, the problem for that Indianapolis section is because you're coming nearly 300 kph, and it is already a hard braking zone, so it offsets the car. Whenever you go into the right-hand turn, you already have to brake the car and dive it into the left side so you can prepare for a notch. So it's really complicated. You can make a lot of mistakes. You still do mistakes. You have to leave the car up in the full chicane so you can let another car go by. That's a 68, and it already occurred some damage in the front. So it is a complicated, and you want to get the perfect lap, but Le Mans is a track that take no hostages. You need to be pitch perfect every single corner that you go.
Yeah, that's the, you know, especially through that final sector where it's just high-speed corner after high-speed corner, and it's so line-dependent. If you make a slight mistake with your line, it's gonna all sort of cumulatively pile up on top of each other, so that you have, if you don't have an ideal line into the first portion of the Porsche curves, then that's just gonna mean you don't have a great line for the second part, and the third part, and the fourth part, and it's really tough to try and recover from an error through there, which is why you have to be pretty perfect through that section. There's your pole sitter in LMP2s at the moment, as this LMP2 pole position is being tossed around like a hot potato at the moment, Sumil. It seems like a lot of teams able to go fast enough to be able to grab it, but no one fast enough to be able to hold it at the moment.
That's quite a good analogy, Conry. Yeah, in fact, there's been quite a bit of changing and chopping and changing pretty much here for this LMP2 pole position. Gives you a good idea about the quality of these drivers. I mean, so many of these drivers just are able to find that little bit extra on the pole lap that is already posted up here. So, shows you that this LMP2 field can be quite competitive. If so many drivers are going in there and breaking in the lap times, that should be an indicator for a good race coming up for these guys. So, it should be fun to see how they manage that thing out with. I think it's quite a decent sized grid as well for the LMP2s, if I'm not mistaken. It's approximately what, 8 to 9 cars now? Oh no, that's quite a big grid for them. For 14 cars, yeah, 14 cars for LMP2s, and if all of them are able to chop and change with the pole timing so often, it should be an indicator for a good race. And especially these LMP2 cars, they race quite well. If you take a look at the WEC races perhaps, or maybe even the IMSA ones at times, you get a good idea about how close these cars can race. And especially on the strategy element, how they fight it out can be quite an interesting thing to watch, because they're tire lengths can differ a lot, and depending on how you drive, their fuel stints can differ a lot, and sometimes it so happens that these strategies just submerges and you get 2 or 3 cars that are on the same strategy at the same time at the same part of the track. So what happens is with these LMP2s is that you never ever get a dull race. They always make sure that you get a good one, and with 14 cars competing against each other in this category alone, I think we're in for a very, very good race with them.
Yeah, I think so too. Flamboyant Flamingo Racing into provisional pole in LMP2s. So it changes again, just as we were talking about it changing so much. Alex Trainer able to put that very hot pink LMP2 car onto provisional pole here. We've got Cube Racing LMP2 in second in that LMP2 qualifying. So it's being traded basically all between Flamboyant Flamingo, Cube Racing, Torque Freak Racing. They're all just trying to vie for that pole position at the moment, Lorenzo, and well, there's only a tenth and a bit separating the Flamingos from Cube Racing at the moment, so it's this can still go one of 3 ways.
Yeah, you can still go one or three ways, just like you said. As I see Alex Train just going to the second part of the Mulsanne chicane, is getting overtaken. I think that by the Burst Esports on the outside, relatively outside. But one of the things I was looking in terms of driver levels, I was saying this is kind of a preview of what we're going to see on top split of the 124. But this, I think, might be of all categories the closest one we're going to see in terms of LMP2 top split. So what you're seeing over here is probably going to be the trendsetter whenever we get into Le Mans 24 down in June.
Yeah, Protocharger Sim Sports, though. 2 pole position in LMP1s. 36 thousandths of a second ahead of Team Redline. Can't quite see that on the graphics, but that's a monster lap from Protocharge with Rick Jank behind the wheel of the hybrid Porsche there. So that's a brilliant lap there from Protocharge, and that's sort of come out of left field, Subil, because I wouldn't have thought that that number 9 car would be as competitive as it is, but it just goes to show qualifying can surprise.
Indeed, and I think the one slogan that can pretty much define endurance racing as a whole is expect the unexpected. Well, Protocharge SimSport, they've done quite a good job to get there in provisional pole position, and initially we thought for a very long time that Team Redline will be on pole position. They set in quite a good lap, but now they are doing quite a good job in P1. So Protocharge SimSport in P1 at the moment, we see them going in for another lap time, and it seems to be going quite well for them so far. And the LMP1 category, it is certainly proving up to be quite a mixed bag. I mean, we're seeing quite a few teams trying to get to the top 3, quite a few teams having the pace, some of them not really having it. In the end, I think it's going to be quite a competitive field towards the end of this race.
Yeah, just as Protocharge SimSport take pole, it's taken away by the Stream Racing team. So things heating up for pole in LMP2 and things heating up for pole in LMP1 as well. I'm trying to keep track of how the GTE cars are going at the moment. It's still MSI Esports Blue pole in that class, and you can see they're working with their teammate there in the MSI Esports red car to get their drafting situation under control. So the MSI Esports cars working together. Currently it's the blue car being towed by the red car, but I presume that'll be swapped around at some point, Sumo.
Yeah, that could possibly be the case in a very short time. Should be interesting to see how that thing works out. Protocharge SimSport now going down to second place, and MSI Esports Blue. Well, they're making full use of the draft over here, because at Le Mans, as we discussed, that is a long straight at the back over there. And if you need to get some good advantage on the main stretch, that back in the Mulsanne straight, you need a teammate to help you out. So MSI Esports Blue and MSI Esports Red as well, they're both using this effect very well. And if I'm not mistaken, they will be swapping around as well, so getting every single car a chance to get a good lap in. So in comparison to the other GTE cars, they could have a small edge over here.
Yeah, they could. They very much could. But, you know, it's a similar sort of situation for Race Clutch in LMP1s, as they have 2 signups in that class, and they're P5 and P8 respectively in LMP1s, you know, as is the current state of things. So maybe it's working a little bit better for MSI than it is for Race Clutch at the moment, but trying to compare across 2 classes, Lorenzo's probably not too accurate.
I don't think it's accurate, because one of the interesting things about Race Clutch, of all things, to be very honest, is that we normally see Race Clutch being a team that doesn't do outstandingly well in terms of, you know, qualifying. They usually qualify top 5, top 6 whenever they have more than 10 cars in the LMP1 class, but they usually fare better when they go into the race session, because, you know, LMP1s are more of a scrap race day, because they have to manage to track it quicker and things can happen. So just by survival instincts, they usually fare better than the majority of the teams just by staying on the track.
We're looking at Altus Esports dealing with a bit of traffic of their own class at the moment, trying to hit their way down the inside of their fellow Porsche into the Ford chicane, and Well, that fellow Porsche didn't really want to give up the position too easily. I would have thought they'd be more welcoming to it, considering that the draft, or having the draft, is so powerful here. It's a bit of a train behind the Altus Esports at the moment, Sumil. So Altus are going to be, the car running in basically clear at the moment. They could probably feel the tail end of the draft of one of the Porsches ahead of them. But whoa, someone goes for a spin right at the very back there. I'll have to try and see who exactly that was, but yeah, that's not ideal for whoever decided to take a spin there. Unfortunately, with how qualifying is here, not able to quickly get to that car, but at this point, 20 minutes remaining, those mistakes are now going to be starting to get punished, I suppose.
Yeah, quite literally. And yeah, this is turning out to be quite an interesting qualifying session. Everyone is just getting a little bit naughty over here, making a few mistakes, spinning out a little bit, and that is when all the excitement of qualifying starts to kick in. We're not seeing it like we saw in the red line race, of course, because that one was an express 2-lap qualifying session. Of course, in endurance racing, you get a much longer time to qualify, and for the drivers it can be quite an advantage. So all those drivers making those spins right now, having those small errors, thankfully for them, we still have approximately around 20 minutes left. But still, remember, if you don't get your act together right now, there may not be a lot of time left for you. So making sure that you make full use of the upcoming 20 minutes is going to be crucial for those drivers and for those teams that haven't really set the ultimate lap times that they could have set in. So it's all getting a bit hot now, it's all getting a bit more exciting, a bit more entertaining, and the stakes are getting really higher at this moment.
Cube Racing, LMP2, one of those teams involved in this battle for pole in that class. Flamboyant Flamingo Racing currently hold it by 1.5 tenths of a second, so it's just 1.5 tenths that needs to be found here by Cube Racing, and they're able to haul themselves up into that best starting grid in the class, starting position in the class, Lorenzo. But it's, even when you consider 1.5 tenths around a circuit such as long as this, it's not too much in the proportion of the entire length of the racetrack. But sometimes that final tenth or two is the hardest to find.
It is, because Le Mans is a track that it doesn't look like it. Trust me, I know this by trial and error. It isn't a track that you look like much. Oh, I can take a tenth away on the chicanes, and when you go through a chicane is basically a living hell. You lose like 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second just the way you enter and exit a curve. So you have to be very precise in how you input the car, and especially in the HPD, because the braking can make the car a little bit weird. It can lock up the brakes. You'll lock a little bit of the front end of the car, you lose grip, so it's very hard for you to get the perfect lap. And so far, Alex Trainer's last lap that gave him the best lap and still retaining the position, the pole position, is still a very hard one to beat. Is doable, yes, but still it's going to be a very hard task for another team to beat. They have to be very precise.
Precision is the name of the game. Scalabrini behind the wheel of Cube Racing LMP2 here, as he still has plenty of time to work with, so that's not going to be the issue. But as that clock winds down, it really does start to become a big problem if you're messing up laps left, right and center and not able to get that last gasp attempt to try and set an absolutely blistering lap time. Then you're just gonna have to start where your banker laps have set you, as Cube Racing coming towards the final couple of moments of their lap at the moment. They're just going to be heading their way into the Porsche curves in the not too distant future, and well, at this rate, I think they'll probably get around about 5, 6, 7 more laps in the books here, depending on their situation, Sumil. But that is full laps. That doesn't count flying laps. So they might even only have maybe 4 flying laps left in the session.
Yeah, that could be quite an interesting thing, because, I mean, with all these drivers, if you haven't really nailed down your lap yet, 4 qualifying laps may seem a bit intimidating, because you've already set in quite a few laps, and if you just can't do it then, getting it done now can be quite a tricky task for all these drivers. So managing that out should be a tough task for them. And in fact, it's quite a frustrating thing, qualifying, if you don't just get it right, because it's quite a bit of a trial and error thing. As Lorenzo mentioned, let's say you find that you're losing some time on the chicane, you're like, okay, I can alter this one, and then you go to alter that thing on the chicane, and maybe if it doesn't work, so you have to go start all over again. And Le Mans is a track that is quite a long one. I mean, if you get it wrong, you could literally be losing 3 minutes and 30 seconds in a losing effort, and that's a lot of time to lose out for. So if you make sure that you actually need to make sure that you nail all the corners, all the lines correctly, because that trial and error method here, although you have 1 hour, you may end up wasting a lot of time if you just can't find the right thing, the right lines, the right braking points, the right way to go around the corner early enough. I mean, if you just keep on trying and trying and trying and trying, you're going to be losing a lot of time. 3 minutes 30 seconds, pretty much a lap, so that's going to be quite a challenging thing for all these drivers to negotiate with.
322.6 for Team Redline across the line. You have to manage your ERS in these LMP1 cars as well when you're in qualifying. So not going full out there on that particular lap were Redline. So maybe just winding things up slowly but steadily to be able to have a bit of a challenge for pole at the end of this session, as they were pole position sitters early on, Lorenzo, and they were actually pole for quite a while before Protocharge Esports decided to take things into their own hands, and then more recently Simracing team have provisional pole at the moment. So Redline, it seems like late on in the session they haven't quite been able to set the same lap times as they were able to in the early parts of the session, but still 13 minutes left remaining, 13 and a half minutes left remaining. So there's still a chance that they'll be able to challenge, and they're only 36 thousandths of a second behind Protocharge, but Simracing team are 0.2 of a second ahead of that. But just as I mentioned, the lap times, Burst Esports, hello. That's an amazing lap time there from Kazuki Umashima, a 3:16.559. That's a 1/10 of a second clear from Simracing team. So hello, new contender in LMP1.
Yeah, hello, Burst into the top spot. Apparently, when we start talking about timings over here, Connery, I think they just say, nah, let me have the top spot, So it's complicated because it is dynamic. Well, welcome to the world of racing and sim racing itself. So it's really fun. It's a really interesting 1 hour of qualifying. So, Redline still have a lot of time to shred. But Dominic Farber needs to be very, very fast with that car as time goes down, and he's gonna get a little bit of help over here. And he has I think that's a relay sim racing car just ahead of him to get a little bit of draft as he goes down into Indianapolis anytime soon.
Yeah, so impeded a little bit by the traffic through the first Mulsanne chicane, but able to continue on his way. Kazuki Umashima, he's been around these parts for quite a while here on iRacing. Of course, used to compete in what was the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, but of course, very, very quick in these LMP1 cars as well. So it's good to see him back into the thick of things, so to speak. So that story in LMP1 qualifying just gets more and more interesting by the moment. There's Flamboyant Flamingo down on towards pit lane. Their pole position in LMP2s with Alex Traynor behind the wheel, and we're seeing, well, Alex Traynor, Fraser Williamson actually having split from Simsa Esports, I believe. So, Lorenzo, you did point that out a little bit earlier on, and it seems like that's official, at least from what Fraser has said in our chat.
Yeah, I'll take that as an actual fact until the top honchos of Simsa tell me that actually that is a fact. Because let me just say, this is a special event. This is not SCO. This is not even Neo. So they could mess in with us. It is still on April. It's not April 1st, but still is April. So I'll take this with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. S2V Esports out there, though. Alfredo Mallow, the pilot of this one, as he's in 6th place in LMP2 at the moment, and looking to try and get one over Talk Freak, who currently sit about a 1/10 of a second ahead of them on the lap time. So it's a surmountable gap for S2V Esports, and that is the theme here in LMP2 qualifying, because, well, nothing more so than the gap between P2 and P3 at the moment. I wonder if this will work. There we go. What does that say, Lorenzo?
right, let me take a quick look. Well, it is confirmed. Yeah, it is. Well,
It's 1,000th of a second in qualifying between P2 and P3 in your LMP2 class.
Welcome to the HPD's best class. What can I say?
Yeah, so that's you can't get much closer than that than what P2 and P3 and LMP2 are right now. So that's an interesting thing I just spotted on my timing screens. I had to just double check that was the case. But similarly so, look at this gap in qualifying between Protocharge and Streamracing team. It's 9 thousandths of a second. So these qualifying times, Sumil, you can't really separate them.
And that is such a good indicator for what's going to happen in the race. If this continues on for the next 6 hours in the race, trust me, that'll be so much fun to watch. The LMP2s, I mean, they just deliver a good race all the time. So Protocharge and Stream Simracing, just barely anything between them. The margins are just so fine, and it's all about just extracting that little bit extra that can put you a bit higher up. So it's all getting really exciting over here, and what happens over the course of these next 9 minutes in qualifying should be a lot of fun to watch. Yes, indeed, the track temperatures will be rising because, of course, we're going in a bit early on into the day. The time is going ahead, and so naturally, as we get deeper into the morning, the temperatures will tend to rise. But still, with greater momentum, with greater idea of the car and the track, you can upset those track temperature rises, and you can maybe clock in a lap time that was just a couple of tenths faster than your previous one. And at this moment, considering how close all these guys are, those few tenths, or maybe in fact those few hundredths of a second, may be critical.
Just because we've shown close gaps in LMP1 and LMP2, we might as well show a close gap in GTE as well. 24 thousandths of a second between MSI Esports Red and Team RSO in qualifying. So not as close as the other two classes with the single-digit thousandths of a second, but still a very close margin indeed. And when you consider that it's a 3 minute, at least for GT cars, it is almost a 3 minute, 48 second lap time on average amongst the field. Under a tenth of a second, that's absolutely nothing.
No, that is marginally nothing. It's just a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second. So it is going to be tightly contested between the GTE class. In my opinion, it might be the closest of the bunch, of the contenders that might be closest contested. So expect, again, draft racing throughout the entire race, all the cars battling each other every single turn. So whoever makes the least amount of mistakes in the GTE class, I think that will be coming out on top. I don't think this will maybe resort to driver skills. Of course, there are driver skills involved. They're all high quality, but still, I think this might be coming out to the smallest amount of errors. Yeah,
true. And I think, Lorenzo, another thing to watch out for, I mean, I think it was a 2016 or 2017 Le Mans, and it went down to the wire between Aston Martin and Corvette. And those two guys were battling out for the lead with barely, a few tenths separating them after 24 hours. So these GTE cars, I mean, regardless of how diverse they can be in terms of their styles, in terms of their approaches, they just don't let go of each other. They're just so close, and that's what makes them so special. I mean, regardless of so many differences that they have in the way each car is designed, in the way each team is decided and made and run, they just end up being so close to each other, and that is fantastic. Say what you want about single spec racing, but having such a close competition in GTEs after such a big difference in all these cars is just insane. It's so amazing to watch.
Yep, it is. And, some teams, some drivers already messaging us about spec maps. If they're not aware of the issue with spec maps at the moment in Sim, it's the fact that whenever a driver change happens, unfortunately, we lose the spec maps on the paint. So, if we wanted to resolve that, it would have to mean going through and manually refreshing the paint every single time a driver change happens, and that's a little bit too much of a workload. I'm already having to run 2 streams at the same time, let alone having to deal with that issue. So unfortunately, it's just going to have to stay the way it is at the moment. But 5 minutes left in qualifying, 5.5 minutes to be exact, and still big question marks when it comes to LMP1 and, of course, LMP2. The GTE pole position has been relatively safe in the hands of MSI Esports Blue, so I don't think they're going to be challenged coming to the end of this session. They have a 7.5 of a second gap over Cube Controls Altus Esports, so I don't think, unless there's an absolute monster lap from a GTE car further down the field, I don't think that is going to happen for them. But for Burst Esports, Protocharge, Stream Racing Team, Team Redline, those top 4 cars in LMP1 at the moment, that is certainly going to be where things are at. And the same could be said for pole position in LMP2s as well, between Flamboyant and now G-Drive Racing Eximia also involved in this as well. So it's another party in the LMP2 provisional pole battle. Go on, Lorenzo.
I think Flamboyant just secured P1 in the LMP2 class.
No, he's still P2. Because I'm seeing Flamboyant Flamingo, they're in P1 at the moment. So G-Drive not quite getting themselves provisional pole, unless there's a penalty that you're seeing that I haven't. Or
No. I said Flamboyant just secured P1 because that 329 is, I know it's under a little bit of draft. Unless that a G-Drive #1 car gave the best of drafts before going into pits for Brim and Puddin, it's going to be very hard. 329 is really low. It's a time that it is really, really good. You get the perfect lap, but there's still a little bit of draft involved. So if G-Drives wants to get the lead, it has to be now, because if they make a mistake, it's already game over.
Yeah, so that's a brilliant lap time. Yeah, I'm just about saying that 0.887 seconds ahead of G-Drive. So that's a brilliant lap from Flamboyant Flamingo. So unless anyone is able to get the same amount of draft they got on their qualifying lap, I think that's pretty secure for them in that class. But LMP1's anything but at the moment, because Stream Racing Team, Protocharge, Redline, they all have a chance coming into the latter parts of this session to be able to pass the 3:16.559 that Burst Esports have set as the benchmark at the front of the field. And while Stream and Protocharge and Redline are all trying to chase that lap time, Burst Esports are also trying to focus on improving it, Subel. So it might even be that Kazuki gets an even better lap time at the end of the session, just to make life difficult.
Exactly, and some drivers did thrive under pressure. So with only 3 minutes to go and with the feeling that, okay, this is my last shot, some drivers can in fact go even faster than they already have. So that should be a lot of fun to watch in the LMP ones. As we see the other cars, I think that's the MSI cars trying to use the draft once again. So that has also been going on for pretty much an hour. As we now take a look at Burst Esports now setting in their lap time. With only 2.5 minutes to go, things are getting really exciting here. The final lap pretty much for all these guys to set in and trying to make sure that they can get in the best possible lap time. Not a lot of time to go, and now the margins for errors are even lower. Well, just an interesting fact, flamingos actually do fly, and when they do fly, they generally tend to fly in the night. Strangely enough though, Flamboyant Flamingo Racing, it's early in the morning here at Le Mans, and they are flying in the lap time. So 9/10 up, and that is some proper domination by them over there in LMP2. So that's a tremendous effort, and now the gap between Burst Esport and Protocharge Simsport getting ever so narrower.
Yep, it is. So, it might come to a head at the end here. Burst Esports going to be one of the first cars across the line here. A minute and 35 seconds left in the session. Kazuki Umeshima, he's already way above his normal lap time, so I don't think this is going to be one for him. It's just an outlap, and since this is actually open qualifying, they will be able to complete this lap. So this isn't the final lap for Burst Esports, it's just the start of it as they head their way across the line. So an outlap there of 418.9, and Kazuki Umeshima is off and away. So there we go. So he starts his final flying lap, whereas Protocharge Esports, they are currently heading their way through towards the end of the Mulsanne. So this actually will be their final lap here, I believe. I'm just checking the lap time here. Yeah, it will be their final lap because they won't be able to get to the line before time expires. So Protocharge will end their last flying lap at the end of this one. And where our Stream Racing team, they're heading their way through the first sector, so they'll come around about the same time as Burst Esports, so that's good to know. So that's the state of play in LMP1s. In LMP2s, though, like you said, Lorenzo, Flamboyant Flamingo basically have things sealed, 0.6 of a second ahead of G-Drive. And in GTEs, MSI Esports have things even more convincingly taken by 1.3 seconds in that class. So it looks like, Zumil, the LMP1 pole position battle is going to be the main feature.
Yeah, the LMP1, of course, the premier class, of course, of this race seems to be the one that is providing us with the most drama. Burst Esports still provisionally on pole position, but we have so many competitors trying to get there and trying to challenge them to get their spot. It is an enviable place, that P1 in a Le Mans race, and in any endurance race for that matter, because the quality of all these drivers right behind you is incredibly high. So if you're, let's say, in P3 or P4, although that's not too bad, getting up there can be quite hard because these LMP1 cars, they are tricky to pass. I mean, they are super wide.
Protocharge, they just catch the GT car at the wrong time and they have to abandon the lap, so they will start no higher than second place. What about Stream Racing Team? They are coming down the Mulsanne at the moment. Burst Esports, they are also similarly coming down the Mulsanne, so those guys still a little bit of time before they come across the line, but we've already had one competitor for LMP1 pole now out of things. It's now between Burst and Stream Racing Team. You can still count Team Redline in this one as well, or not, since they're on pit lane. So that's two contenders in LMP1 qualifying out. So Burst Esports and Stream Racing Team, they're the only two that have a good chance at being able to go to the top.
Yeah, so as Fabrizio Donoso goes into the Indianapolis part of the track, it will be interesting. Oh, actually, he yields. He says no more. He's going to go back into the pit lane.
Yeah, so that means that I think Burst Esports have this cut and dry. So Kazuki Umeshima, as long as there's no surprise laps from any other LMP1s out there, then they are your pole position sitters overall for this race. And it was a blistering lap time indeed, a 1:16.559. Which really took us by surprise, and Burst Esports are now just going to come through the Ford chicane. This lap time might even be faster, depending. Let's see if they can beat their own lap time. They can, so it wouldn't have even mattered anyway. 3:16.445 for Burst Esports. What a dominant qualifying for them, Sumil, because you know, it's one thing to have all your competitors drop out in the final stages, but to then go and just beat your lap time and be the only one able to at the end of the session, that's quite impressive from Kazuki.
That's proper commitment from Kazuki right there. That was an incredible lap time, 3:16.445. It's a good lap by Kazuki in the end, just topping his own personal best, and he's just getting better and better and better. So the momentum definitely with Burst Esports heading into this race, but remember, Protocharge, Stream, Redline, Race Clutch, all of them are tough competitors. In the end, I think this is going to be a very good race to watch, and the next 6 hours should promise us some thrilling racing. Nailing down your consistency over the next 6 hours is going to be an interesting task, because now, of course, your approach is primarily to nail down the perfect lap time, but to maintain this for 6 hours while potentially conserving your tires and being on the right strategy, that is going to be a completely different ball game, but a fun one nonetheless.
I'm seeing no one out there on circuit that's able to improve on their lap time here. You do see a couple of GTE cars that are still cycling their way around, but I don't think they're going to be on competitive laps here, as they have come across the line and taken the checkered flag already. So we can actually take the time as this qualifying session draws to a close to look at your starting grid here for the 6 hours of sim racing, brought to you by Race Clutch. And the starting grid will look a little bit like this. LMP1's Burst Esports with Kazuki Umeshima behind the wheel takes pole position with Protocharge Simsport in P2. Stream Racing Team in P3. Team Redline will have to start P4 at the tail end of that second row. Race Clutch 16 starts in 5th with Mivano Simracing LMP1 in 6th. You have SimRC.de Emerald in 7th, Race Clutch 15 in 8th, with Satellite Racing and Cube Racing LMP1 rounding out your fastest class here today. In LMP2s, Flamboyant Flamingo Racing takes pole position after an impressive lap time towards the tail end of the session, leaving Apex Racing Team in their dust by 0.6 of a second. G-Drive Racing in P3 with Pure Sims Esports in P4. Cube Racing LMP2 in P5, Allied Racing Esports by TCS in P6, ACD Racing in P7, Talk Freak Racing in P8. S2V Esports will start P9, G-Drive Racing in P10, Relay Sim Racing and Artifact Racing will round out the top 12, and will the Sim Racing team Rebirth Sim Racing will bring things down to P14 on the LMP2 starting grid. GTE looks like this. MSI Esports Blue, dominance in qualifying. Dominance personified as they take pole position by 1.3 seconds over SimRC.de Titan. Cube controls Altus Esports in P3 with Radicals Online Motaf in P4. Team RSO will start 5th with MSI Esports Red in 6th. Redface Racing by JRT starts 7th with Team Fordzilla in P8. Vior Esports in P9. Team Fordzilla Spain will start in P10. Tetra Rouge Racing in 11th with Allied Racing Esports in 12th. Cube Racing GTE will start 13th with Rebirth Sim Racing by Rebirth Sim Racing in P14, ProDrive Esports in P15, Relay Sim Racing P16, Apex in Aviation Racing in P17, Rascas Racing Esports in P18, and Team Tom Dillman in P number 19 here today in that GTE class. So that is your starting grid for the 6 hours of sim racing here on the iRacing Esports Network, and of course the French stream on the Race Clutch Twitch page. So if you prefer to listen to French commentary, then head over to twitch.tv/raceclutch, and your live timing will be at racebot.tv/timing2. That's racebot.tv/timing2. But we're ready and we're about to be set here to go for 6 hours of racing at Le Mans. Drivers about to roll off, and just very quickly, Lorenzo, your expectations.
Should be 6 hours of amazing race, paddle to the metal every single stint. So expect maybe a splash and dash at the end. I don't think a lot of the drivers will try to go for saving fuel. And one thing you should see about with this close racing, fast racing, is how the drivers will actually commit under the Ford chicane, because if they overly commit, they can get floor damage, and that could get a lot of retirements if they overdrive it.
You can see them rolling off the sort of gridding procedure towards the tail end of the lap here. Sumo, you have about 15 seconds to say what you want to say before starting this race.
Well, the only thing that I can say is that this one is going to be a super, super amazing race. We have seen in qualifying how intense the competition has been. We have seen in every single class that these guys are super close. And in the end, I think if they can replicate it over the course of the next 6 hours, it is going to be one of the most memorable endurance races that you will ever watch.
Well, there we go. That's quite a high bar set there. As the fields, you reached your LMP1 field heading its way through the Porsche curves, and in a couple of moments they will be able to take the green flag here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Can't wait to have this one happen. Team Burst Esports pole position, field will be under their control once the pace car dives down on towards pit lane. What will 6 hours of racing hold here? And that's the big question. Not only in this LMP1 field, but in the LMP2s and in that largest class in the GTEs. We're set for 6 hours of fun here on the Race Clutch 6 hours of Simracing. So that Porsche Cup pace car going to be diving onto the pit lane in just a few seconds. There it goes. Now everything is controlled by Kazuki Umashima in that Burst Esports car. He'll take a leisurely pace coming through the Ford chicanes. He has to start in the restart zone, so he can't go too early. But there we go. He'll get the green flag in just a couple of moments' time, so we can go racing for 6 hours at the Circuit de la Sarve. Here we go. LMP1 starts in full effect, and already it's an early challenge there, at least an early look for P2, as Team Redline have to be on the defensive in towards Dunlop already. There's a car that sent it down the inside there. Didn't quite see. I think that was ProCharge Esports. They're actually having to try to battle with Team Redline coming through the first sector, but they all seem to get through there okay. Meanwhile, here is your LMP2 race start. S2V Esports already down on towards the pit lane. Not sure what that's about, but the LMP2 start will get going as they storm themselves up in towards Dunlop. With the Flamboyant Flamingos leading the way with Apex Racing Team in second place. You see the challenge for third there with Pure Sims and G-Drive trying to squabble for position, but they will get that sorted out. And now looking at GTEs, MSI Esports winding through the Ford chicanes, and soon they will get their race started as well. A bit of a stack up in that field coming to the race start, but soon they'll get the green flag as well. MSI Esports blew off and away. There's a Ford GT that had a bit of a problem in the mid-pack there, but they are getting going just fine as well. Team RSO having to try and defend from one of the Movano Fords there for third place coming in towards Dunlop, but RSO will be able to get ahead in this instance. So I'm seeing no major issues in the start of each class here, Lorenzo. I just saw that LMP2 car, that I believe was the number 58, come on towards pit lane. That was actually number 58 GTE car coming onto pit lane, or coming off of pit lane now. So they've had an issue at the start here, and they're able to get themselves off and away. So there we go. So they've had an issue at the start, but everyone else, it seems, Lorenzo, has had no on-track issue, so to speak, in terms of car contacts.
Yeah, the start itself was very clean for all categories. Unfortunately, Simon Feigl got involved in the gridding. He got taken out by Team RSL under the gridding, which was really weird. And you can see Simon Feigl once again struggling with the tires already going off on the Dunlop curves. That is unfortunate for the Altus Esports team.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wind things back to the starting grid because I want to see what happens to Altus Esports here, because I think they feel very hard done by something that has happened to them, and I think it's Team RSO that's actually involved in this. We'll just wait for this one to wind through, so they'll get themselves going. I'm very interested to see... Oh, Team RSO, what they're doing? What are they doing? I've never seen anything like that. My word. Lorenzo, please explain.
Yeah, I was baffled when I saw that as Fabio Scherer took out Simon just under the grading. I think he got surprised by maybe the braking of the cars, and he kind of completed the job and took Simon out, which was really weird. I've never seen that done before on a grading of a Le Mans, even the Le Mans series.
That's almost comical. I mean, you don't really get to see that in an endurance race of such a high caliber, but
did you think it was a standing start on the back on the one of the streets of Le Mans?
That's just one of the more bizarre moments I've ever seen commentating on any race ever. That is, well, I don't know whether it's hilarious or not, but it's unusual to say the least.
That's one of the weirdest things I have ever seen happen in sim racing. Man, you gotta feel bad for Altus Esports, though. That is absolutely horrible. They are back out there on circuit, although with a very, very damaged Porsche. I'm kind of lost for words, Lorenzo.
If you're lost for words, imagine myself. I'm looking at the iRacing word check over here. The reactions have been Oh, downright just comical. Fiber and still Fiber Share like racing aggressively at out of the outside of the Mulsanne heading into the Indianapolis. Actually, sorry, I was gonna say Indianapolis, but that's the Porsche car nearly blocking a V10R. But the reactions, I had a little bit of a laugh at least, but that is really unfortunate for Altus. We know the team is very competitive, as I usually end at the top of the standings, so it is a letdown, unfortunately.
Yeah, but like I just want to see the reaction from the French commentators right now, because that must have been so ridiculous. So like, why are they going for a replay on the base lap and then, oh yeah, that happened. Yeah, yikes, that's a big old yikes right there. As right now, back to the live racing though, as Burst Esports have been able to pull a slight gap over the field by about 2.3 seconds. It's Race Clutch 16 and Team Redline that are trying to battle for position here, as it looks like Team Redline looking to driver's right-hand side, and it looks like they will be able to get that position swap complete there on the way into the, well, coming down the straight, and then we'll see them head in through the right. And into Indianapolis they go. So Team Redline getting themselves up into that final podium spot already. So they look to make forward progress early on here, Sumel, but they have a bit of a train of cars behind them still.
A bit of a train of cars. Man, that is a big train of cars right there. And yeah, they haven't really separated at the start. I mean, 6 minutes into this race, we still have quite a close grid over here, and we could see these cars just pretty much getting really closer to each other and starting to make those moves as soon as possible. Well, you may ask the question, but do you really need to at this stage of the race? Because you're just so early into this race, you don't really need to go overly aggressive. But again, it's all about some pride, and of course, as racing drivers, you definitely want to stay ahead. I mean, unless you just want to save tires and stay in the draft and all that, so you can just sit behind us. We now see one of the cars making a move. Oh, that is car number 16 getting past. There's a bit of a battle going on here, Connery.
Yeah, well, this is the battle that's already, well, sort of had Redline get past Race Clutch at the moment. So they're heading up that LMP1 train as they come through and complete complete the lap here. But I'm still kind of just laughing and chuckling about that incident, Lorenzo, because you know, I've been broadcasting iRacing, sim racing in general since about 2016, so it's about 4 years, and that's never happened in any race ever.
I've been broadcasting.
Although we did.
Go ahead.
We did in the 24-hour series have that car that was taken over, that was hijacked, one of the Apex cars that was hijacked on the race start. I remember that, but I've never seen anything like that.
Well, we've seen a few gaggles and RG starting at the start of the race, like we saw in the 24 series at Spa, which was memorable. By the way, I can see here comes Simracing battling a Race Clutch just as they go into the first chicane of the Mulsanne. So here comes Philip Weber on the inside already overtaking Race Clutch, and the number 16 just lets him by, but a little bit of a off track. Okay.
Yeah, just getting a bit close to the wall. It will mean that these guys are ever closer coming down the sort of middle part of the Mulsanne straight, and it also might stack up people behind as well. As you can see, a battle going on there between Satellite Racing and one of the Movano cars, I believe, into there, but swaps of position into the second Mulsanne chicane. Everyone in this mid-pack LMP1 field keeping themselves close together at the moment. But let's just give a little bit of love to LMP2s, because Apex Racing Team have actually gotten themselves to the race lead here. What has happened to that car, the Flamboyant Flamingo Racing? They've had problems early in this race, it seems, and your pole position still there in LMP2s all of a sudden down in P10 there so far.
Yeah, something seems to be going very wrong for the Flamboyant Flamingos. Hopefully we'll be able to find out. But I think we have a look at that. Alex Traynor is driving this Flamboyant Flamingo car, and they did quite a good job at the start. I mean, they were able to fend everyone off, but now it seems that they're back in P10. So something has definitely gone horribly wrong for them. I wonder what it is all about. So Flamboyant Flamingo facing an uphill task to try and get back that win that they could have potentially got. For now, they need to make sure they put in the laps consistently and try to make up positions as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think, well, we do have Fraser Williamson, part of that team, in the chat, so hopefully he can update us as to what's gone on with the Flamboyant Flamingo Racing team. But it does mean that Apex Racing team are currently in the race lead. This is the battle for P2 on screen, though. As you can see, the Apex Racing team trying to gap ahead. They're still inside the shot as Cube Racing flashing the lights over G-Drive coming into the braking zone. But, you know, drivers are starting to, I guess, learn to ignore the flashing lights in their wing mirrors whenever they happen. As long as it's cars of their same class, I suppose, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I usually thought is something like of a strategy, you know, don't block me, or, you know, you're making me lose my time, or let's just try to work together. But it can mean a whole lot of things. For me, I normally see this as a sign of seeing Dale Earnhardt right behind me, so it's kind of like an intimidation factor, but nowadays I just remove that out of my mind unless there's a traffic car coming in to like 400 kilometers per hour and then need to.
Yeah, on board with G-Drivers, they did get passed by Cube Racing LMP2. We saw that on your screen, and as a result, they're cycling back into P3. So a lot of these early quote-unquote battles here, Sumil, starting to get themselves sorted out. Cars that may have been out of position in qualifying starting to work their way through the order here. And it's pretty easily done at the Circuit de la Sarthe, because you have these huge drafting trains. You can just get the slipstream pass done every time coming down the Mulsanne, and you're pretty good as a result.
Yeah, in fact, that can be the case, and if the drivers work together, as Lorenzo mentioned, let's say if you flash your lights and let the other guy know, okay, we can work together and pull apart, that can allow all these streams to make sure that there's a big gap between them and all the competitors behind them. So pulling away is somewhat of an easy task here at Le Mans, and managing that should be one tricky thing for the drivers. And staying together, I mean, yeah, it makes sense at this stage not to battle it out as closely, but now we see an actual battle going on here in the GTEs. So there's Team Fordzilla and the Radicals Online MOATF team as well, so this is turning out to be fun.
Yeah, but it is a bit of a 3-car pack for P3 in GTEs. Team Fordzilla getting themselves up into that third spot, so they've made good progress on the start here, all things considered, with Laurent Miskiewicz behind the wheel of the Fords, being chased by their fellow Ford, and you've also got a Ferrari on the back of this as well. So Radicals Online, second in line. You've got V10R Esports in the back of the picture there, I suppose, in P5. So they're looking to try and maybe make an impact in this battle. But the big thing here, as it always is at Le Mans, Sumil, is going to be fuel saving, because you have ample opportunity to do it, especially if you have a drafting pack like this.
Yeah, if you just stuck into the draft, quite simply, you'll be saving up a lot of fuel throughout your stint. And that can just allow you to maybe towards the end push hard a little bit more, trying to push for positions. And that can also give you a lot of different options with your strategy. Because fuel and tires are such an essential part of the strategy element at Le Mans, if you conserve a bit more towards the start or maybe towards the end, it can just play out to be quite a variable race. So how the drivers manage their fuel elements, how they go about that, I mean, some drivers will be trying to save a bit early on in their stints, some maybe a bit later on. So that does create a great deal of variety, and how that culminates towards the end will be a lot of fun to watch. Actually, yeah, there's Ford versus Ferrari going on here pretty much.
So about the strategies itself, it's going to be really interesting how the GTEs play it out, because they usually go for nearly an hour, up to actually from nearly an hour, for over an hour, or an hour 2 minutes, 5 minutes tops. So it is going to be really interesting how these GTE cars will perform on the draft. I think these three teams, as we are seeing on, will remain pretty much the same. They won't make any moves unless they eventually either one of them makes a mistake, and they're going to capitalize and still dictate the pace of this three-car train. But on the HPDs, I think it's going to be the most interesting, because they usually run for 52 minutes under the full paddle. So the LMP2s and the LMP1s might need still, regardless if they fuel or not, a splash and dash at the end. So it comes down to whoever has the most efficient fuel saving strategy for the LMP2 and LMP1, who needs the least fuel when they come for the splash.
That's That's going to be the big point. That's going to be the dynamic in, if not the GTE class primarily, maybe even the LMP2s as well, because they tend to stick together in their drafting packs as well. But it's seemingly like drafting pack central at the moment in this, as that is to be expected since we're at the early stages of a race at Le Mans. I wonder if I can get the track map up for you, just to show you exactly where everyone is. And you can just see everyone still very much clumped together. Even that LMP1 class that has sort of started to run away with things, is getting to the point where they're already lapping the GTE cars. And I did see a car off there. I didn't quite spot who that was, but there's already a lapping procedure underway with LMP1s and GTEs that might have just taken a victim, but I didn't quite see it.
Yeah, this is when the tricky element of endurance races kicks in, because we've seen time and again that LMP1 cars can be susceptible to hitting these GTEs and maybe even the LMP2s. So managing traffic is going to be a tricky task. Le Mans, yes indeed, it's quite a wide track, and if you're at the Mulsanne, it's quite easy to pass. But in the tricky sessions, no, look at that. What's going to happen here, Conry?
Oh, Burst had to take avoiding action with the traffic there, as they were going for a line, and the line closed up, shall we say, and they're able to get through. I wonder if we can get a onboard with the Kara Kazuki machine, because look at this. Oh, that's a big stack up. They had to lift out so much because of that car ahead of them. Really sort of getting in their way, and a bit of a miscommunication on the lapping procedure there with Burst Esports. So at least they're able to get through okay, Subil, because otherwise that might have been an early incident that meant that your race leader's out of the race, but they're able to avoid it and able to continue on.
Yeah, and such an incident like that can literally discourage you so much, because after you've set in such a good lap in qualifying, and after you've done such a good job in the first 10-15 minutes, you just don't want to be seeing your race ruined so quickly earlier on. So Burst Esports just avoiding all the carnage over there. And it's about making sure that they're doing a good job with the traffic, because their pace is quite decent. I mean, they're doing quite a good job in terms of that. But avoiding traffic is going to be super crucial. One tiny mistake and it could be all over for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, big hit of the curb there for Stream Racing Team. Those Ford chicane curbs can be pretty dangerous, so you can't really launch over them, especially in those LMP2 cars where they can be very sensitive to damage. As Team Redline looking around the outside at Dunlop, but Stream Racing Team able to keep themselves ahead for now, as they will continue this battle coming through the S's section. And it's great to get a little bit of an early battle like this, Lorenzo, because there might be a drought at some point. I'm hoping there isn't, but if Le Mans races, with knowing how Le Mans races tend to go, they tend to get strung out pretty quickly. So it's good to have these guys close together, having to go inside, outside of the GT traffic. Team Redline losing a bit of time there, but again, there's differences in the ERS deployment between these two teams, so that they'll be using it at different times to gain different sorts of advantages. So you can see that gap fluctuate in and out by much more than you would in a LMP2 or a GTE.
Yeah, this will be interesting because I want to see how Dominic Barber is actually going to ride the draft and deploy the ERS against Fabrizio Denose. So how Denose is going to actually defend. Is he going to defend or just set the chain pace for himself and Dominic Barber as well? Because they're at 2.8, nearly 3 seconds back versus these points. And one thing I want to bring up really quickly is that both Simracing, Emerald, and Mavano were actually in the pits after a big gaggle at this, just after the second chicane, the Mulsanne chicane on the previous lap, as they got involved with the lap traffic.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate for them, as we'll have to... I don't think we'll be able to get a replay of that, unfortunately. Flashing of the lights, though. Stream Racing Team having to go the long way around on one of the GTE Ferraris there, and that is actually your race-leading GTE machine, the MSI Esports car, I believe, as, MSI Esports Blue, there they are. So... they're able to get through on the entirety of the GTE class without many issues, at least for the front of the field in the LMP1s. Of course, we haven't been keeping track of how the tail end are doing, but this battle does look like it's going to continue to rage on for the next couple of moments, Sumil. So these guys are giving us a bit of a show inside the first hour.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're looking for, because endurance racing, when the field all spreads out and when things all get settled in, it can be a bit dull at times, but if you've got battles like these, well, they just make your day a whole lot better. So Stream Racing Team and Team Redline just fighting it out, slugging it out against each other, and they are literally putting up quite an interesting show here. So Dominic Farber needs to just find his way past to get into P2, but I don't think he'll be willing to do that, because if he just sits behind and if he just stays in the draft and tries to conserve fuel, he may be a whole lot better off in the long run in terms of the strategy. So that could be another element that Dominic will have to consider. Yes, as a racing driver, you definitely want to get past any car that's right in front of you, but strategically, it could be better for Dominic if he just sits behind and gets full use of the draft.
Okay, as well, Team Redline just thinking behind for now, but at this point, you know, it could be a fuel-saving game for them, but look at that, just difference on the ERS deployment, or at least how soon you deploy it. Coming out of the Ford chicane, it looks like they will try to go for the move in towards turn number 1 and into the Dunlop chicane. That's Team Redline through there. They didn't actually decide to sit behind and save a bit of fuel. They just wanted to get going, and I think that's because they might have worked out, Lorenzo, that they actually lose more time behind the car there, trying to fuel save, than actually just trying to run in clear air and trying to get a gap.
Yeah, and in the process of, you know, seeing who stays behind who, or if it is efficient, they basically lost about, it's going to take a quick look over here, another 3/10 of a second to burst east. Once again, so the gap between Dominic Farber and Kazuki Mishima is right around 2.8 seconds. It was at 3.5 when they went into the Dunlop curve. So I think now the Farber will actually go powder to the metal, will be more aggressive on the RS deployment, and will actually try to hunt down the number 2 car first.
You know, Sumil, this the complexion of this battle, you know, it might just change just that little bit more as Redline try to extend the gap here. And the task maybe for Stream Racing Team is just to keep in touch with the Redline car at the moment. Maybe just about enough in touch so that they're able to save a bit of fuel behind. They may not have the overall pace to try and get past, but as long as they can use that Redline car as a bit of a fuel-saving opportunity, I think they'll be able to, well, I think they'll be okay with it.
Indeed, and that is primarily looking at the idea of, well, short term or long term. In the short term, yes, you can make that move. I mean, you can put in that little bit of extra effort and try to get into P2. But do you really want to do that in terms of the strategic element? Because in the end, of course, you want to make as less fuel stops as you possibly can, and you want to waste as little time as you can while filling up fuel. So staying in that draft can literally help Team Redline by a great margin as they kick up a cone over there. If they sit behind, conserve all their fuel, stay calm, stay home, and just stay in a gap that is not too far off, they will be better off in the long run. But again, there's a difference between just sitting there and losing out as well, because if they drop their pace a bit too much, they just may be, well, out of the draft, and they may be back to square one. I mean, not too close enough to P2, but not getting the draft as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually do have an interview. As, it's probably going to be a difficult one, but Manuel Tudel from Team RSO, which unfortunately was involved in that incident early on the pace lap, so even before they got to the green flag. As Manuel, I'll give you a chance to explain what happened.
Well, first of all, it's going to be a difficult one. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I deeply apologize for what just happened, and especially to the guys of Altus Esports. I mean, come on, it's nothing what you can really explain. So just what happened is Fabio is, for this event, he started sim racing like 3 weeks ago, and we did practice a lot with him, and he really learned a lot and improved throughout the week, and so we were kind of very optimistic that he will show a great race. But when the race started and the cars accelerated from the pace lap, suddenly on his monitors there were no cars visible for him, so he accelerated, and just that moment the cars popped up back again. He was kind of in the Altus Esports car, and I mean, even our car is not that much damaged. So I mean, you could see the crash in the replay, and I could see it, for example, spotting the thing too. but the damage on the car actually at Fabio's car just appeared from the crash hitting the barriers. So it's just, I wasn't at that place. I can just say what he's telling, and he's super sorry. And I mean, that's not the way we want to start such a cool race and such a cool event. Race Clutch and you guys brought on here, and yeah, apologies, and hope this is going to be accepted, because I'm very aware about how much efforts all the teams and drivers put in here, and I deeply respect it. And I mean, that's what we love in sim racing, to participate and to compete against guys who put so much dedication and work into it. I mean, that's an honor. And to destroy all this even before green flag, come on, that's super disappointing, and it's the same for us. So nothing to it. I'm just sorry.
And you know, it's good that you come on and said that, because I was, you know, because we didn't actually catch it as it happened. We actually went back and did a replay after our chat went ballistic, as you can imagine. But you know, just looking back at that, I've sort of never seen that in my 4 years of broadcasting this stuff, and you know, I guess you see something new every day, right?
Yeah, me neither. But I mean, to draw a comparison here, I mean, these special times with Corona bring a lot of attention to our sport, and they also bring a lot of other drivers and real-world drivers into our sport. I mean, if you follow all the drivers on Instagram and Twitter and everything, I mean, they buy their setups. I mean, you saw the smiling Grosjean super happy with his SimLab rig or something, and then they start racing. I mean, in the end, I mean, they do what they normally do, but there's a lot of differences in sim racing, and suddenly a driver has to learn about, I don't know, how to install stuff. I mean, we started explaining people how to get in the car, how to load a setup and stuff like that. I mean, that's nothing they can do. And so, I mean, they set up their hardware, and so now I have no clue about the hardware Fabio's racing, so I cannot really cut risk down. So I mean, that's also what happens, and maybe also as a sim racing community we have to accept these things to happen a bit, because there's so many cool and new and dedicated people joining our passion, and real racers coming to sim racing, and then this happens. I mean, come on, it's not what you read in the chat that you have to transfer this thing, what happened now in the pace lab, to his real driving skills. I mean, that's ridiculous. He knows what he's doing, and there's a reason why he's a professional race driver and why he's earning money with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, sometimes technical issues do happen. I mean, I've had it happen to myself, both on broadcast and actually in a race. I remember I was in one of the oval series that the sort of UK club used to run on with the trucks, and I had a wheel disconnect, and there was a car on my outside, and you know, as you can imagine, you know, there's only one thing going to happen there. So unfortunately, these things do happen, and even though it was a big shock, at least initially seeing that, I was thinking, what's going on here? At least there's a good justification for it, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about justification. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. So like, let's somehow try to put the focus back on the great racing we have here, because if I may highlight what Race Clutch just set up here, it's really an honor to be here. So it's great to see what they did and all the efforts. So thanks a lot for all the people, Richard Arnaud, especially for all the effort and work. I mean, they organized everything perfectly, all the details, how to communicate what, and all the media work and everything. That's really great to see. And I was coming here to enjoy the international sim racing community, to really celebrate a nice party. So super unfortunate how this party started now, but let's find a way and enjoy the race and the achievements of the other teams. So.
Absolutely, and we do appreciate you coming on, because it's a very hard thing to do, to admit something like that. But you know, at least, like you said, we can look past it now, and we can look forward to the next 5.5 hours of racing.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me. I mean, what wasn't the nicest reason for me coming here? I mean, normally I really come here to enjoy the discussions with you, or to talk about our race. I mean, that's basically also what I did now, but it's not a nice reason. But that's also part of the sport, and this happens. I'm glad it doesn't happen often, and I'm very sorry again. And yeah, so let's focus on the race now, and let's enjoy the next 5.5 hours of racing. And thanks again for you guys for commentating all this. Thank you.
Yeah, and well, thank you very much. And well, that was Manuel Sudal from Team RSO that was unfortunately involved in that, that altercation that we saw on the pace lap in the GTE class. And well, very apologetic there, Lorenzo. And it's good to see they didn't come out and deny everything and try to blame everyone else. They know it was a problem on their side, and there's only so much you can do after the deed has been done, so to speak.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately, of course, for us, it might be comical because we never see these kind of stuff, but unfortunately, whenever you are putting a lot of effort and a lot of training, it's unfortunate that your race ends in the blink of an eye when you least expect it, because you never see issues going on in the gridding. But it is really unfortunate, and we know Manuel Sudal is a very polite guy. We know our team a bunch of clean drivers. They wouldn't do this for the sake of taking people out and doing for a battle royale of GTEs. No, they're not gonna do that. It's not their intention. It happens. Things in sim racing that we just have to, what's the best word would be, just content ourselves with. Just to be aware of this stuff can happen. It's part of sim racing. It won't change. It can happen to me. It can happen to you. It can happen to Soul if he drives. So we just have to just play with it.
Yeah, we do. We have multiple battles in LMP2, by the way. We just had the battle for P3 on screen for quite a while. That's in amongst 3 cars. But we also have race lead in LMP2s. That one has come down by quite a bit. In fact, it came down by about 0.8 of a second on lap 6 as far as Cube Racing are concerned. So they're really, really on the charge at the moment, and they're at the same decision as a lot of other cars in this class and in this race, is to whether to sit behind or whether to go for the track position. That's the decision.
Yeah, that is a tough call that all these drivers must be taking over here. For the moment, Cube Racing and LMP2 happy to stay behind there. They realize that there's 5.5 hours still left in this race, so they can comfortably sit behind and wait for that right moment to pounce. And as many great experts have already said, endurance racing isn't really one always on the track. I mean, it's what you do on the strategy side of things, how you manage the critical elements that decides you who wins and who doesn't. So making the right calls, making the right decisions, they're ever so crucial. And the right decision for now may be just to sit back, make good use of the draft, and perhaps wait for the right moment and then bounce when you need to. And yeah, Lorenzo, I guess he has something to say here.
Yeah, I was just looking really quickly on both Cuban and Apex's laps. Both Maxime Scalabrini and Johan Hart are the only guys who are actually doing 331s in a consistent pace. So they're not lifting car. If there's lifting, there's a small lift here and there, but in the general sense, they're the only cars who are doing 331s full out of the mountain as they are reaching.
Yeah, that could be a thing that influences it here, as it's a bit of a train of GTE cars ahead of them, in fact, and it's all about catching this traffic at the right place. You don't want to catch it coming through the first sector. You want to catch it coming down the very, very long straights that the Circuit of the South has to offer here, and they will catch at least a couple coming up in towards turn 1, and Cube Racing might just have to sit behind. No, they just dive down to the inside of one bit of traffic. One of them separates the battle at the moment, as Cube just have to be patient on the throttle. They lose a bit of time behind the GTE car there, so that gap is now going to be extended up to a second, but Apex are going to be similarly held up here because it's a train of 3 cars that they're stuck behind here coming into Tetra Rouge, and they're able to slot in. So careful. A bit of a run of speed though from Cube Racing, because they were still quite a range off of that battle if they has to take avoiding action, as one of the GT cars 3 wide down the Mulsanne. You love to see it, as Cube Racing sit now within the slipstream of Apex Racing Team. They actually do go for the move then into the first Mulsanne chicane they go. Cube Racing versus Apex Racing Team. Apex are going to back out of it and just let that Cube Racing Team car go, Lorenzo. And that's good race conservation mode there from Apex, because you don't want to be having these fierce extended fights at the start of a 6-hour race. You just want to sort of cut your losses and just say, okay, you want to go for the move? I'll let you through. I'll sit behind you. I'll get myself a bit of fuel saving done. We're all good.
Yeah, I think Johan Hart actually just decided to go back after after he just dived himself into Tete Rouge. Of course, he can overlap a car in Tete Rouge, but it is a fast right-handed corner that he has a small room for error. If you go on the outside, you're going to get it slowed down. If you go on the inside, you also get it slowed down and you offset the car. So I think going to just overly committing to Tete Rouge, he saw the Cube had a better runoff and used the draft appropriately, and he just saw, well, I'm going to go back down, as you just said, save a little bit of fuel, so a little bit of rubber, and play the long strategy.
And that's what you simply have to do here sometimes. So there we go. You can just see the trainer cars. Go on, Lorenzo.
Yeah, take a look between G-Drive and Pearson. This is now getting a little bit frantic.
Whoa, look at that. 3 wide on the way through there. And 3 wide again as Pure Sims and G-Drive try to negotiate the traffic here. In fact, it's Pure Sims inside of 2 G-Drive cars right there. As they have to look ahead and behind to try and get through. But I'm just going to have a look there because that was a bit of a confusing sequence in and amongst them. We'll actually get the chopper cam out for this one because you can see, there we go, 3 wide with the traffic, and then you'll get ourselves a little bit of a 3 wide again here as it all gets sorted out. And well, that's sometimes what Le Mans does, because trains of cars plus other trains of cars trying to get through on them, sometimes that happens, Sumo.
Yeah, it is very, very risky. I remember watching an onboard from one of the Porsche 911 RSRs back in 2017, and the car was just going well, all cool, and then an LMP2 car flashes up, goes past, and then an LMP1 car comes past. So just the kind of differences between all these categories is so huge. And as a driver, you need to make sure that you navigate this traffic so well, because if you make one tiny mistake, you just clip on the back of one car, maybe you touch one of them, or maybe if you just go a bit too wide, that's your race gone in a second, in a flash pretty much. So managing traffic, well, if I'm not mistaken, these LMP2 drivers can manage traffic better than the Mumbai police, to be very honest. They are absolutely on it. It's very risky, it's very hard, but they're doing a good job so far. And I mean so far because we still have 5.5 hours left, and they need to make sure they do that for a long time.
Yeah, so as you can see them head their way through the first sector now, 0.5 of a second between G-Drive and Pure Sim. So G-Drive able to pull out that gap a little bit after the frantic traffic that they had. I have to say that we are aware of the live timing showing a different race at the moment. That's because I had to stop my live timing because Porsche wanted our live timing. So there we go. That's the situation there. As we'll try and get an alternative arrangement sorted in the not too distant future. But for now, we'll have to deal with no live timing, at least until the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup has finished. But look at this, though, Lorenzo. Cars on the pit lane, and these are LMP1s as they're coming to get their first set of stops done. And it's basically everyone on the pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, it is expected for these LMP1 cars to go over 40 minutes with the full stay, with the full fuel, and also the deployment. And one thing that we have to talk about, we haven't seen, because we're paying attention with some other stuff, is Dominic Farber just took a chunk of time out of Burst. So Burst is gonna be on the back burner. It's gonna be under pressure from Dominic Farber anytime soon.
Yeah, because you can see the gap as they exit pit lane. Yeah, it's just this big chunk being taken out, and 2.8 seconds now, whereas that gap was just a little bit more as they came on towards pit lane. So Team Redline doing a good job on their in-lap there to be able to make that happen. But still very much outside of drafting range, so they still have a little bit of work to do here. But like has been the theme throughout the start of many of these endurance races, Sumil, it's early stages. You know, maybe you can extrapolate some trends from now until the end of the race, but at least as far as these first 1 or 2 stints go, it's just the objective is get to the end of those first 1 or 2 stints.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. I mean, it's a 6-hour long race and you just don't want to be over aggressive and make that one tiny mistake that can cost you an entire race. So at the moment, the strategy is stay calm, stay cool, drive as fast as you can, but not too aggressively. In fact, the Alliance Pro strategy of driving at 95% may make a lot of sense right now, because you need to make sure that you're actually quite close to the other drivers, but again, you do not need to make sure that you're too close. So taking too many risks here, to going a bit too wide, making use of a bit too much of the track space could be ill-advised, to say the best. And yeah, that is one thing that the drivers need to watch out for. I mean, initially just stay calm, control the race, and once we get down towards the end, perhaps the last hour and a half or something like that, that's when all the strategies will culminate, and that is exactly when the real racing, the hardcore racing action will begin. But still, the strategy element is still on, and in endurance racing, it is the strategy that wins you the racing, not the aggressive driving. So here, this is when the race could literally go from one side to the other.
Yeah, we're looking at Team Fordzilla versus Radicals Online, as Fordzilla really didn't like that LMP2 car getting through on them, as they quite understandably, because they've lost about 1.5 seconds in and amongst that. So that was a tough lapping procedure for Fordzilla, but you know, like I said, it's still a long way to go, so there's still time to make up that lost time back. It does mean, though, crucially, Lorenzo, that they've now dropped out of the draft of Radicals Online and can't lift and coast as much.
Yeah, they cannot, and the fuel consumption will actually increase. Their time on track might initially decrease a little bit. If they were aiming for a 1 hour, it might go under an hour, maybe 58, 59 minutes. It's going to be really interesting how Fordzilla will perform. They actually have the MSIE sports red, though, as they can switch back and forth in the draft if they want to, play a little bit of strategy. But now the only car who's going to be quite complicated in their own circumstances will be that Radical Online you just saw on screen as we switched it up to Burst.
Yeah, Burst Esports heading their way. Well, at least they'd gotten a couple of bits of LMP2 traffic done at this stage, so it's not going to be too long before they actually meet the vast majority of the rest of the LMP2s. I'm just looking at GTs and your LMP2s. There they go. They have a slight lapping procedure underway, but I think both fields are very spread out at the moment, Sumil, so it's not really these massive packs of cars that the faster classes have to deal with. It's more like the just a couple of cars here and there, pairs of cars, trios of cars. So it's going to be a bit easier for them, but there will come portions in this race later where, just by the natural fluctuations of the race, where cars will then close up into packs once again, maybe even 1 or 2 laps off of each other, but still in the same piece of real estate on the track. And then we'll get this whole bunch of everyone on the Mulsanne straight, for example, and no one else out there on circuit.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens here. It's pretty much like a cycle. So at one point of time, I think right now, in fact, they're facing virtually a clear track. So they may not be facing a lot of cars, just 1 or 2 here and there. That is when they can really go past, use the clean air, and make some good use of that clear track that they have. But later on, perhaps, we may see the cars bunching up and the traffic problem may become even bigger. So for now, it's all about just making good use of the clear track that you have. Enjoy your driving, enjoy your racing. Still a long time to go in the race, and just make sure that you clock in those consistent lap times. And preferably stay behind the other guy, because that's when you can save a lot of fuel and extend your stint pretty much. And that can go a long way in making sure that you can win the race, because in the end, you want to have as fewer pit stops as you wish to. And by having less pit stops, you of course save a lot of time, and in fact having smaller pit stops as well makes a big difference, because you pump in less fuel into your car if you save more. So that is one thing that the drivers have to look out for, along with the traffic, and of course along with setting in some consistent lap times.
Yeah, as we're looking at Burst Esports, their race leader overall and in the LMP1s, but the gap remains, well, 1.7 seconds back to Team Redline, as Trios Team Redline might still not quite there to lock onto the back of your race leader, but they're making steady progress. Maybe not on lap 12, as they lost 7.5 tenths of a second, but overall they're looking to try and reel in Kazuki Umashima. So they're really finding a bit of speed maybe in the start of this second stint. So we'll see how that one works out for them. The next pit stops that we'll see are actually LMP2 pit stops, because they can only go around about 50 minutes, if that, on a tank. So they are going to be pitting short of the hour. Meanwhile, the GTEs, I think they got a bit of a boost in terms of their fuel economy on the last patch. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lorenzo, but it looks like those GTEs can much more easily make the hour mark here in this race than they used to be able to.
If I'm not mistaken, the latest patch actually corrected the GT3 cars.
GT3s, okay.
And GT3s. Okay. They reduced slightly the consumption on the GT3 cars. They can go a little bit longer now. GTEs, they can still go over the hour, maybe hour and 5. If you go less than an hour, it's because you just use the full throttle and you didn't look every single second. It's going to be really interesting as we are seeing right now Apex and Q once again. And it actually was a really interesting overtake from Apex because they nearly came together in the Porsche curves as Johan, when he made the overtake, kind of overshot the entry of the Porsche curves, and Scalabrini had to back up the car so they didn't come together at the dangerous part of the Michelin wall.
Yeah, but you can quickly find yourself in a wall through the Porsche curves if you're not too careful, especially going side by side with another car, because it's not really a section where you can go side by side quickly through it. You can go side by side, but it's going to be a huge amount of time lost by both cars the longer you keep that arrangement. And of course, like I said, you're risking hitting the barriers there as well. But this gap will remain about 0.2 of a second between them. Do you think, Samil, that these guys are just basically swapping over the race lead, trying to share the fuel saving that they're getting, or are they truly fighting for position?
No, I don't think they're truly fighting for position. I mean, even if they are, it doesn't really make sense at all at this point of time. I mean, the smart thing would be to just, swap around a little bit, just give everyone the edge. And, I mean, you definitely don't want to be the car in the lead for a long, long time, because that's when you're just clearing up the air for the car behind you. And you're effectively giving them a much bigger advantage in terms of the strategy. So the smartest would be for them to swap around a little bit, try to change the positions, trying to give everyone the fuel advantage and taking this fight much deeper into the race. And as you mentioned about traffic control over there, the Porsche curves, if you find someone over there, then good luck in getting your race correct. You're either going to crash or you're either going to lose a lot of time over there. So that's a tricky bit of places to, that's a tricky place in fact to find any traffic, along with the initial SS section as well. So be wary about that, all the drivers. Traffic is something that you definitely want to avoid in that particular place. Where you want the traffic is exactly on the straights, because you've got a wide straight section over here at Le Mans. You can just go in there, go around the outside or maybe on the inside line, make a move clearly past the chicanes, and that's when you can avoid all the traffic. But around here, well, the Porsche curves and the S's, you better wish that you avoid them over there, because here it's super tricky.
Yeah, it is. And well, Apex just holding on to the race lead at the moment, but like you said, Sewell, they're likely not outright fighting for position at this moment in time. In fact, they won't, because they're actually heading on towards the pit lane. So LMP2 pit stops in effect now, and it comes at just shy of 3 minutes before the 50-minute mark. So it's around about the time that we expected for them to come down in. It looks like pretty much everyone in LMP2 is coming onto the pit lane right now. So I'm not seeing anyone that's been able to stay out the extra lap here. So that's the situation in LMP2, is everyone down in on the exact same lap. We saw a couple of drivers come in earlier with Allied Racing Esports, for example. They came down in earlier, so they stay out there on circuit, but still pretty much everyone else in LMP2s on the pit lane. As Lorenzo, you had a bit of a weird reaction.
Yeah, I'm looking at the S2V Esports LMP2. Apparently he's missing it from bumper.
Yeah.
Oh dear. That could be pivotal.
Okay, we'll try and find where this happens. There we go. So they have their front clip there. So I know
that's an ugly looking car.
Yeah. I know this is before the incident because they have their front clip. It looks like a large amount of GTE traffic. Let's see what has happened to S2V Esports. Porsche pushes wide. That's not the incident. They're able to get through on that just fine. Wow, they just speared into the Armco. What happened there? That wasn't the greatest view of it, because we just saw the nose-on shot. Maybe if we get the chopper cam, we can see exactly what happened, because that was a confusing one. Oh, I think it was the Bavano LMP1 car that just speared into the back of them.
Yeah, it does look like it was a Movano just hitting on the back on the splitter, not the splitter, the diffuser of the S2V as the Porsche got out of the way. I think Movano just got a little bit just tagged the left of S2V and sent it into the Arco. Nearly caused a massive gaggle because there was a lot of LMP1 cars and GTEs involved in the mix.
Well, it just looked like when he pushed him past, the only thing he would have been saying, "Move aside, peasant, you're too slow." And that just was a massive accident over there. The Movano car, yeah, just tapped him in. And that's what happens when you accelerate a bit too quickly. The Porsche moved out, the Movano just had to go away, but sadly went at just the wrong time for the other car. And then, well, that's big damage. Thankfully, we do have a lot of time for the other car to recover, but still, that's a big, big blow for them.
Yeah, look at this amount of traffic down the Mulsanne straight at the moment. Wonder if we can get a good shot of it. There we go. There's a huge amount of cars down the Mulsanne straight. We actually missed a good chunk of them as they went through on our screens a little bit too quick for us to catch them. But you can see on the track map that basically the vast majority of everyone are on the Mulsanne straight, heading their way into Mulsanne corner at the moment. So yeah, this is quite the gaggle of cars, and I did say that this can happen, Lorenzo, and well, it seems like it's happened early on here with everyone lapping everyone else.
Yeah, imagine if you're Fernando Alonso just coming out of a full course yellow, not a full course yellow, but a code 60, and you see at least a sea of cars. Well, he saw that in the real life, but imagine if it was in the virtual world, he saw at least 15 cars in an LMP1. It would have been funny for him to overtake every single one on the Mulsanne.
Well, he would be saying all of the time, you have to leave the space.
I thought you were going to say GP2 engine.
That's another thing as well.
Yeah, look at this though.
I hope he doesn't say that to the HPDs.
G-Drive and Relay Sim Racing are the battle on screen. Top 5 positions on the cards for this class as they have to battle in and amongst the well, LMP1's trying to come through on them, at least initially there, but I think they'll get a little bit of respite at the moment for these guys as Relay Sim Racing closing in a second, then 2 seconds a lap on that previous lap, so they've really shortened the gap here, shortened the distance, and G-Drive are a certain overtake opportunity for them unless they just want to get a bit of fuel saving done. And like I said, Sumil, it's eternal decision that the drivers have to make, and it looks like Relay Sim Racing for now, with that error through the Porsche curves, they actually pushed them a little bit wide on one of the apexes. The pass will just have to wait for now.
Yeah, the boss will have to wait for now, and I think they definitely can wait up for a long time, because there is a lot of time in this race, as we've been saying a long time and again. Stay back, relax, stay in the draft, conserve your fuel, and make sure that you get the edge in terms of the strategy. Yeah, in fact, they have lost a bit of a gap, and now they may be under some pressure by the car behind. Is that the Flamingo? Yes, that is the Flamingo. Yeah. So that is one thing that they need to look out for. They can actually stay back, and if they battle too hard as well, that could be a bit of an issue, because the cars behind can close up, and they may not be able to close up jointly to the cars up ahead. So that is another element coming into picture. I mean, eventually, of course, they all want to win this race, and battling amongst each other, yeah, that does give you a lot of pride by winning this individual battle, but in the end, you all want to be in the top 3, or maybe even winning the race. So battling amongst each other, it may be an entertaining option, but it may not be the smartest in terms of the overall result of the race. So the drivers must be considering that, must be thinking about it, and must be making the decisions purely based on that.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. 0.4 of a second between Flamboyant Flamingo and Relay Sim Racing. Flamboyant Flamingo, they had the issue in the early part of the race because they were pole position, and then they got cycled all the way back into P10, if I remember correctly. So they've gained a couple of positions since then, and they might be able to at least maybe even get into the top 5 here by the time this stint is done, Lorenzo, because they have Relay Sim Racing just ahead of them. They have the other car, G-Drive, not too far down the road. So this is a good recovery drive so far from Alex Traynor after those early problems.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting how Alex Traynor and Fraser Williamson will perform in that Flamboyant Flamingo car as they come down into the second chicane. This is applying a little bit of pressure. They overtake the Fordzilla one car. Now Traynor just puts the pedal once again, nearly clipping the diffuser of that relay. And Alex Traynor already looking on the outside as they come into the Mulsanne corner side to side, and our training applying pressure.
Yeah, there they are. Nothing to separate them on the way into Mulsanne, and that's the Flamingos through on the Relay Sim Racing car. Simple pass coming down the Mulsanne straight into Mulsanne corner. Although Relay Sim Racing, they might just have another chance here as we'll actually go on board with them. But there, that's the sign, that's the signal that I think that these guys are just going to sit behind Alex Traynor and just get that fuel saving done. You can see they're getting the runs, but they're lifting out every single time, so their decision has been made.
Yeah, it's quite a clear choice that they've made right here. They would be much happier to stay back behind and try to conserve that fuel and conserve those tires as well. It's a smart choice, actually. It's a smart choice because towards the end of the race, this could pay out a lot. And Relay Sim Racing, we saw them getting really close over there and to the Flamingo, the flamboyant Flamingo, actually. But they decided that, okay, we can wait it out. We can stick behind. We can take our time and eventually make sure that we get a better position towards the end. And the end is what matters here. I mean, maybe thinking, watching the stream, that we're actually overhyping the end, but that is when all the endurance races come to an actual climax, pretty much. I mean, it is of course the climax of the 6-hour race, but that is when all the strategies culminate, all the tires are fresh, the drivers are, well, if you're having a driver change, that is when all the drivers are freshly in with fresh tires and no pressure about conserving. That is when you can go properly all out and decide who was actually the victor of this race.
So we are around 5 minutes before the first hour elapsed mark. And when that happens, we'll probably see GTE cars onto the pit lane. In fact, we've already had a good group of GTE cars that have decided to pit even before the hour here, because we had MSI Esports Blue. They've already made a pit stop here, so they're stopped 33.8 seconds, and that seems to be the theme up and down the GTE field, Lorenzo, because it looks like, of course, the circuit to the south, not all that high in terms of tire degradation, so they can much more easily go for these double stints.
Yeah, this is probably one of the fewest racetracks in the whole world where you can actually think about double stinting the tires, even on relatively hot temperatures, because you don't, like you said, with the tire updates and making sure the tire wear is actually higher than usual, you can think about using double stints even on a 30 plus Celsius degrees track, because you don't spend anything. As I'm seeing Radicals Online just coming out of the pits and no tires.
Yep, there we go. Fordzilla gonna be off and away as they have also taken the double stint here. So 34 seconds on their stop. I'm just, in terms of cars that have taken tires, I'm seeing V10R Esports. They took tires on their stop. You can see 1 minute was their pit stop time, stationary in their pit box, so that's taking tires. You see Team Fordzilla Spain as well. They also took tires on that stop. But it seems like the plan for the vast majority of drivers here, Sumel, is to go the distance in terms of the 2 stints on 1 set of tires. And if there's any track, like Lorenzo said, that you're able to do that, it's this one.
Yeah, indeed, double stinting would be quite a smart option because, of course, you're saving a huge deal of time in the pit lane. And it's going to be a tricky ask, actually. Le Mans, actually, as Lorenzo mentioned, is a track where you can actually try and double stint, but you need to be very, very conservative about that, because yes, you may lose a lot of time if you take on a new set of tires, but remember, if you get your double stint wrong, the kind of drop-off that these tires may have while you're driving, it could be immense. You may have to take an extra pit stop, and all the advantage that you see with the double stint may pretty much be nullified in an instant. So you need to be extremely, extremely good at trying to conserve your tires, and making sure that you don't go on the marbles is essential as well, because if you do, you're going to collect up a lot of dirt and a lot of dust, and that will certainly not help out with the double stinting. So at the moment, we may just see the race settling in, becoming a bit processional. And Lorenzo, I guess you have something to say about that.
I'm just looking because we are at 8 hours 32 minutes on sim, so at 8:32 a.m. on sim. So track is still going to be at its quotas, and when we reach the final 2 hours, when it's going to be around 2 p.m. 1 p.m. on the sim time, is where it's going to be the hottest. I think this might be the only pits, in my opinion, where we're going to see teams actually going for the for the single stint strategy. So you might see the final 2 maybe pit stops where the track is at its hottest, where we're going to see the full service.
Ooh,
so they
MSI.
can shred it 30 seconds away. Go ahead.
Whoa, MSI Esports Red, they go wide through Mulsanne corner, and that means that the Radicals Online car is able to get ahead in the Ford GT. We'll take another look at it. On board with MSI Esports Red then, you can just see into Mulsanne corner. The car just didn't want to turn in, carrying a bit too much speed into there, out into the rust and gravel they go. And that Ferrari, unfortunately, losing out to Ford in this occasion. As that story, of course, will continue, Sumo.
Yeah, the story will definitely continue for a long time. The car just went out wide over there, the MSI Esports Red one. We ride on board with them at the moment, and that just got a bit hairy for them at that point of time. So thankfully for them, they're still in the race, they're still doing fine, but that moment was a bit of a scary one as they went out wide on the track. Again, they need to make sure that they stay on the track to make sure that they complete the double stint effectively.
Yeah, and well, at least they don't hit any barriers, so they're able to keep the car clean. Maybe you have to get the mechanics to dig out pieces of gravel out of that car from the radiators and such, Lorenzo, but as long as the body panels are all in good order, then it's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. You're still surviving. Race Dog agrees with my statement. So, with that being said, MSI can still live to fight for another day, but they lost the draft range for the Radicals 4, so that is not good on them. And these guys were saying this battle has been going for quite a while. I would say this battle has been going since the second.
Yeah, it's been going a while, but well, I'm looking back at the overall race lead because Redline Burst Esports 1.4, 1.5 seconds between them at the moment, and we can see that gap just actually starting to edge out because Team Redline actually ahead at this stage, so that has swapped since the last time we talked about it. But you know, it's around about that time now that we'll actually go through the top positions in each class then. So this is going to be the top 8 presented by Okera, and we'll get themselves up onto the screen in just a couple of moments. There we go. So Team Redline, this is LMP1s. They lead by 2.7 seconds over Burst Esports. Stream Racing Team in P3, Race Clutch 16 in P4, Pro Charge Sim Sports in P5, Satellite Racing in P6, Race Clutch 15 in 7th place, and Cube Racing LMP1 in that 8th spot in that fastest class. And Lorenzo, just take us through LMP2s.
So in the lead of the LMP2s is Apex Racing Team, followed closely by Cube Racing, just at one side, get over here, about 2.7 seconds between Cube and Apex, and P3 is Pure Scene Esports, just followed by the G-Drive Eximia. P5 is the other G-Drive Eximia number 2 car. Number 6 is Flamboyant Flamingo Racing. P7 Relay Sim Racing, and running at the top 8 in the LMP2 is ACD Racing. Now, back to you, Connery.
There we go, and in GTEs it looks like this. MSI Esports Blue are leading by 14 seconds over SimRC.de Titan. Radicals Online Motaf in 3rd place with MSI Esports Red in 4th. Team Fordzilla in 5th with Tetra Rouge Racing in 6th. Red Face Racing by JRT in 7th place, and Cube Racing GTE rounds out your top 8 in that class. So that was your Okera top 8 on top of the hour. And, well, we'll actually go RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with someone out there and someone in a battle. In fact, we'll go with GTEs, as we will just take a break in terms of the commentary. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments' time, but we're going to go on board with Red Face Racing by JRT for a lap or so. everyone, welcome back to the 6 hours of sim racing presented by Race Clutch. A couple of laps on board there with the Red Face racing team as they continue to try and make progress in their own race. Currently in P6 at the moment in that GTE class. Jan Arroyo behind the wheel of the Porsche at the moment, trying to catch the quite large gap to Fordzilla as they are about 18 seconds behind Fordzilla at the moment. So still a lot of work for those guys to do. Meanwhile, we did get some news that the Team Redline car, Lorenzo, actually had a spin at some point over the last couple of laps, which did result in Burst Esports taking the overall race lead there. I'm just seeing, is that Stream Racing team having a spin in the background? I'm just going to have a look and double check this because that might be comical if so. Looks like Stream Racing team has had a problem here into Mulsanne. And they just pushed wide. So there we go. It's just a simple case of pushing wide, nothing more, Lorenzo. But like I said, it seems like Redline have had a bigger problem considering they're 10 seconds behind the race leader.
I was taking a look at the lap that Dominant Farmer actually spun. It was a 3:33.390 comparison to his 3:19 lap. So nearly 20 seconds. I was gonna say 15 seconds lost on that lap. It was lap 19. So unfortunately for Farber, a lot of time gone and the lead gone as well. So he has to claw himself back up. But knowing Kazuko Mishima is going full pedal to the metal and using the full deployment, it's going to be quite complicated for Redline.
It does get complicated from this point forwards, but what's not complicated is this battle for P3. Pure Sims G-Drive. It seems like they're stuck together like glue throughout the opening portion of this race, and it seems like that doesn't relent from this point forwards. As Daniel Kraft in the Pure Sims car, Martin van Loosnoord in the G-Drive machine. As looks like G-Drive just content to sit behind and get that fuel-saving mode engaged, so it doesn't look like a pass is imminent between these two. As, like I said, Subil, many times this broadcast already, this is going to be the theme for the next, I would say, 3.5 hours, because that's just how racing goes here at Le Mans. It's a strategy game, it's a fuel game in each and every one of these classes, so you do have to sort of approach it with a different mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. Le Mans, of course, is like a game of chess pretty much, where each and every single one of the moves that you make has an impact on the long term. It may not seem like it immediately, but later on it certainly does have a big impact. So for now, yes, you may be thinking the racing has stagnated a little bit, but don't go anywhere, guys. We are on the broadcast to keep you entertained, and hopefully the drivers driving on the track will do a bit of action to keep you entertained as well. So still 4 hours and 45 minutes left approximately, more or less, so should be some good racing coming up towards the end. But for now, it's all about the strategy, and what we can do here is speak to you about the strategy elements, trying to uncode this for you, trying to understand how teams are actually managing things out, maybe discuss all things motorsport for you.
Yeah, maybe we should do that at some point. We do have some drafting pairs, I will call them. Radicals Online, MSI Esports Red looks like they'll get a swap done down in through the Mulsanne and well before the braking zone for one of the chicanes, so able to get that clean. Rest in peace, Cone. Please press F to pay respects. As Sumel, you weren't here for this for the last. I don't know if it was the last iRacing Le Mans 24 hours or if it was the previous one, but I was on the broadcast with Jake Sperry, I believe, at the time, and we had Cone Cam. Which is basically Hugo set up a camera looking at one single cone, and we were seeing which driver was going to hit the cone. That's sometimes how these sorts of broadcasts go. As again, another cone on entry. What are these guys with the cones? It's horrible.
The first one actually didn't say, and I think I know when this was, but I think this was on 2018.
Yeah. So a couple of years ago.
Well, the kind of mentality is if you see a cone, kick it. It's there for you to get it kicked off. So I'm not surprised about that. But cone. Gee, a cone cam.
It was that cone on the just the sort of just before the turning point for Mulsanne. It was that single cone that's left all on its own. You know, it doesn't have any friends. So
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
yes, we're steadily starting to go insane on this broadcast already. It's good to see.
The best part of that cone is that when it's not kinked over the curb, nearly literally, is actually being whenever LMP2 or LMP1 hits that cone and actually gets stuck on the cone and moves because of it.
Yeah, I've seen people be beached on curbs here before.
How do you do that? How do you achieve that level of greatness?
I don't know. It's here and also at the Nürburgring Nordschleife where I've seen cars actually get beached on curbs. It's absolutely hilarious every single time it happens. Maybe for me, maybe not for the driver of the team involved, but it can and does happen. I don't know if you've experienced that, Lorenzo.
I'll be honest, I did experience that once in an F Renault race at I think it was Mid Ohio when I had on turn 1 there is the exit out of it. There was a few cones, and I think 2 of them, and they were stuck right beside each part of the front wing, and I had to beach the car so I could actually take them out. As I was seeing I think that was a Mavana car just overtaking them around the exit of the Porsche cars. But still, it isn't the prettiest sight for you to see cones right ahead of your car and you have to beast the car. But one thing I can actually say, #content.
Yeah, it is great content. I mean, we had some great content on the pace lap of this race, let's just say that. But I'm sorry,
That was cheeky.
I'm sorry, RSO, but it's true. We just saw a couple of LMP2s actually come off the pit lane, so it looks like their pit stops are in effect at the moment. There's race clutch number 15 there with Basilas Remeniak behind the wheel. We also have Protocharge Sim Sports on the pit lane as well. So we're about, you know, these LMP1 pit stops do come at you pretty fast and furious, Hugo, because they can't go too long at all on their fuel stint. So it's they're having to come down on towards the pit lane quite often. So they'll be far and away the car with, or the class with the most pit stops in this race.
Yeah, they will be stopping a lot. I mean, the LMP ones, of course, for as quick as they are. I mean, they do have to come up in the pit lane quite a few times, so that can block off their momentum at times. But again, I mean, you have to pay some price for that. I mean, if you're the fastest category on the grid, you will be stopping a lot more often. But still, the LMP ones do tend to produce a lot of good racing. I mean, for them, the strategy element is a lot different. These LMP1 cars, they never really just conserve energy. I mean, they just keep on going flat out, and that is the reason why they make pit stops at such a regular interval. So yeah, although the pit stops may be coming in fast and furious, the time between the stints and the lap time between the stints as well, that's pretty fast and furious too. Now we're done with the curious case of Charlie Cohn and the grumpy gravel traps. We can now move on to discussing about the MP2s and the GTEs as well. They seem to be having quite a processional race so far, but hopefully we'll be getting some battles coming in shortly.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just the patience to be able to wait for these battles to actually materialize. You know, you have these drafting pairs, you know, Pure Sim and G-Drive being one of them. But as far as everyone else, it seems like everyone's focused on their own race, and you cannot blame them for doing so. As you saw, actually, Pure Sims tap the brake coming down the Mulsanne just to let G-Drive by here. So they will get that pass done down the Mulsanne. So none of these passes are, you know, battle sore position, Lorenzo. They're all just trying to share the draft, saying, okay, you have a run, let's swap things around, let's tow each other around the racetrack, let's get our fuel numbers where they need to be. And it's one of those rare occasions where drivers are actually from different teams are actually just working together.
Yeah, it is. I like to call that as a gentleman swapping. To be very honest, because I've done that before. I did let off the brake and let another HPD go by as like I give the tow, you're gonna give the tow as expected. So we were trying to work ourselves together and try to get closer to the teams right ahead of you. Might not work. You go for 1 or 2, maybe 3 laps to see if your pace is actually good enough and the other guy's pace is good enough. If it isn't, you might have to try to race them and try to clear out the best as you can, but that's not true in the HPDs, to be very honest. I do that all the time.
And Well, these guys at the moment continuing on with their little drafting situation.
Oh, is that a car off an Arnage?
That's Redface. I think that's Redface Racing. I recognize that livery anywhere, as they haven't changed it in what feels like a very long time. They have gone off down in the corner there. We'll just get ourselves a replay. There's the tail end of it. So what has happened to Jan Royer through the Indianapolis corner? Let's have a look on boards. Just fine through the exit. I think it's through Arnage that they might have had a problem. Oh, up over the curb, trying to turn in. Car didn't like it. And they just have their own little self-spin there, Lorenzo. So, oh, they have to wait for traffic as well. I was scared they were going to rejoin in the in amongst the LMP2s there, but they're able to find their own space eventually. But yeah, just a slight error there from the number 56 car. Luckily, no one else was involved.
Yeah, the first car actually was going. It was a Tataru, and then G-Drive and Pearsons were gone right after. Lost a few positions. I think what that was 2 positions lost overall in the GTEs, as they're right behind. I think that's the Cube Racing GTE, or yeah, I think that's the Cube. I'm not into it's the 64 now. It is a big bird, so it's a back mark.
Yeah. I'm seeing a message from Seacrone. On your graphics, you think about putting the class of car beside the team name, so fans like me who love the racing can get a better idea of who we're seeing. Well, everything is color-coded. So all the GTE cars are in yellow on the graphics. You see the LMP1s, they're all in the light blue color. And in your LMP2s, they are in a green. So that's how you tell which class is which. So just so you didn't know, because I know there are so many people that are new to our broadcasts here and not quite understanding how things usually work, and we acknowledge that, and it's good to let people know those sorts of differences. As I'm seeing on that Apex team car, the rear bodywork of that LMP2 is not how it should be. It's more of an open wheel car at the back there, Lorenzo. I'm not sure if you're seeing this on your side of things, but at least on my PC right now, it's actually it should be relatively okay. Actually, it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. I'm not sure what that was about. I do apologize, but Johan Half seeming to go along well at the moment in the number 30 Apex Racing team car. Cube Racing about 2.7 seconds behind them. So there we go. That's the gap up on screen for you now. We can even get the lap gaps to see how that has changed over the last 3 laps. And well, it's going to be a bit of a gain on that last lap for Apex Racing team. And they look to try and continue on that theme. They are running on their own here, Subil, which will mean that they're not able to get as much fuel saving done as some of the other cars that are in draft packs. But, you know, I think they've sort of found themselves in a situation now. They have a bit of a buffer at the front and can just run in this clean air, and maybe the losses on the strategy won't really be a massive factor.
Yeah, that may not be a massive factor at the moment, but they would preferably want to stay inside the draft and maybe cover it off, save a lot of fuel, and help them out towards the end. Now, at the moment, they're doing a decent job so far. I mean, yes, in fact, driving alone, it can be a good thing. I mean, driving in the clean air allows you to post in a lot of good lap times, but it does impact your fuel as well. I mean, in the case of an endurance race, you really want to be conserving that fuel, especially in the LMP2s, because they do make pit stops a bit more faster than the GTEs and all that. So for them, the dynamic is a bit more different. Yes, the clean air would help them out, give them a bit of momentum, give them the chance to maximize this space and try to put in some good laps, but preferably they would want to be behind someone. I mean, of course, they don't want to be way backwards as well, because then that may compromise the whole race, but they just want to be in a comfortable position, and so far they do seem to be in one.
Yeah, and you know, it's great to be in those positions. Actually, I do have a graphic that will tell you each class color. I've just completely forgot about it. Let's have a look. There we go. Leaders. There they are on the top of your screen. I completely forgot that graphic existed. Your race leaders, LMP1, Burst Esports, LMP2, Apex Racing Team, and MSI Esports Blue are your class leaders. So thank you very much, C. Cron, for reminding me of a feature of our graphics that I forgot was a thing.
I think Sumil will be right back, as apparently technical difficulties got into his workplace.
Oh, okay. But yeah, thank you, Seacrone, for reminding me of... Well, showing the class colors.
Yeah, the marvelous world of ATBO. Talking about Simracing and ATBO, apparently we have an interview lined up over here.
Yeah, we do. We have Simon Feigl from Altus Esports into the commentary booth. Simon, yeah, it's a tough one considering how your GTE car started this race, or in fact didn't start this race. As we've already heard the story from Team RSO, but what's the feeling on your side?
Mostly it's just disappointment. I mean, I could tell pretty quickly that it wasn't an intentional type thing. But certainly, yeah, when we took off from the line, it was. I kind of thought, because I saw Fabio didn't take off at the same time as we did, and I thought he was just accelerating quickly just to catch up. Yeah, then sort of by the time I could see that he wasn't on the brakes, it was just way too late. So. Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, it was just more disappointment than anything. Not, obviously for all the time that we put in, and also for Nestor Girolami, who we had in the car from WTCR. He's also a Cube Controls brand ambassador as well. He's a sponsor of our team. It was a good alignment when we saw this event came up, and we really wanted to have a race with him, and it would have been good fun. So it's just more disappointment than anything. We're not sort of angry about what happened. It was just a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame, and it's something that's completely not in your control. You know, you were just the innocent target, and it could have literally been anyone else in front of RSO on that GTE car, in that GTE grid. It just so happened to be your car, so you must be feeling doubly sort of, I guess the word would be unfortunate that was the case.
Yeah, it was just a case of wrong place at the wrong time, and then she was compounded with the, when you tow before the green light, our outlap didn't tick over as it being lap 1, so it completed our first lap. We thought we were only 30 seconds behind the pack, but then it just doesn't count your lap, so we ended up being a lap and a half behind, and at that point, all the motivation's sort of out of it, and yeah, we just didn't really feel like it was worth continuing, and it was a real shame for everyone, and also for the race. I think we could have had a really good race with the MSI SimRC guys and all the others around us as well. So we're disappointed, obviously, for our sponsors, everything like that, but and for the race. But obviously, it's not an intentional thing. I think if it was, then we would have been feeling a bit different. But it's more just a somber disappointment. So yeah, next time.
It looks like you did attempt to at least try and get going, but it looks like you've retired that car now. It's unfortunate, and these things unfortunately do happen. You just have to deal with them. Yes, there's that sort of awkwardness in the moment, maybe even a bit of rage or frustration, but in the end, there's not a lot of RSO could have done. There's definitely nothing you could have done. It's just an unfortunate set of circumstances.
Yeah, that's right, and it could have happened to anyone, so it's just a wrong place at the wrong time. Already Manuel and I have had a private chat, and there's certainly no ill blood between us or anything like that. It's just one of those things, and I know it was certainly not intentional, so we'll move on to the next one, and we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. What's next on the list for Altus Esports then? Because of course we've had the main private endurance leagues. They finished up now. So what's the goal for Altus?
We've got a lot of things actually on the go. So we're actually supporting the Walkinshaw Andretti United team within the Supercar Z series. So that's been really, really positive, and good to work with real-world drivers such as Mostert and Bryce Fullwood on that, race engineering on the night, and also prepping ahead of each week's race. Then, in terms of our own Altus activities, we're also doing work within the World Series Sprint Cars, where we've partnered up with a real-world team for that as well. So Tim Ryan will be representing us in that, which will be a lot of fun. And then on, I guess, more the GT sort of side of things, anyway, in TCR, we're competing at the moment in the 12 Hours of Suzuka, which is so far going well. And then certainly Porsche Esports Super Cup is the next real big thing on our radar. So that's only really a few weeks away now, and with Dane Warren, Josh Anderson, and Thomas Tatala in that, we're quite confident of putting on a good show and certainly giving the top guys a shake.
you certainly seem to be in the thick of things a lot of the time when it comes to the top competition on iRacing. And Lorenzo, you have a question?
Yeah, actually, you brought up something that I'm really curious about asking. First and foremost, you guys also have the Nürburgring 24. I believe you guys are going to be lining up a car on the GT3 side, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll definitely have a GT4, and we'll have another car yet to be determined.
All right, interesting. And my question actually is, I know you guys are lining up the GTE car in the Le Mans race in June because you guys are usually in the Le Mans race with the second consecutive year, maybe third for you guys in this class. So even though it is 6 hours, was this a race that you guys would be thinking about taking as a preview to Le Mans already with the setup, initial draft of the setup when you come to Le Mans?
Not so much. I think for us, we're kind of treating this almost as a bit of fun, really. So it was an opportunity to do a race as well with Nesta or Bebu, and you know, kind of get him up to speed with working with a team, and obviously working with a new driver is always fun as well. So yeah, it was kind of the notion of that, and the notion of the event being that you had every team had a guest driver, or most teams certainly did, and so yeah, I think it was kind of going to be a bit of fun this one, less so than thinking about the pressures that come with when you take a pro race seriously. But certainly, you know, Yannick is an absolute guru around Le Mans, so you know, a Frenchman, and yeah, he didn't actually get to race last year. I know he's super keen to race this year, with technical issues not being a factor. So that will be there for sure, and we'll, you know, we've finished second and third, so last couple of years, so hopefully we can go one better.
Go ahead, Conrad. Yeah, pretty much it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Simon. Is there anything you want to say before we go back to the racing?
No, thanks for having me. I just wanted to also just put out, I guess, our piece and where we were sort of at with it, but yeah, certainly nothing against Team RSO. They're a great team. Manuel's a great team manager, and I think the guys at RSO do a great job. We have a lot of respect for them, and certainly when we next catch up, whenever that may be, hopefully at a Sim Expo coming up, whenever that may happen, yeah, we certainly look forward to having a few beers and laughing about this in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta hope that Simracing Expo is still on this year, considering the situation. But hopefully it does happen, and I'll definitely be there if it does. So I'll be able to see you there, Simon.
Excellent. I hope to see you there whenever that does happen. Cheers,
right,
guys.
All right, see ya. Bye-bye. There we go. Simon Weigel from Altus Esports there. You know, quite understandably, Sumil, quite, well, I guess slightly bitter about the incident, but he understands that, you know, there's nothing his team could have done, nothing really that RSO could have done either. And, you know, after that initial sort of situation where they were frustrated about what happens, they understand that this is supposed to be the fun race. Yes, there was a lot of preparation coming into this that has unfortunately for them gone to waste, but they're not taking it too personally, which is good to see.
Yeah, that's actually quite a good sign. I mean, being apologetic about this is what we saw by the other teams over here, but accepting that a mistake happened from somebody's end, and, well, you just can't change it. I think that's quite a good trait to have. So, again, it's a lot of effort that you put into events like this, and although it may be a fun race, you still don't want to see your efforts go in vain. But still, accepting the fact that it's now gone and you can't do anything about it, I think that's quite a good quality to have. Now, we see a battle going on with the team Fordzilla, the actual Fordzilla, fighting against the Radicals online. Oh, we see the cone almost getting knocked there. I mean, that happened 10 seconds ago, actually. But yeah, the team Radicals is now on the prowl, pretty much around 4/10 differentiating these two guys. So both the Ford GTs, both the American cars, fighting it out against each other. And finally, we're getting some racing action here at Le Mans.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Although Radicals Online seem quite content just to play the fuel save game behind Fordzilla here. But we'll have to keep paying attention to it and see if it is actually the case. I'm seeing another LMP1 on pit lane. That is Simracing Emerald there. That's actually come in for their pit stop. So, you know, this is the last couple of bits, last couple of stints for, well, last couple of laps of a stint for a lot of the a lot of the LMP1s. In fact, I think everyone in that class has come down on towards the pit lane for this pit stop cycle. So Simracing.e Emerald is actually going to be the last of them, looking to rejoin the circuit. There they go. 38.5 second stop for them. As I did notice a very long stop for Protocharge Simsports though. They were 1 minute and 17 seconds stationary on the pit lane there, Lorenzo, which is not a normal LMP1 stop.
Yeah, it is not usual, even though they did a driver swap. Best Matthew actually taking over the car, and you pretty much said everything. I'm looking over here. You may be correct me if I'm wrong, but 10 minutes and 12 seconds in terms of stops and 240 total. It is unusual.
Yeah, it is pretty strange there, but we'll have to maybe try and figure out what happened there. Maybe there's some representative of the Protocharge esports team in the chat. They'll be able to tell us. But there we go. There's Mivano Simracing LMP1, as they are one of the only cars in an Audi here in this LMP1 class. It's seemingly predominantly Porsches here, but the one advantage that the Audi does have, Sumil, is that it has much better fuel mileage. So they can really, really push out these stints. In fact, they were the car, apart from Simracing Emerald, that actually went the furthest on that last stint. You saw a GTE car actually go off in the background there. It's seemingly like that's happening quite a bit, but Mivano, they have the strategy in their hands. They might not be able to match the Porsches in terms of one lap speed, but over the course of 6 hours, maybe things will even out due to the fuel advantage that they have.
You see, this is exactly why I love sports car racing. These sort of things, these sort of elements that differ between one car to the other, make sports car racing the brilliant kind of vertical of racing it is. Now that you mentioned about this one, the Audi, in fact, having a better fuel economy, it could play out on their hands later on, because the Porsche, as you correctly mentioned, although it may be faster on the face of it, they may spend a lot of time in the pit lane trying to put their fuel in, and that very time can be saved up by the Audis. Again, two different approaches but by two different cars, so how they manage that out is quite a fascinating thing to see. And in real life endurance racing, of course, it has given us some incredible battles, some superb races, and we're trying to get one over here as well. It may not seem like a big battle right now because, of course, they're all far-fetched out. We're not seeing any cars wheel to wheel, nose to tail with each other, but towards the end, trust me, this will have a major impact, and that Audi's fuel saving advantage, it could play out to a major impact towards the end. But again, the Porsche towards the end would also have a bit of an impact, a bit of an advantage, I'm sorry, because they can tend to lap faster. So how this thing all comes down to the end will be a lot of fun to see, for sure.
Go on, Lorenzo, you have a point?
Yeah, I can be correct, and I could be corrected by people in the chat that actually have more experience than me in the LMP1s. But I was looking at the forums and everything about the BOP of the LMP1s, because I actually did the BOP at the start of the season. The Audi was heavily underfavored in comparison to Porsche in terms of fuel and speed, especially speed and energy recovery. And they did some, and iRacing did some BOP to kind of balance it out. But I still think that regardless of the BOP changes, the Audi still falls short of fuel to actually match the Porsche in the long run. So unless you have a really good strategy and you can play it out on your favor and you do some fuel saving aggressively and still be competitive with it, I still think the Audi falls short.
There we go. So we'll see how that dynamic works out, because it's quite rare that we actually do see an Audi make an appearance in the LMP1 class. It's that unfavored as regards to the racing here, but when they do appear, it's certainly an interesting prospect that we have to pay attention to. But with everything else going on right now, I'm seeing, let's give a little love to GTE land, because I'm just seeing the Fordzilla Spain and Relay Sim Racing car relatively close out there at the moment, about 0.6 of a second between them. And again, it's another situation where it's one car saving fuel off another, so it's that's exactly what's going on in these drafting trains at the moment. So it's not that much excitement, but we're in the middle of a race at Le Mans, Samil. So it's quite understandable that there's not too much going on out there on circuit apart from battles in terms of the strategy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Le Mans, it can get a bit slow at times, not in terms of the pace of the cars for sure, but in terms of the excitement of on the track. I mean, yes, it is pretty much like a long game of chess. I mean, in a game of chess, you may be sitting down at times wondering, oh, when will this end? It's all getting a bit too boring. But towards the end, when all the strategies, when all the decisions, when all the plans that you've made comes together towards the end, that is when you get really fascinated and you're like, wow, that is a proper entertaining thing to watch. So it may get a bit dull and a bit thin at times, but towards the end, trust me, you will appreciate this race. I mean, the way it just all converges in and comes to a climax towards the end, it just makes you appreciate endurance racing a lot more. It may be dull at times, it may be boring at times, maybe not the most glamorous, but when it all comes to an end, it is amazing. It's just probably one of the best feelings in the world, as we now see Team RSO and the Fordzilla cars fighting it out against each other. Well, I guess normally in a regular Le Mans race, this is the time where you sit back and enjoy the surroundings, enjoy the noise of the cars, enjoy how they go past the straights, and enjoy just the company of all the people around you. Well, we don't really have that sort of real company, thanks to the lockdown, of course, but we can speak to each other on the chats, on the streams. Maybe we can speak to you about a lot of things. If you have any questions about the strategies, about the race, shoot them in. We've got a good team of experts sitting right here next to me who can answer this one.
Well, that's a very loose definition of expert when it comes to me.
No, but still, you've done a lot more than me.
I shout about race cars, that's about it. That's where my skills lie. But Race Clutch 16 Stream Racing team also 0.2 of a second between those guys at the moment, and LMP1s, when they're in this sort of situation, they do tend to battle a little bit more than what the GTEs and Race Clutch, they push wide through there. Not the best camera angle to be able to see that, but we'll get another look at it, because that was a bit of an error through there from Aurelian Talmon, or at least I thought it was. We'll get to have another look at it into the corner, and the Kib just grabbed them a bit too much. They push very wide, and the Stream Racing team is able to get through on them. So there we go. That's just how an error can throw away a position. And now look at that, they're just involved in a bit of LMP2 traffic at the moment, which is going to be a bit of an issue. They go around the Flamingos, and then another LMP2 car flashing the lights just to let them know they're there, as they eventually get through on them. But this is, well, they don't actually get through on them. They actually Race Clutch 16 had to back out of that one and just allow that LMP2 to stay ahead just for now, and they're going to be losing a lot of time behind these cars at the moment. Aurelian Talmon is going to be very frustrated about this. Finally, he'll be able to use the amazing acceleration of the hybrid prototype there to launch out of the corner and get those passes done, but it seemed like it was a bit of a struggle, at least initially, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it was weird to see that struggle, especially midway through the way to the Annapolis corner, to see the ACD car of Alexander Graville to block Aurelian Talmon at midway through the corner. That's what made Talmon to lose all the momentum and lose all the time that he actually was trying to gain on the LMP1 car of the Stream Racing team. But Donazo is no fool. He's going to say thank you, freebie, and just continue with his race.
Yeah, he's just going to get his head down and make sure that he can grab these positions a little bit further down the road. I'm also seeing, that the reason why those prototypes were reluctant to try and get out of the way is because they were in a battle position. Flamingo's around, at least attempting to go around the outside there of ACD Racing, which is in that grey LMP2 machine, as they're going to have to deal with the Ford GT. Down the inside they go. Allied Racing is also involved in this battle. They are the car that's in the blue that's on the back of this, so they you can get those graphics swapped over as well. There's the gap between Flamboyant Flamingos and Allied Racing, so it's a bit of a 3-car pack in your LMP2 class that might just be giving us some excitement. It depends on whether they really want to give it to us. Allied Racing just sticking within the slipstream here and closing up, but looks like they're just lifting out of it, able to try and hit those fuel numbers. But at least there was a little bit of a brief excitement there, Cyril.
Yeah, we are getting a bit of excitement over here. I mean, yeah, not to spoil the spirits, but it may be short-lived. But again, good racing going on between Allied Racing and the flamboyant Flamingo, who actually are driving quite flamboyantly, and they need to defend that way as well. So Fraser Williamson in the car doing a good job at the moment, and he can fend off the Allied Racing car for a long time if he just continues to do what he is doing at the moment. For Allied Racing at the moment, and in fact for Flamboyant Racing as well, if they just stick behind this car that we have over here, the P6 one, I mean, they're in a pretty decent position. I mean, they're pretty high up in terms of the order. I mean, out of all the 14 cars, I mean, P8 and P9 is not too bad, as now the Flamboyant Racing car just goes back now. The P8, the Allied Racing car, gets past them. But yeah, it's not a bad place to be in. They can sit back, conserve their fuel, and maybe later on, hopefully, get a push on and get to the top 5.
Yeah, I'm just seeing Arjuna Kankapati, who has made an appearance as a commentator here on Racebot TV. Says Allied Racing has to pit within 2 laps, by the way, different strategy damage. And I'm seeing that, can confirm that on my timing screens as Allied Racing 11 laps on their stint in this one. Flamingo Racing are 3 laps on their stint. So that's quite the difference there as Fraser, getting very close to the back of the Allied Racing car, almost pushing him down the straight there, but can't bump draft in these LMP2s, unfortunately.
Yeah, unless you're Max Verstappen and Lando Norris.
They have the right to do that.
Well, no, they tried in the in GT machines, but that didn't work well at Daytona in one of the Red Line events, and then they had to do it in the Formula 3s because they had damage turned off, so they were able to do it. So there we go. Meanwhile, ahead of these guys, that's the battle for P16, and well, looks like that ACD Racing just losing the position to Allied Racing Esports, but like we've already said, Allied Racing are on a different strategy here. They have to come down towards pit lane over the next couple of laps. So even though they're trying to pick their way through, they're going to have to dive down in anyway. Maybe not on this lap, and in fact not on this lap. They missed pit entry this time, so at least one more lap for Allied Racing Esports. Says, oh, there's a car off! My word, that got very, very close, and in fact too close for comfort. Pure Sims had a massive problem. Ashley Sutton, the BTCC champion, behind the wheel of the Pure Sims car, having a big, big error coming through the Ford chicanes. We'll get to have another look at it because that was not ideal. Big launch up over the curb. And you can see the rejoin. The car's having to take avoiding action. There are weird noises coming out of my mouth right now. But yeah, Ashley Sutton, that's not an ideal place to have a spin and not an ideal place to rejoin either.
Number 1, Ashley Sutton, welcome to Le Mans, and most specifically the Porsche chicane. Number 2, if you did rejoin the track like that, well, that happens, but what concerns me the most is how the car went over the curbs, because he just took way too much on the second half of the Porsche chicanes. And like I mentioned, if you go way too deep in that first part into the left hand, you can actually get floor damage. When you get floor damage, you lose not only about 15 to 20 kilometers on the top of your car speed, but also you lose a lot, and I mean a lot of the water pressure and water gauge temperature. So you can actually overheat that car, especially if you're under the ground. It was risky, it was dangerous, but he's still under the racing money. He's going to have a lot of repairs once he comes out into pit lane.
Yes, exactly. That's actually quite a good insight, Lorenzo. I mean, when you go so high up, I mean, with those curbs over there, they're just so high. If you go in there like that, you just better be prepared to speak to air traffic control, because you're going to go for a takeoff, as Ashley Sutton did. And about the cooling as well, that's going to be tricky to manage, because unless he just sticks in there in the draft behind someone, that car is definitely going to overheat, and that managing that out is going to be a tricky issue, especially considering that we have 4 hours and 12 minutes pretty much still left to go. So that is going to be one tough task.
Very difficult. We're riding on board with Fraser Williamson. He took over that Flying Flamingo car from, or the Flamboyant Flamingo Racing car over from Alex Traynor. Of course, both of those drivers used to be a part of the Simsa Esports racing team, but they're seemingly not now, and sort of teamed up together as ex-teammates, I suppose, into this, and they're locked onto the back of ACO Racing here. They're not going to be able to have an opportunity into Arnage. It's not really the greatest of overtaking spots either, so you understand why they remain in line, and it could also be strategy influenced as well if they want to get a bit of fuel saving. So it's one of those things, Lorenzo. It's like, oh, they're looking to get close, they're looking to get, you know, the pass down, and then all of a sudden it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but knowing Frazier and Alexander Graf Wheel, they're racing both of them all the time. And I mean, all the time. This is probably the 300,000 battle I've seen between them, even on top splits of the LMS as they go around the RSO car at the exit of Porsche. The RSO car is not going to be pleased about that, not one bit. But they're not drivers who are actually going to let up the gas. They're still going to go for it. If Frazier finds an opening, he'll go for it. But who says thank you very much is going to be, I think, the Torque Freak, because Ronnie Nunes just is on their back bumpers.
Yeah, there we go. Flying Flamingo Racing. Well, Flamboyant Flamingo Racing. I keep saying it's Flying Flamingo Racing. That's not the accurate team name. But looks like they're going to have the move up into Dunlop this time around. They try to angle towards the inside, but are they able to slide their way through? They're going to go side by side through the apexes, and better speed off the corner there for Fraser Williamson. He's able to drive that car out of the corner and able to gain the position. Allied Racing did come on towards pit lane, so there was 2 effective positions gained there from Fraser Williamson in that particular sequence. But right now, you can see that everyone else just remaining in line. There's a Torque Freak car in the background as well, which has been steadily gaining on this. They've been in the background just waiting for these guys to sort it out amongst themselves, and they've been gaining a lot of time over the last couple of laps, and they're in the position now where they've gained over a second a lap over the last 2 laps while these guys have been scrapping it out.
This is actually quite an interesting strategic element over here. What would happen eventually in this race will be quite fun to see, as we now see the LMP2 scrapping it out against each other. And Lorenzo has correctly pointed out the Artifact team is pitted as well, so that is another element that they need to watch out for. So yeah, it's been a bit of a tricky race so far for all these teams and all these drivers. Managing fuel has been quite an essential characteristic. And yeah, Lorenzo, I guess he has something to say about Artifact, and also Artifact is the very same team for which our good friend Arjun will be driving.
Yeah, Arjun is driving that car. I know Joshua Chin, or hashtag King of actually driving the car. He's having drop balls on Tata Rouge. Oh, Joshua. Don't scare me like that, dude. But they have the race the stickers. Yeah, I just like spilling out words out of my mouth as he actually had a little bit of a spin on Tata Rouge. But they have the race spot stickers that would have make them, they have at least one at the front, some on the side, that would have make them at least a second quicker, but unfortunately they're not getting that performance, unfortunately.
Doesn't look like. A couple of stops happening though. There's Pro Drive Esports on the pit lane. This is for GTEs, as again, they're not quite able to make the hour mark. Tetrarouge Racing also in as well. As we did have a lot of other GTEs come down towards the pit lane over the last couple of moments. In fact, pretty much everyone, as ProDrive still getting their pit stop service done there. So again, this makes for an interesting sort of situation in GTEs, Suel, because if they're not able to make the hour mark, and it's seeming like they're very much not at the moment, it's splash and dash territory for the final stop.
Yeah, the final stint will be extremely crucial, because you're not going to be having enough fuel to last the last stint over there. I mean, you definitely can't do 1 hour. So maybe for the last half an hour, or maybe for the last 45 minutes, we may see an extreme sprint racing stint over there. So the drivers will be just getting a dash of fuel, fresh tires in, and they may be going all out pretty much. So that last stint, wait out for it, guys. It may be probably the most entertaining part of this entire race, of course, after the start that we saw over here. And there's also battle for P3 in the LMP2 class that Lorenzo has pointed out. So finally, we're getting some action coming in.
Yeah, eventually. Actually, that all changed very quickly because the I think it was the G Drive car actually just able to squeak their way ahead. What's happening to Cube Racing here? Because go on, Lorenzo.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah.
There we go. But about a second between those guys at the moment. By the way, the live timing is back up. The Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup has ended, so that means we get our timing slot again.
Hey.
So racesport.tv/timing2 is your live timing link for this one. In fact, I can post it in the chat as well, just to be that little bit more helpful. But racesport.tv/timing2 is now available again for live timing. So we had a bit of a drought in terms of the timing there, Sumil, but it's back. And you can keep track of everything going on a little bit easier.
Yeah, I can't tell you how happy I am, because without the live timing it becomes really tricky to find out who's where. Yeah, especially if you don't have iRacing. So yeah, so that was quite a tricky period of time. But yes, finally live timing is back up, and that's how we can follow the racing. So G Drive Racing and the Cube Racing LMP2 car, both of them are fighting it out against each other. And yeah, this is going to be a tricky battle on this one, because Cube Racing, as we have seen from the very start of this race, have been pretty fast. I mean, we even saw this in qualifying, that they really had the pace. But will they want to go past G Drive at the moment? Well, looking at the live timing, I mean, it certainly gives you an idea about what is going to happen at the moment, because Cube Racing is sitting in approximately around 7.5 tenths behind the G Drive Racing car. So if they do battle in, and if they do try to get too hard with them, they may just lose position to the guys up ahead of them. So it's going to be quite a measured decision that they'll have to take here.
Yeah, as Cube Racing try to close in on their competitors. It's a G Drive P2 and 3 at the moment in LMP2s, so they're going along quite well. So it's good to see them up there and fighting. Martin van Loozenhoort behind the wheel of G Drive 1, and Bram van Putten behind the wheel of G Drive number 2, which is involved in this battle with Cube. Guillaume de Flandre behind the wheel of the number 35 LMP2 car. So there we go, that's the state of things in LMP2. And we apparently getting word, at least from David Barraclough, who is part of that Talk Free Racing Esports team, it's Ronnie Nunez is on a triple stint there, Lorenzo. So,
well, that is...
triple stint in LMP2.
Number one, I'm surprised that he's doing triple stint. That's why he's been so effective. And again, Le Mans is one of those tracks that you can go even if you're crazy enough, and we've seen this in real life. Even if you want to bring up the real life notes, we see drivers quite stint those times. On iRacing, I think nowadays might not be used for or even doable anymore because of the increased tire wear on all cars, but still, it is. Oh, there is Pure Sims just out on the Porsche curves.
Let's have a look. Whoa, that doesn't look like a very healthy car. Wow, okay, that's a lot of damage to the Pure Sims Esports car. Oh, there's the tail end of it. Bang! Into the concrete wall. We'll have to see exactly how that happened there, as we'll get a better view of things. Into the Porsche curves. Well caught, this one, Lorenzo. Maybe not well caught for actually certain in terms of keeping control of the car. But, just a little snap coming across that curb there through the left apex, and just sends it into the barriers. And Ashley Sutton, he's not had a great day. He had a bit of a spin over the Ford chicane not too long ago, and now he's had more of a terminal incident in the Porsche curve. So it's unfortunate there. We'll get another look at it from on board this time around. And yeah, Sumil, you've had the chance to at least see the first couple of replays of this one. Yeah, it's something just the back end breaking away, and there's only very limited places you can go which aren't a barrier through that section.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the very few places at the Le Mans circuit, but you don't really have a lot of room next to you. So Ashley Sutton, well, it's going all horribly wrong for him over here. I mean, he had a good run so far. He was doing quite a decent job in P9, just got a bit wrong on the exit, and bam, those walls are unforgiving. They don't just let you go so easily. Snapped his car, and boom, he went into the wall. So Ashley Sutton, well, It's been a bit of a disaster, and that car is so exposed. I mean, the front wing is virtually gone, and that'll be some big repairs. I mean, if he doesn't pull the car in, that'll take a long time to repair that car and get it back to pace.
Well, it's out there now with a new front clip. It was only an 18-second stop. Surely there must be more damage on that car, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but I've seen cars much worse, and if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't read the brief properly, I think there is a few fast repairs that they use the fast repairs.
Oh, they have fast repairs. I didn't realize, but there we go. But I thought there were none in effect. But we did get word from Patrick Wolf in the chat, of course, that Burst Esports and Team Redline are on quad stints. So, which is a lot more understandable in the LMP1s, especially considering how short a stint actually is in LMP1. So that's not surprising at all. That if the LMP2s can go for triple stints, then the LMP1s are going to be able to go for quad stints, if not more. 2 fast repairs in this race. So, yeah, I think Sutton is thankful that the fast repairs are there for him to be able to use, Lorenzo. So, I mean, it's one they can't use for the final 4 hours, but at least they have that safety net.
And they have the safety net because, again, this is a event that is supposed to be funded. It is said for multiple time by Race Clutch. This is a fun event. Enjoy your race. There is the competitive side, of course, because you got a lot of the top teams, and again, top team that you're eventually going to see on top splits on the Le Mans 24. But there's the fun aspect side. So if you got a safety repair, fast repair right now, good, and you have one remaining in case something happens down in the race, great. But it will be time loss. It will be a major of time loss depending where you crash in the track.
So, with another hour in the books, we have 4 hours remaining in the 6 hours of sim racing presented by Race Clutch. So that will give us our opportunity to go through the top 8 in each class. Once again, this is your top 8 presented by Orisa. There we go. There's the right graphic. Burst Esports 2 in P number 1 in LMP1. Team Redline in P2. Vivano Sim Racing LMP1 in P3. Race Clutch in P4 in that number 16 car. Stream Racing Team in P5. Simracing.de Emerald in P6. Race Clutch 15 in P7. Satellite Racing in P8. Lorenzo, you have the middle class.
Yeah, I have the middle class in the LMP2s with Apex Racing 30 leading the class with 13 seconds advantage over the G Drive number 1 car, and it is a 2-3 for G Drive as their sister teammates are in P3, and Cube Sim Racing, unless I'm getting a little bit of an error, they did a pick. They have Cube Racing together with them. And P5 is ACD Racing, Flamboyant Flamingo Racing is in P6, Torque Racing is in 7, and Relay Sim Racing is in 8.
And then in your GTE class, MSI Esports Blue leads the way. They have done so since the very start after their dominant qualifying. They've extended that gap up to 28 seconds over SimRC.de Titan. MSI Esports Red in P3. Radicals Online Motap in P4. Team Fordzilla will take the 5th spot for now, as Tetra Rouge Racing in 6th. Redface Racing by JRT in 7th. Cube Racing GTE will round out your top 8. So there we go. There's that over and done with. And we can go Racepot TV fan immersion on board, not with a GT car this time around, but we'll go for an LMP1. I believe we're going to go on board with the Stream Racing team. There they are in LMP1s, 5th place in LMP1s at the moment, 14 seconds behind Race Clutch 16, 3.2 seconds ahead of SimRC.de Emerald. We'll ride on board with Julian Cesar Burias, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Race Clutch 6 hours of sim racing. We are well into the swing of things here in this race. 3 hours and 50 minutes left to go here as quickly charging towards that halfway point in around about 50 minutes time. I am Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonza and Sunil Arora for this one. And of course, a big shout out to our French broadcasting partners who are currently on the Race Clutch Twitch page. So if you like to listen to French commentators instead of us terrible English commentators, then go over to twitch.tv/Race Clutch, where you'll be able to get things in French instead. But for those of you joining in the, watching the English stream right now, I hope you've been enjoying what's been going on at the moment. Everything out there on circuit right now is seemingly very, very single file, seemingly very strategy based at the moment, which is what we come to expect when it comes to races here at the circuit to the south. That's not to say there aren't cars close on circuit for position, because you see Pure Sims and Artifact Racing here are very, very close indeed, as there'll be 0.2 of a second separating them into the corner here. But you know, it's the same situation that I've been describing all day long with the fuel saving situation. So yeah, that's just is what it is. But yeah, it's been a good time so far, Lorenzo. I'm not sure if you agree.
Yeah, it's been a really good fun, you know, having those fast repairs, the dynamic racing. You can see that actually now is blinking his car. I think there is a back marker running from who's giving Joshua Chin signals, which Joshua might not even see with the light of day. And talking about fuel saving, if you guys want a master class in fuel saving, watch Joshua Chin, because he's from Team Chimera. We know Team Chimera are the kings, the gods of fuel saving. So if you want to see how the master class of fuel saving and speed is done, watch Joshua Chin as they go by our notch into the Porsche.
Yeah, that's you do have to pay attention to him. It's quite a masterclass as far as fuel saving goes, especially when he was part of Team Chimera, I believe. That that team in general was exemplary at fuel saving, and Joshua Chin certainly no exception, even though he's racing for Artifact in this instance. But you can expect for those stints to be pushed out a little bit on the part of Artifact Racing, although on the stint lengths right now they are in fact 5 laps on the stint, which is same as Allied Racing Esports. Pure Sims is actually 2 laps fewer on the stint compared to them. Meanwhile, the race leaders are about 10 laps on the stint, so they'll be coming in to the pit lane soon. So, it's a bit of a interesting situation they've gotten themselves into right now with them being off cycle, Sumil, but they'll be able to deal with it.
Yeah, they definitely will be. I mean, they've been doing that for pretty much all this race so far, and they will have to do that for a long, long time as well. So managing that is, well, one of the more important aspects of endurance racing. I mean, if you don't do that, you may end up not having the best of races. But again, these drivers are so fast, their I rating is so high, and they have, a lot of these drivers in fact have done endurance races like this before as well. And Joshua Chin, as you correctly mentioned, is pretty much a master of saving up fuel as well. So with him, it's going to be quite a good job to see. For now on screen, we have Cube Racing and G-Drive Racing, the battle for P3 going on. And my slightly delayed screen shows that they're around 3/10 next to each other. So this is a battle to watch out for. It may not be the most intense of battles that we've seen here today, but again, it's still something. They're still going side by side. And these LMP2s, they can produce some good action.
They can. We've actually seen quite a bit of action with them in this race so far, so it's positive signs maybe for at the end of the race where all those strategies do come to a head, because we've had some differences in terms of taking tires on these stops, Lorenzo. We've seen the triple stint come through for a couple of cars, but some other drivers and teams deciding to go for a double stint instead. The difference in terms of pit stop time between taking tires and not taking tires stands at around about anything from 15 to 20 seconds as far as I'm seeing out there right now. So there's a decent amount of time to be gained, but it's just a case of trying to balance that with the old tire behavior sometimes, maybe at the end of the triple stint, where those times do start to fall off just a little bit.
Yeah, And they should be falling off whenever the track gets a little bit hotter, when it's more necessary for you to have the rubber on the car, especially on these high-end turns, as I can see a few cars going to Dunlop as they go into the Ford chicane, where you also, believe it or not, you also need rubber on the Ford chicanes, because it is fast changing turns, even though they're not high speed, they're mid to low speed, because you're still decelerating. So you still need to carry over as fast as you can the car without overdriving it. As we saw, it's still the G-Drive still retaining the position to the Cube. And the Cube is actually having a really interesting second half of his stint, because the Fundre, I know he's a very fast driver. He struggled a little bit with the start of his stint, but getting good runs at the last few laps.
Yeah, he's trying to make some progress, but at least over the last couple of laps, Redface Racing haven't been able to hold on to Tetra Rouge, at least as far as those lap gaps tell me. So I'm just going to look to maybe fall even further back here, but that may not happen, because they're still trying to keep themselves within the slipstream here with Redface, so they at least have that going for them. But they've already had problems throughout this race. They had a bit of a spin earlier on that lost them a decent chunk of time, but right now he's still in P7, still keeping tabs on P6, so that the potential is still there for Redface Racing. It just gets maybe a little bit more difficult from this point forward.
Yeah, it could be a tricky thing for Team Tetra Rouge. In fact, if you just look at them driving along, the car just seems to be slightly more unstable. But still, Redface Racing deciding not to pounce. I mean, it has been a tough race for Tetra Rouge Racing so far. I mean, they've had a fair share of incidents. But Team Redface still, once again, just like the other guys, happy to stay back, happy to relax, happy to take their time. And they're smart at realizing that there are 3 hours and 45 minutes still left, and that is a crucial factor, because as a racing driver you're born and you're pretty much bred to make sure that you go fast, to make sure that you overtake the other car. But this sort of race awareness and this race smartness that comes in at this element in endurance racing is quite an important skill, because you need to know when to pounce and when not to. I mean, it may be a bit too early. Let's say if you pounce ahead, let's say if you're Redface Racing at the moment and you get ahead of Tetra Rouge Racing at this moment in time, and then it turns out to be that you're conserving a lot and that you're wasting a lot more fuel and your tires are burning out much quicker. So that wouldn't be a very smart thing to do. So endurance racing, these are the kind of things that it actually teaches you, and it's good to learn this on iRacing and simulators like this before you actually go out and do it in real life.
Yeah, that's the thing, but right now that battle will just stay in stasis at the moment, is probably the best word for it. But, you know, when we get to this point in an endurance race where everyone's just working on their own races, working on their own battles in the abstract when it comes to strategy, it does mean that we will open up to see if we can get maybe a bit of chat interaction going, because there are a good handful of people watching. So if there's anything people want to say, people want to ask us, or want to ask about the racing, or just life in general, then please go for it. It's always an exciting part of endurance racing broadcasts. It's kind of like those situations where Radio Le Mans just open up to questions on Twitter. So that's basically what we're doing right now, except it's just going to be in the YouTube chat. So don't be afraid to type in there, and we'll see if we can get some interaction going, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just like you put in the iRacing Sports Network chat, asking about anything is open. So any questions about food, motorsport, or even sim racing or iRacing more specifically, we are accepting questions. Actually, there's one topic I was talking about with Zoomil. I don't know if we could approach this. What do you think about Toto Wolff buying shares from Aston Martin?
The clear idea that it gives me is that Toto, I mean, of course, yeah, for the PR activities, you've got to say that, yeah, we're committed to Mercedes, I'm the team principal, I'm well and truly a part of this organization. But you don't just spend £34 million on a team and say you're committed to something else. So the only indication that this gives me, and well, quite clearly that has been the case for a long time, Toto Wolff's contract is coming to an end at the end of this season. So if he's buying a stake, and a big stake in Team Racing Point or Aston Martin or whatever it is, it just shows that his interests are now shifting elsewhere, and he may be looking at a different project. I mean, yes, in fact, he has bought shares in the teams as well. In fact, he was also, I think, one of the major shareholders in Williams at one point of time before he came to Mercedes. So, and he was actually in quite an active role over there as well. So maybe it just could be the third reincarnation of Toto Wolff in Formula One. I don't see him continuing at Mercedes for very long. I mean, that with that sort of money invested into a different team, it is evident, it is quite clear that he wants to go and start a new project over there. For me, as much as the PR activities, as much as the PR reports and Toto Wolff himself may be saying that he's committed to Mercedes, don't be surprised if he goes to the pink team very, very shortly.
Actually, I'm gonna expand upon that, and Connor, you can even talk about it. Does that mean we could see a future exit of Mercedes at the end of the season? Because there has been, I think, 300,000 rumors of Mercedes backing out after 2020 season, and maybe 2021 they're not back, and they would invest their time into Formula E and maybe the LMP class and the WEC. So it's interesting.
Well, actually, after Connery, I'll say something interesting about that.
Personally, I've seen no big signs that could happen. I mean, if it does, just think about the ramifications, because even for the drivers, just like, where does Hamilton go? Where does Bottas go? You know, it will cause quite a shake-up with regards to the driver situation. I don't think they're really going to be in a rush to get out, considering how much they've been winning.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, and especially speaking about the costs of getting out, that's an expensive team over there. I mean, that's over 1,000 people working for you at the HPP as well and at the main factory. What do you do with them? I mean, if you just get out, you have to find a buyer. And the current situation of Formula One is so tricky that unless the new regulations, the financial ones, come in, and a lot of investors think that it's a viable financial solution, nobody's going to buy in. And Mercedes won't be willing to take such a big loss because they bought this team, although for rather cheaply. They've invested a lot of money into it, so they won't want to sell it for a relatively cheaper price, and also they won't put the future of all these 1,000 employees under jeopardy. So I don't see Mercedes quitting, and especially with things that the DAS being made, their commitment is there. But yeah, I think Toto Wolff could be on the way out.
I'm just seeing Team Fordzilla. Where are they going? Wow, they wanted to take the continue on the public road coming through that corner. They take a massive spin. I was wondering like what they were doing, because it seemed like they were on the escape road forever, and trying to get the car stopped. Laura Martinez into the barriers and trying to get that car spun back around. She will do so, and that one was a bit unfortunate, because that was a big off there for Team Fordzilla Spain. I saw it on my timing screens, because sometimes things flash up in yellow if there's like a yellow flag up there on circuit, and it was saying that the number 60 car had gone off. Wow, that's just a big snap. Not sure how to explain that one, Lorenzo. You probably have a better view of it than I do.
It's number one. You got confused with the name. Just correct. That is not Laura Martinez. That young Stevens, as it was approached to us before we started the race. So we got confused. I put a mind note to actually not confuse the names.
Okay.
But it is funny. That it is very easy to lose the car on the entrance, of course, because you kind of have to throw your car all the way down into the inside of the first part of the chicanes, and it is really easy to upset the car because the rear end just wants to back out. But I thought for a second he would actually take the Kimi Raikkonen route when he actually did this in Brazil.
Yeah, so instead of Laura Martinez, that is actually Jan Solans behind the wheel. So what you see in the graphics is not accurate, as that was. They were looking to try and get that name changed on that account, but unfortunately it wasn't done in time for this particular broadcast, so we're just going to have to deal with that for now. And hey, Lorenzo, this is a question for you. How much fuel can you save during a 10-lap stint? Which class, Sanjay? Which class? Because it depends on the. It depends on if you're talking about LMP1, LMP2, or GTE. So we'll have to wait for his response there. But yeah, it's a good question, because fuel saving is the name of the game here. So if you want to know how much you can actually save and how much time you can save in the pit stops here over that sort of stint.
And I was wondering, if it is a 10-lap stint, you don't have to say if you go for 10 laps, it would have been a major fuel save, because I know the cars go over 10 lap speed. LMP2s go over 12 laps. The LMP1s, I think, go over 12 laps. The GTs is about 15, 16 laps-ish. So if you're trying to go for something that would be 13, maybe 14 on the LMP2s, you have to save. Well, it is aggressive. You have to lift every single margin of straight and Mulsanne and Honda in the air. And then on the Indianapolis as well, Porsches as well, Ford as well. Every single part you have to save. It's quite complicated.
I like how they use the fuel emoji as well. It kind of reminds me of the gentleman a short time back since the past, and that sort of meme. But yeah, that just gave me a little bit of a giggle. Cube Racing, G-Drive Racing, they're on screen at the moment. Half a second. I don't need to go over the situation again, do I, Lorenzo?
No, but what I can say, actually, we have one of the drivers, real drivers, into the G-Drive #1 car. So Mikko Jensen, gonna grab over here. He's the European Le Mans champion in the LMP3 class. So doing the same on the LMP2 class, which can we consider that as an upgrade?
Yeah, in a way it is.
Nowadays, if I recall correctly, the LMP3s lack a little bit of power in comparison to the HPDs, but aerodynamically, they drive just as well as the LMP2 class were in the HPD, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually quite fun cars to drive. I remember a friend of mine, I mean, he won one of the national championships here in India, and he went to test the LMP3 car in Italy, I guess, and he said he had a gala time pretty much. That car is so fun to drive, it's pinpoint accurate, it can snap on you at times, and yes, there is a bit of a lack of power, but that LMP3 car certainly is one of the more fun cars to drive on, and I mean, racing it for an endurance series is quite a treat for some of these drivers.
Go on.
I was just gonna say, Simracing Emerald just went for a run after overtaking. He had a contact with the Fordzilla 60 car on the curves at the midway point of it, just at the apex.
Oh, there we go. Wow, number 60, Fordzilla, all involved in that. Let's get another look. As you'll see, Simracing Emeralds going to be coming through. Is this Emerald going for a gap and the door being closed, or is this something else? Oh, wow, miscommunication, I think, because that Ford actually slammed on the brakes, or attempting to let Emerald through to the apex there, and then it simply, you know, the Claudius V simply wasn't expecting it. You see the brake lights there, and then Simracing Emerald, bang, just at the last moment. In fact, it'll be better if we go for an on-board look with Simracing Emerald here, just to see their reactions to it. And you can see that eventually they will come up on the Ford GT or Fordzilla, and then hitting the brakes there is not the normal braking point for a GTE car for that corner. So that's why Claudius Reed was not expecting it. And you can just wind things through. You can see him having to react, almost gets by, but does tag the back of the Ford GT there, and unfortunately that Ford GT spins around, and there's a car behind that had to take avoiding action as well. But Sumil, that entire situation there, I think must be summed up by, if you're a lapped car, be predictable, don't do anything weird.
Yeah, that actually is quite a good way to define it. And I mean, we spoke about the kind of challenges that these drivers face with traffic. Not only the lapping cars, but also the lapped cars. I mean, the way they match it around, and it can be a bit of a mind game, because you move to the left, the other guy moves to the left as well. You move to the right, and in a bit of a worry. So it's a bit tricky. And I think Lorenzo has pointed out correctly that they really got very close together on the second Mulsanne chicane. Lorenzo, what happened there?
Yeah, just that the RSO was having a good run on the second Mulsanne chicane. They break the stage point, and Jan Solens nearly kind of like T-boned, actually nearly did a pit maneuver on the RSO car, but Fabio Scherer just got, I would say he got lucky because he had room to work with on the inside of the turn, so you used curving to avoiding action. Otherwise, they would have come together.
I'm just having a look through. This was Simracing, right? That had another instant, or almost another instant through the Mulsanne, right?
No, that is the Fordzilla once again.
Oh, Fordzilla. So
Well, what is it with the Fordzilla? They just seem to be in the action all the time.
yeah, we're just gonna wind this one through. Is the Team Fordzilla Spain, number 60. They've already had an instant through the first sector. What has happened into the first Mulsanne chicane? That's the question. See Team RSO in the background. There's the two LMP2 cars trying to head their way through. Get out of the way of the LMP2 cars. And then Team RSO bearing down on them. Through the Mulsanne chicane they go. No issues through there. Looks like it's going to be the second Mulsanne chicane, I believe. That's going to be the problem for Team Fordzilla. So this has been, well, summing it up, it's a horrible lap, and it might be getting worse on the live pictures in just a second. You see Team RSO closing in, and into the braking zone they go. And GTE down the inside. Oh, they make slight bit of contact. A bit of contact between the two. So again, another lapping procedure there, where Fordzilla have really gotten into the thick of things. Let's just have another look from up above. It's probably the better angle here. As you see Team RSO positioned towards the inside. They force the issue down the inside. Fordzilla trying to turn in and take the normal apex, but that Team RSO car was still there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and Jan actually had to take the inside line on the second part of the chicane and take a little bit of a slowdown. As you guys see now on the frame, he saw the car had to throw the inside, so for a little bit of an avoiding action. And well, good on Jan, which is another one of those real-life drivers. He is the last year's Junior WRC champion.
Oh, nice.
It's a different background coming into road racing.
I mean, you know, WRC. I mean, yeah.
Speed and power, pretty much.
Sorry.
Speed and power. That's all that they have.
Yeah. G-Drive, Flamboyant Flamingo Racing, close on track. Flamboyant Flamingo, they had an issue through the first couple of laps of this race, which meant they dropped from pole position to back to 10th place. But now, looking to try and get onto the final step of the podium, which would be a miraculous recovery drive from the Flamboyant Flamingos. We've seen their progress already through the field. We've actually caught a couple of passes of theirs on camera a couple of times, and it looks like we might just be able to get one more if they can do something about G-Drive here. Around they go, or at least attempt, but G-Drive didn't want to let them through by the time the right-hand kink before Indianapolis arrives, so they will stay in the same order for now. But Sumel, the Flamboyant Flamingos have really had a good recovery in this race so far, and you know, to be able to get almost back up into P3 with you know, 2.5 hours gone, that's good going.
Yeah, Flamboyant Flamingo, considering where they were, they have done an incredible job to get back up to where they are, actually. And full credit to Fraser Williamson. He's driven some really good stints out there, and he's pretty much restructured the race of the Flamboyant Flamingos, and there they are back on track. And considering what happened back there to them at the start, I mean, you couldn't really expect them to get all the way up. But Fraser Williamson, the guy has driven very well, and here they are now in P4. Questions coming in the YouTube chat as well, and oh, it's my dad. He's asking, considering that the LMP2s have 75 liters, how much fuel do they actually carry stint by stint? So the HPDs actually have 60 liters of fuel, 60 kgs actually, and actually, before Lorenzo answers it, the main thing is it depends a lot on the strategy. So let's say if you're going for a splash and dash pretty much, and you've conserved a lot of fuel, you won't not really need to put in a lot of fuel over there because you do have a lot left. But if you're going for a longer stint that will go on for a long time and you don't expect to pit for a long time, then you can go in for a probably heavier load and then try to conserve a bit more. Lorenzo, what's your take on this one?
It's a very interesting scenario because in the HPD, I think it's the only car that doesn't use fuel, liters of fuel. It uses kilos. So I don't know how much kilos it goes for liters itself. I need to check the measures later. I think it's around 78 liters per stint. So on a full stint, I can tell you this much. On full throttle, it takes about 4 liters, 4.10, 4.20 something liters per lap. So it drives around 13 max in terms of full stint. So if you're going for a splash and dash, I would say about 20 to 22 liters are necessary for you to do a splash and dash. Give you about 5 laps of full performance fuel and then tires itself. So it's interesting strategies, to be very honest.
I did just react like this in the text chat, but I didn't realize that was your dad too.
Yeah, he's quite an avid fan of motorsport. I mean, whenever he finds the time, he just sticks in there in some of the iRacing races and has a good time. So, yeah, that was him. Thank you for commenting that.
Yeah, hi Sumil's dad. I'm pretty sure my dad has watched me commentate before, but he's never typed something in the chat. So that must be quite a surreal experience. My parents are well aware of what I do, and they started taking it more seriously when I started getting paid for it. So
that's the case everywhere.
So yeah, it's like
the playing game.
They started not minding me being very loud in the house and disrupting whatever they were doing once they realized that it was a thing. So there we go. Not sure what the story is for the rest of you guys though.
Well, it's exactly the same. I mean, I shouldn't be doing this, but I've pretty much isolated my living. Nobody's allowed to turn on the internet or turn on the AC and whatever. I mean, it's not that I've asked him to, but it's just that they are like, okay, well, he's doing something that he really loves to do, so why don't we just do our part? Yeah, it's a good thing, but I feel bad when they get bored at times, but yeah.
I'll tell you, on my side... On my side, it isn't even funnier because, all right, I know Sumit is on evening times and you are on afternoon times, Connery, but dude, if I wake up for these things, I wake up early in the morning, and my mom, she has quite some age, so I try to do my best so I don't wake her up, but she knows what I do, even though she hates the fact that sometimes I don't go out with lunch with her, and sometimes even dinner. So she understands that I'm getting money out of this, but she still complains from time to time. She understands it.
Well, I live,
that just happens.
I live on my own at the moment, so I don't really have anyone to disrupt. Yes, there are other people in my building, and I'm pretty sure the people downstairs have reacted on at least one occasion to try and tell me to shut up. There we go. It's it was before what's deemed as unsociable hours, so it's absolutely fine. But yeah, when I was living at home, it was the case of I had to tell my parents every single time I was going to be on a broadcast, and have
no, but it's a surreal experience. Say what you want.
And have them maybe delay giving me dinner just in case, you know. It's just like yeah, it's kind of a weird thing because, you know, I started before I came to uni, and then I've continued throughout uni. I'm 22 now. I started when I was 17, 18 sort of area. So yeah, it's been a while, but not as much as
pretty much same.
Like Will. Not as much as someone like Will, for example, who has been doing this for literally a decade at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's you know, the sacrifices that need to be made, right?
Absolutely. But it's a surreal experience. I think there's nothing like commentating on any race at all. I mean, it just gets your blood pumping. I mean, I remember yesterday I was commentating on the Red Line race, and it just got so intense, I just couldn't sleep for the next 2 hours. The kind of energy that comes in within you after watching and commentating on a race like that, it's unlike anything. It's the best feeling in the world.
I'll say this much. I'll go even further. I think aside commentating, you do CSGO also commentating that as well, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Connery?
Yeah, I do.
So I did some CSGO commentating on the side. It is interesting. But if we have to talk about sim racing itself, I think it provides a unique experience because we get to touch with other brands and things like that, and it provides more opportunities to see real life venues. For example, I did the Brazilian Porsche Carrera Cup, which is the GT Cup, and I was able to go to Interlagos just because I commentated. Like, I got free pass and everything. So I got the opportunity to see a real race live. Unfortunately, I had also an opportunity to drive the real car, but I had exams that I couldn't drive the real car.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Sniffy's death.
His
But it
story,
happens.
because me, Will, and Paul from RaceSpot went to the Porsche Simracing Summit in Leipzig at the end of 2018. And the drivers, at least, had the opportunity to drive some Porsches on the test track there.
Can't tell you how jealous I'm feeling right now.
Because we were basically, because that Leipzig is where the Porsche factory is, and they have their whole conference sort of center there as well. But I didn't get the opportunity to drive because I had some other stuff trying to be a sort of quote-unquote consultant because I was involved in a meeting with some of the Porsche sponsors, and there's some like big executive types that I really didn't feel comfortable in that room because I was thinking I have like 0.1% of the net worth in this of the people in this room. But I was busy doing that, and also I didn't have my driving license. And even though you can drive on private roads without a license, the insurance didn't want to cover it, unfortunately. So I didn't get that opportunity, which sucks. It really
The only
sucks.
alphabet that can work well here is F. Pretty much.
The thing is, I wasn't the only one, because I knew some of the drivers also didn't have driving licenses, so so they weren't able to go either. So there we go. It is what it is sometimes. I did get the opportunity to stand by the racetrack though, as the pro sim races were out there on track, and one of them almost binned it. Which was quite scary because I just saw them like sliding through the corner. I was like, oh my god, they're about to crash, and they were somehow able to keep it together. But that was a bit of a scary moment, and I can't say that I would be any different if I was out there on track.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah. All right, boys and girls, this will get interesting because we have a battle for the lead.
Oh, okay. So let's get ourselves a view of that then, because there's Team it's Best Esports. There is Team Redline, and they are separated by 1.7 seconds. There we go. So. Those guys have, that won't show it, unfortunately. But Best Esports, Team Redline, within 2 seconds now. It seems like later on in the stints is when Team Redline really come alive with their pace. And now they've been able to get themselves in the position, at least over the last couple of laps, because they did come on towards pit lane about 3 laps ago. Oh. So this gap. Oh, was there an issue for Team Redline there? Because they lost a chunk of time.
Yeah, they had but they had a near miss with one of the Porsches. They exited the first chicane.
Oh, yeah, that's a Code Brown moment for for Matt Farrow, as he has to take avoiding action. Will actually right on board inside the cockpit, as that Porsche ahead of him is going to spin right in front of him and cause him a bit of a scare. There we go. Whoa, there we go. Has to take avoiding action. Good heads-up driving there, though, from Matt Farrow, though, Lorenzo.
Yeah, really good heads-up driving from Matt Farrow, which, like I mentioned before, is the newest addition, in my view, to the already really strong red line lineup of LMP1 drivers, because he was driving for Mabano. He won the SCO in the last season of SCO with the number 20 car. So a driver that drives fast every single lap, every single spin, and is really constant. I think, in my opinion, he might be one of the 3 best LMP1 drivers in my point of view nowadays. So really doing really good work and really good evasive action to avoid that Porsche.
And there's nothing he could have done about that. He's just like, oh, I'm gonna have to try and avoid this now and lose 2 seconds to my competitor because someone decided to spin in front of me somehow.
And that comment that the secret man 82 has put over there, Code Brown, prepare the new racing suit, stat. It is spot on. I mean, a moment like that can definitely leave you with a change of underwear. That was frantic, and that happened in real life. Oof, that would have been a trip to the washroom. But yeah, good control over there. Unfortunate for the team Redline got that they had to lose time in that way. But again, Matt is a good driver and he can catch up. I mean, if he puts in a special effort, he can get back there and maybe get back to where he was originally, and perhaps, if he's even good enough, get back to perhaps P1, because this battle for the lead between Burst and Redline can turn out to be the one that can entertain us for the course of this race, as we now see G-Drive and Flamboyant Flamingo still scrapping it out against each other.
Yeah, they were, and well, I mean, Redline's already recovered a second after that instant. Gap is 3 seconds now. It was 4 seconds when they actually had the problem with the car spun in front of them, so that's immediately gained back there by Team Redline. So making sure that it doesn't have a lasting effect on their race, that's for certain. But meanwhile, I'm just having a look to see GTEs, because it's been a while since they featured, and in a good sense, because we had Fordzilla have their problems. He's still got the battle here with Redface and Fordzilla 1. That's on track, so that's 1.8 seconds between them, so not that close in the grand scheme of things, although you can look at it with another perspective, Lorenzo, and say a gap of any, even a couple of seconds in endurance racing is a close one.
Yeah, especially that 1.6 where it can work in the whole perspective of things. Like you said, it doesn't sound much, but is a gap that you can get a little bit of confidence. Just say, oh, I can actually work with that. We're gonna get closer and closer and closer. And whenever I get to 1.1, 1.2, then I get into a small draft range, get a little bit of speed, save a little bit of fuel. So all that Fordzilla needs to work right now is just stay safe. They're gonna just try to gap themselves away. But I know Fordzilla, or even the guys right behind him, is not going to give any room for error. So he needs to keep on pushing.
Scooter the Scooter says, can you explain the different classes of cars? So there we go. Let's spend a bit of time here. There is an LMP1 car. That is your race-leading LMP1 car. The LMP1s are considered to be some of the fastest cars. Maybe not quite as fast as Formula 1 cars, but still a marvel of engineering. They're at least these the Porsche here, and of course the Audi, powered by hybrid engines, so they have that ERS boost like you see in Formula 1 to be able to propel them out of the corners, and they are rapid indeed, and they're actually a lot smaller in terms of physical dimensions than you expect, because you see them on track, you see, oh, they must be quite big beefy cars, but no, they're very, very small indeed. But then you also have a look at LMP2s. That is sort of like a baby LMP1, and in this instance, for this car at least, without any roof. So you have actually 2 seats in there as well. They're quite a bit slower than the LMP1s, don't quite have the same power. They don't have a hybrid engine either, at least this HPD. And you also have to have 2 seats in the LMP2 cars, at least in this particular set of regulations. So there's the Apex Racing team, your leading LMP2 car. They have quite a lot of downforce, but again, not as much as the LMP1s. And then you have GTEs, and this is basically the fastest GT class that you'll see in any sort of endurance racing. They don't have any ABS as far as I'm concerned, but I think they do have traction control. And of course, there are. Do they not? Sorry, excuse me, Lorenzo.
No, they have 2 traction controls to be more precise.
Oh, 2 traction controls, cool. But yeah, they don't have any ABS. You'll see ABS on the GT3s though, but the GTEs, they do not have ABS. They have, like you said, 2 traction controls. And there's multiple different manufacturers of this one. You have the Porsches, you have the Ferraris, you have the the Ford GTs as well. So you also have the BMWs, but I didn't spot a BMW in this race, so I don't think
the big BMWs actually.
Yeah, the big BMW M8s there, as MSI Esports tries to actually go down the inside of. That's not a battle for position. That's actually a bit of lap traffic of their own class. They're trying to get by. Wow, that LMP2 almost ran into the back of Team RSO there in that GTE class, I believe. Yes, it is. But yeah, GTEs, they're pretty sweet, shall we say. They're pretty challenging to drive as well, and the slower GT cars that you get as you go into GT3s and GT4s, the more friendly they are to drive. So they have more assists. So you get traction control in a GT3, you get traction control and everything else on and ABS and all that on GT3s and GT4s, and they're more catered to the sort of gentleman driver. So not really, at least in GT4s, not really the professional racing driver, but the rich guy that has a bit too much money and decides to go racing. I think is probably the best way to explain that. But the
True.
GTEs, very much not so. Some of these teams in real life will be supported by their actual manufacturers. So, yeah, we go. That's the situation. That's burned about
And
5
actually it
minutes
does.
of time.
Yeah, Lorenzo, after you.
No, just real quickly. We mentioned GT3s, GT4s, and the GTEs. We also cannot forget the new GT2 class, which is about to come, because there are GT2 class being made, which is supposed to be a midway between GT3s, GT4s, which is weird given the number. And I heard about GT5s.
I mean, it's just getting a bit out of hand.
Yeah,
But yeah, I
we
think-
need more numbers. That's the
Yeah.
situation there.
GT 1000. No, but to be very honest, in fact, speaking of the GTEs, there's also for the gentleman drivers, there's another class called the GTM in the WEC, and that's quite a popular category. So the gentleman drivers who don't really want to drive in GT3 races and want to take on Le Mans in particular, they go to the GTM categories, and they have teams like the Dempsey Proton Racing, and they've got so many big teams that are supported by gentleman drivers who in real life may be CEOs or actors or businessmen or whatever they may be. They just bring in their cash and they drive and they do a tremendous job. So that's a different category altogether. Just like the GTEs, the cars are virtually the same, but the only thing is the quality of the driving, well, it's a bit lower considering that you have gentlemen drivers, and you can't really blame them for that. They're not professionals, so there is a bit of a difference, a bit of a gulf in that regard. So that is the different category. But this just brings me on to one topic that I really wanted to discuss. Guys, the WEC is in a bit of a scratchy situation at the moment. They're not doing well, let's be honest. They've had to pretty much engage in a joint season, like a super season of sorts, to try and transition the sport, because Porsche has left, Toyota is pretty much the only LMP1 manufacturer, Audi has already long gone in fact, and Nissan was also pretty much on their way out in 2015. And GTEs as well now, BMW has backed out as well, and it's all starting to look a bit weak. Yes, there are LMP2 teams flocking in year after year, and LMP3 teams are racing as well, and some GTM teams coming up as well, but the proper manufacturer support that WEC needs is seemingly going away, and the likes of Formula E are gaining more manufacturers. So yes, I mean, WEC isn't really a direct competitor to Formula E considering the different formats, but what do they do now? Because Aston Martin, who was supposed to enter the hypercar program, they've backed out as well. They've said we want to wait for a year or two more. It's a tricky situation for them. So do you think that there actually is light at the end of the road for them? It seems to be a very bad situation that they're in at the moment.
I mean, the current world situation also does not help with no racing going on. At the
Yeah,
moment.
absolutely,
So it's,
absolutely.
So yeah, it's a really tricky situation for them. I'm not exactly sure. You know, I mean, people being paid more than us to be able to try and figure out that situation. So probably something that we say is probably not going to influence things that much. But I was looking forward to the. Well, I am looking forward to the hypercar spec, but you know, with those teams backing out, it seems to be a little less enthralling than it otherwise could be, I suppose.
It is a very interesting talk, to be very honest. I'm hyped for the hypercars to see if any brands actually come in. I know, if I'm not mistaken, Janetta and McLaren, and I think there was one more. The Glickenhaus, Scuderia Glickenhaus, about that, which were actually kind of committed to the hypercar and still revived given the circumstances. But we know that the hypercars, I think, only going to realistic come in 2022.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see if the inaugural season provides really close racing, if the cost to manufacture the cars and maintaining the cars will be relatively low for the manufacturers and maybe customer teams. So for now, it is more natural for us to see LMP2 teams and LMP3 teams because cost effectively they are low compared to the likes of the hypercars and even DPIs of sorts, because the DPIs are eventually the WBC with the IMSA,
the LDH,
WBC joint operations.
Yeah, and also another thing that I wanted to speak about, just thank you Lorenzo for reminding me, IMSA of course is one of the biggest endurance racing organizations pretty much around the world, and they're doing a good job promoting sports car racing in the USA. Of course, WEC have now collaborated with them to come up with the LMDH category that will race someday in WEC when the racing begins. So collaboration with them is essential, but do you think that they should actually go for a joint series as such? And is that the only option they've got? Because endurance racing, the numbers are diminishing by the day.
Let me think about that for a minute. I'll let Connery talk.
We just saw a passable position up on the screen though, as Rebirth Simracing got past with the Pure Sims esports car. That was a pretty easy pass coming into one of the Mulsanne chicanes, so it's not too big of a drama there, and I think that's going to be the theme throughout the next 2 hours at least. But inside that final hour is where things are really going to get very, very interesting, because at that point, for a lot of teams, fuel saving will be out the window. They want to go and chase positions. So that will be very, very interesting, hopefully exciting, especially considering race lead battles in 2 of the 3 classes are still pretty close, because we have First Esports and Team Redline 3.2 seconds apart from each other. Not much in the grand scheme of a 6-hour race. You also have Apex Racing Team and Cube Racing. They are 11 seconds apart from on track from each other in the race lead of that class. So that could potentially be a thing coming towards the end of this race as well. I was hoping I was going to say the same for GTEs, but look at that gap that MSI Esports Blue has. SimRC.de Titan almost 30 seconds behind MSI Esports Blue here, so pending any form of external influence to that MSI Esports Blue car. I'm trying not to jinx them, I promise, but it looks like they've gotten themselves up to a very, very convincing first half of the race here. Speaking of, we're about to hit 3 hours to go, so that will be the halfway mark.
Yeah, we're about to reach the halfway mark into this race, which has been a very eventful race with a lot of battles up and down, and providing really interesting scenarios. And I was just looking, I don't know if you saw something on my end, on your end, or even Connery, but Constantini's last lap was a 350, whereas Cube Racing did a 333, so nearly 17 seconds lost from Constantini to the Flandre, and now the Flandre is on a 11.7 to 12 second gap battle to Apex, so things could come down really tightly whenever we come down to the final bit. So.
Yeah, it could well be. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting situation. As we got a question: is Max driving? Which Max? There's presumably a Max somewhere in this field. I'm not entirely sure which Max that you are talking about, although I can guess. But I'm not seeing a Max in any team's car so far in this race. So there we go. There's no Maxes in race cars right now. So no. Sorry, I had to. There's a Matt. There's a Matt Farrow, but no Max. So I mean, a slight difference, but there we go.
Well, at the max, we can only have one Max in one team, so... No, but we don't know which Max you're talking about.
Well, you obviously kidding. Haven't seen Redline and what used to be Pure, because they had Maximilian Benecke and Maximilian Verning in the same team, so that's obviously...
Oh, that's interesting.
No, it got even better, I think, was Daytona 24, or I think it was an event previous to that where we saw the Triple Max. Well, it was Benecke, Venig, and Verstappen, I think, at one point. But unfortunately, in this race, we actually were going to have a Max, but it wasn't going to be Max Verstappen. It would be Max Asterson in the Van Val's racing team, but unfortunately, they're not good, as we don't see the Van Val car on the track. They haven't registered, unfortunately.
Well, if we have Maxes racing for the same team and they don't name it Max Power Racing, I'm going to be very, very disappointed.
Yeah, that's a thing that should have been done, that's for certain. But yeah, Max is not in this race in any shape or form, or whatever last name you want to put. There's no Maxes, but there's two Julians. There's Julian Rambro and Julian Bosire. I'm sorry, French names, I can't pronounce them, but there's two Julians in the race, so if you're a Julian fan, then you have plenty of choice.
Let me try to pronounce Cisabuiros, maybe or Cisabuiros, but I think it's just Cisabuiros.
You're trying your best French accent.
Or maybe Julien Brossery, because I did no, that's Brossery, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's Buiros.
I mean, there's probably a lot of French people watching right now, considering this is race.
Sorry, guys.
stream. So us trying to attempt French names is is probably very funny to those guys.
My secondary school French teacher won't be happy if I don't nail this one.
It's been forever since I did any French lessons. Let's just say that. I kind of stopped before I did my GCSEs here in the UK, which is the exams that you do.
I just finished off with my GCSEs. Last year, pretty much. I finished off my AS levels in February. So.
Oh, there we go. But yeah, it's been a long time. I didn't even do French as a GCSE, so there we go. I did Spanish.
Oh, lucky you, man. it's quite a drab of a subject at times. Not the language, the subject.
Careful. But everything else, it looks like all the gaps within a second have actually kind of fizzled out there on track right now. So it's we're kind of in the mega lull of the race at the moment, with just the strategies in the background happening. I'm just trying to see who's close to being able to make stops here. It looks like we're pretty much in the middle of the stint for all the classes here, so that's probably not going to happen anytime soon either. Actually, just as I was saying, all gaps within a second have fizzled out. Team Redline, Burst Esports, they are close for the overall race lead. So there we go. Just as I was getting pretty sad that there weren't any battles, there's one of the most important battles happening right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a look at what happened.
Whoa, that slide. Wow, Harrison Finch somehow able to hold on to that.
Massive slide from Harrison Finch. Great car control though from the Burst Esports driver. But again, Matt J. Farrell being massively consistent with his lapping. 320, 321s, not allowing Burst Esports to have a room to work with. And I think his previous in this lap as well have consisted of slowdowns. That's why I don't see any time on screen.
Oh, red line, they're going to get caught in the traffic, but thankfully for them, Burst Esports are also caught in the same piece of traffic. So red line, being able to grab the race lead. As did you say it was slowdown penalties for Burst?
Yeah, maybe, because I see the previous lap does have a real time allotted in it, or a valid time allotted, and the second to last lap hasn't been allotted as well.
Yeah, so we could potentially try to wind things back and see exactly where that happened, although it's going to be a big ask. I'll try my best. But I'm just having to look to see if Team Redline, if Burst Esports actually had a problem. On off-track on the session events is usually a sign that they've had an issue, but I'm just having a look through, and this might be it. So let's have a look. They had an off-track here. There's Burst Esports hidden their way through, and we'll get to see if they've had a problem. Sometimes this doesn't work, so I'm prepared to be disappointed.
It's fair. It's the world of Simracing.
Oh, wow! There it is. They had to skip across the curb because Team RSO were occupying the space. And they had to take avoiding action and had to take a slowdown penalty, I believe. So let's have a look. Burst Esports, Team RSO car ahead of them. They try to go down the inside. Oh, and they just have to go across the curb. And I don't think that was enough for them to lose time. I'm just going to have to see, because they're going to have to save the slowdown penalty coming out of the chicane here. And does that give Redline enough of a run to be able to make things happen? I don't think so, but it's really going to eat into that gap, and well, that's maybe one of the many issues that caused Burst Esports to lose the overall race lead.
Yeah, that could have been a possibility. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a tricky time for Burst Esports so far. I mean, they were doing a good job with the lead, but then all of a sudden, that red line surge came in, and Burst Esports, well, they're finding themselves in P2. And with red line having that major incident a few laps ago with the Porsche spinning out right in front of them, we kind of expected them to come back, but come back so ferociously and so quickly. It's been quite a good drive for them so far, and a Burst Esports, they face a challenging task in front of them. They had a good qualifying, they've been having a good race, but they need an extraordinary effort and some good help with the strategy as well to make sure that they get back into P1. It's going to be a tough task for them, but they can certainly do that.
No, I was just taking a look at it over here because I just saw both Finch and Pharaoh coming out Arnage, and the amount of usage of their ERS done by Pharaoh. It was a half a second gap. Before you could blink it, it was already at 1.1, 1.2. It stretched away on the Porsche cars because Finch just got the worst end of it. He had to overtake one of the, I think was a Cube GTE just around the outside of the second half of the Porsche chicanes. The cars, and then lost some major time because of that.
Is there also the Corvette from WEC in iRacing? Well, we don't have a recent Corvette, unfortunately. We do have the C6R, which was the GT1 machine in iRacing, but we don't have the more recent ones, unfortunately. But they would be really nice to have because I love the C6R, and it was the car I love driving, you know, in the GT1s on iRacing, and it just sounds like an angry lion. That's basically what it sounds like. It's got this sort of really raw sound that I was sort of amazed by, and you know, it's one of the many reasons why I love that car. But I don't know about you guys. Corvettes, let's go.
Yeah, I would love that because I have a different sim that works with my PC. I'm not going to say which one. It's a pretty decent one, that one. And we have the Corvette C7R on that. And it is just such an unpredictable car. It just leaves you so happy if you nail it right. You have to use a lot of trail braking on that car because the low speed turning in is a bit of a tricky issue with the Corvettes. They're not as agile, but when you nail them down and in the high speed corners, that Corvette is just a joyous machine. It just makes you feel happy at the end of the stint. It's incredible to drive.
Yeah. You said that you love the Corvette. I love the Corvette. Let me just say one thing over here. Full disclaimer, I love the Corvette. I saw the Corvette, the C7 live at Daytona last year. It is a loud to hell car, but it is a good loud. It makes you shrink in happiness. But I'll be very honest, if I have to compare in terms of sounds of DB9, GT1, and the Corvette, I prefer the DB9. I'm sorry, Connery, but it is it is just godly. That I can't remember if
it's V12 versus V10, right?
Yeah, so the V12 engine, man, oh, it's lovely.
Guys, can I make it even more complicated for you? Let's throw the Porsche 911 RSR into the mix. Which one is the better sounding one now?
That just hits my ears. that's what the RSR does. It's just, especially in iRacing as well. I actually have to adjust the volume a little bit if we go forward with an RSR.
It's properly loud.
Like, it blasts out the ears. But well, actually, before we continue any further, I actually have to do our contractually obliged sponsor plug. So. We have to go for the Osera top 8 in each class at the moment. We'll get that up on screen for you in just a couple of moments' time. But there we go. We'll get ourselves the top 8 in each class. Presented by Osera. I do not know how to pronounce that, but Team Redline race leading in Orica. There we go, Orica. Team Redline race leading in LMP1s, Burst Esports in P2 in that class. Although this is all going to get messed up because they're down on towards the pit lane. Race Clutch 16 in P3, Movano Simracing in LMP1 in P4, Satellite Racing P5, Protocharge Sim Sports in P6, Race Clutch 15 in P7, Stream Racing Team in P8. And Lorenzo LMP2s.
So the LMP2 class stands like this, with Apex Racing Team number 30 is still leading the race with Michele Constantini having quite a good gap to drop Van Witter from G-Drive Eximia number 2 car, Port Creek Racing with a really great stint in P3 so far. Simracing is in fourth. With G-Drive Eximia number 1 in number 5. P6 is Flamboyant Flamingo Racing. ACD is in 7th. And rounding out the top 8 is Pearson Esports for your HPD class.
In GTEs, MSI Esports Blue leads the way. 30 seconds is the gap between themselves and Team SimRC.E Titan. Radicals Online in P3, MSI Esports P4, Team Fordzilla in P5 with their number 52 car, their primary machine here today. Tetraroos Racing in P6, Red Face Racing by JRT in 7th, and V10R Esports are in P8. So that was your top 8 rundown of every class here today. And, well, pit stops in effect not only for a couple of your LMP1s, but also your LMP2s starting to think about coming in as well.
Yeah, I can see a few cars like Michele Constantini already in the pits, pitting his car. Also, G-Drive Eximia number 2 just going into the pit lane as Job Witter. Again, French names is complicated for Connery. Dutch name is complicated for me. So be patient, people. Just know this, that Job is actually a driver for G-Drive. I didn't know this. I had to do my research. So it's very cool to see a real life driver driving for the team that he actually drives for. He's going to remain in the car. P3 is coming into the pits as well. Dirk Van Tolden for Torque Freak and other teams staying in the pits as well, as there's still a few cars in LMP2s doing a few Porsche cars, but majority should come into the pit as we speak.
Yeah, so it's basically simultaneous LMP1 and LMP2 stops right now. So that's just the situation that sometimes happens. Sometimes the pit stop windows line up, and you get 2 classes of cars coming down in at around about the same time. So there we go. There's the 2 G-Drive cars that are actually at least briefly side by side. In this instance, though, G-Drive 2 ahead of G-Drive 1. So Itit ahead of Jensen, although Jensen is yet to come down on towards the pit lane. So that's a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's an interesting place for the G-Drives to be in. I mean, in P3, they have both their cars right next to each other, so maybe we might see them doing a bit of teamwork together. Mikael Jensen and Job Van Wieter using the draft, perhaps trying to conserve the fuel, trying to get themselves on the right fuel strategy. Definitely they won't be fighting, because the team orders, of course, will want them to bring the car home at first instead of fighting hard. Because I mean, whatever team you are, no matter how flamboyant of a flamingo you are, you want the cars to be home at first, and then you want to think about all the battling and all that stuff. So G-Drive rightfully letting the other car pass, just making sure that the cars are brought back home in the right strategy so that they can work together and attack the other cars as a team. So that's a good way of looking at it by Team G-Drive. Should be interesting to see how they G-Drive their way up to the podium.
I can't just hide inside. Let's go race Sport TV fan immersion just so I can recover from that. As why not? Let's go on board with an LMP2, as this is G-Drive Racing number 2 with Job Van Eatit behind the wheel. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time, but we'll leave you with the HPD. welcome back to the 6 hours of sim racing here on the iRacing Esports Network and of course on the Race Clutch channel as well over on twitch.tv. So twitch.tv/Race Clutch if you want to hear French commentary. But stick around here if you prefer the English comms, as we are well over the halfway point in this race now. We took a good couple of laps on board with G-Drive Racing, Job Van Eater there, as he's now in P3 in the LMP2 class. And, you know, while all of that has been going on, we've seen a good couple of stops from cars. We saw the other G-Drive car come down in on towards the pit lane on that last lap. We've also seen an LMP1 down in. That was the Race Clutch 15 that also decided to pit in that Audi there. But things continue to develop here, because the gap at the race lead still stands at about 2 seconds at the moment. So even though Team Redline were able to get themselves at least relatively quickly past after Burst Esports had their mistakes, Lorenzo, they haven't quite been able to go into full pull out of the gap mode.
Yeah, it still has been an honest gap, and I think Harrison Finch now has been able to minimize the errors, because before he pitted, he actually managed to get some relatively fast laps on the 322 to 325. The 325s it was when he pitted. It's the remaining of the 322s in comparison to Redline is a 321 to 322. So it's gonna be interesting how Burst is actually gonna still remain within the lead in that lead draft to Redline. It's gonna be interesting with this last 3 hours to go.
Yeah, I mean, that gap comes down just as we were looking at it, because of the influence of the traffic and the differences in the ERS deployment. But yeah, if they're able to keep it at this margin for the next 2.5 hours, Sumil, then we could be looking at a grandstand finish at the very end of things here if we're lucky.
I mean, we ought to be lucky, because so far it's been, well, far from ideal in terms of the entertainment scale. Hopefully they do pull out a grandstand finish, because that'll be one thing that'll pay us off for the kind of patience that it needs to watch a race like this. I mean, it is interesting to see the strategy elements, but after a while it does settle in, and if we can produce a great finish over here, which I desperately hope we do, it's going to be worth the wait. I mean, Team Redline and Burst Esports, they're on a similar strategy, more or less. I mean, Redline, as you correctly mentioned, they weren't able to pull the gap out mode. I mean, they didn't really go on the dominating side of things. You would have expected, with the kind of pace that they came in, Redline would be mashing it across the park. They would be going 3 or 4 seconds up ahead, but they just seem to have mellowed down a little bit. So I don't know whether they're conserving or whether they're looking at a different approach to their strategy. But again, they're sticking around with each other. Only 2.5 hours to go, and I hope so. I desperately hope that more people join this pack and make this an interesting battle towards the end. And in the other categories as well, the HPDs, they can produce some good racing. We have seen some of that so far. I mean, oh, here he goes, he knocks out a cone. And yeah, we hope to see some good racing in the GTEs and the P2s as well soon.
There we go. But no, there's another cone. Actually, a car off. It's not just a cone. There's one of the GTE machines having a problem into there. I get the feeling, at least from the livery, I believe that might have been. Yeah, go on.
No, that was the radicals going off at the most corner, giving space to Burst.
Yeah, it was. So let's see if they. There they are. So they had a problem into the Mulsanne. Well, they were trying to be a bit too courteous, I suppose, will be the word, as they go wide. They stay clear of the gravel and they get out of the way of the LMP1 cars, which I guess is objective achieved for Radicals Online. It's just in a bit of a scrappy way.
Yeah, it's the way that you really don't want to go, especially on a very tight corner like the Mulsanne corner. Because if you go far into, you know, where those pylons, the green pylons are located, if you go just inside those pylons, you're gonna get a very late. Oh, Race Clutch 15 has a lost bonnet in the Porsche curves.
Whoa! Yeah, that's a lot of damage to that LMP1 machine. That's a bit of an issue, to say the least. Let's wind things back. Oh, there's the tail end of it. So this is Race Clutch 15 the race clutch, the race organizer here. Wow, that's a big off. Oh, that's a big impact with the tire barrier as well. Thomas Busch behind the wheel of the Audi just sends it into the barriers, and well, just brace yourself because here comes the onboard for Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's quite complicated. It's not how you really want to go with your car, and accrued some damage. Let's just see if they have a fast repair to get those cars repaired, but it is a major time loss regardless.
Yeah, you can see them coming back onto the circuit there, and well, that's an Audi that's seen better days, shall we say. There's the flashing of the lights there from one of the other cars that's probably getting a little injury there. They know they have to get out of the way of pretty much everyone there. As Thomas Busch, you can see car on towards pit lane now, so they're going to get their fast repair. At least they've got that to use. They're actually taking tires with this as well.
Driver swap.
But yeah, again, it's just a slight error. The car got away from him a little bit, and one of those things in this race that we haven't actually mentioned, Sumil, is the fact that these guys have fixed setups as far as we know. So that's going to add a different element, because there's fixed setups that they're designed to be at least okay for everyone, but they're never perfect for everyone. And, you know, sometimes they might do things you don't expect, just like that.
No, I thought we were talking to Somo. My apologies, I didn't request the question. I spaced out because I was actually looking at Thomas Busch over here. I found one Thomas Busch, and if this is what I think it is, it might be a very interesting profile. Head of our aerodynamic track performance group of Scuderia Ferrari, and a former Carrera Cup driver and friends. If Race Clutch can actually approach us with that information, I'll certainly appreciate it.
I mean, he's not behind the wheel of the car anymore, because it's Luis Rodriguez that's in the car now after the number 15 had his incident. So he's taking over command of the machine at the moment. But that Audi, good as new, and it is quite fortunate that we do have fast repairs in this race. Otherwise, that would be race clutch 15 out of the event. But it did mean that I had to take an unscheduled stop, so that has its own damage.
Yeah, the tyre strategy has been interesting to watch as we now look at the race clutch car on the screen. Or maybe you may not be looking at it, I have no clue, my screen is slightly delayed. That LMP1 car, I mean, it looks just so disfigured when it crashes. It's such a sorry sight, because that front bumper just comes off in one piece. It's like one total part, and it is just a sad sight to see those LMP1 cars damaged. So to avoid that kind of shame, just drive well, just drive clean, and make sure that you avoid the traffic, and make sure that you don't make mistakes. I'm sorry. But the thing with Le Mans is, it's sorry, Conry, after you.
You don't know about this, Subel, because you're a bit delayed on the feed. But just as he said, let's hope they don't make mistakes. They just made another mistake and go out into the gravel at Mulsanne.
Commentators curse 101. That's exactly what's happening over here.
Hashtag blame Connery.
Don't blame me. Why is it blame me? But yeah, the curse of the commentator works in interesting ways. Even if you don't even have an accurate feed to within a half a second, you can have an effect at 10 seconds back. So there we go.
No, I feel that I have a special magical power to kind of make anyone's race go bad.
You'll find out very quickly that commentators have this weird power that mess up driving.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. I think it was SEO. Or something like that. Or one of the big endurance leagues at Suzuka. Lorenzo knows the one where I basically cursed everyone, and I cursed Race Clutch a lot as well. So
not just Race Clutch. Not just Race Clutch. You cursed your own heart so hard when I told him to actually should get a priest and get some preaches, because it was very hard. I'm never gonna forget that.
Yeah, it's just like at that point I should have probably just been banned from the server, to be fair. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. But right now, Race Clutch 15, fingers crossed, touch wood, whatever superstition that you believe. Hopefully they're gonna be okay from this point forwards. There we go. Like, that's my disclaimer. So I'm not responsible for anything that happens to this car from this point forwards.
Yeah, right, Connery. We know about that. Commentators curse just happens all the time.
We're going to pretend that we believe. How's that sound? With a smile in our faces. I'm just kidding. But as a counterpart at least, Connor, if you're going to say you cursed them out, imagine me. I got a track record that I cursed Sims in SCO. I think I cursed another team in SCO. In the 24 series, I cursed another team. I cursed Bila Aeronix Racing. So my track record in this past maybe 5 to 6 to 4 months has been worse than yours.
Oh, okay. That. I don't know if that's good to know or not. Maybe for me, but not for the drivers out there. I suppose.
Disclaimer. Commentator's disclaimer.
Yeah, you know, we don't have supernatural powers. I think that needs to be said. But this battle, Team Fordzilla, Redface Racing by JRT, again within a second, and one of the very few battles actually within a second at this point, since the field is relatively strung out in terms of the on-track battles. I can actually show you the track map, because there it is. You can see not only are they strung out in terms of the battles, they're also strung out just in general, because you can see decent separation between all the cars on there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you can see the difference in terms of livery. So it's easy to recognize who is who, as you guys can see the track map on screen. With the cars are now more spread out, with the more, I think I would say, clunkered part, and he just started just after the start finish line, just going over the Dunlop curves just before the Tetra Rouge. And I'll be very honest, there is actually a really good battle between Relay and World Sim Racing, as Xavier Sanchez just made a move on Relay and then got the position.
Yeah, looks like that's the case. There they are. Relay Sim Racing team, Relay Sim Racing. Just a couple of tenths between them, but Relay getting passed there by Will the Sim Racing team as they continue on their way. Xavier Sanchez behind the wheel, of course, a popular Spanish streamer. I believe, behind the wheel of the 24 at the moment. So, he's got a job to do, shall we say, because he is one of the bottom-running LMP2 machines here. We had 14 LMP2s take the start, and actually all 14 of them are still running, so we haven't seen that many retirements, thanks mostly to the French repairs, I would have thought. But they're running P11 right now, which... each team will have its own goals coming into these sorts of races, Sumo. So I can't say it's either negative or positive for them, but, depending on how they thought the race would go, they will have their own opinion on it.
And it is necessary to. I mean, if you're relatively new to, let's say, this sort of high-level endurance racing as a team, you won't be coming in expecting to win this sort of event. So definitely there will be differences in expectations between each team. And that's a good way to measure up yourself, because a lot of times teams come in with the expectation that they'll be at X or PY, whatever that is. And then at the end, they have to look back and analyze their performance. And considering that so many of these teams are proper professional sim racing teams, they have to do that. They have to make sure that they need to, keep on improving and keep on getting better. As Lorenzo has rightly pointed out in this comment section, that the world of sim racing team is relatively new, so they will be having rather low expectation, and then they'll be starting to improve and get better. Connery,
they've been around, but I'm not sure whether they've taken any drivers that are new to iRacing, unless you can clear that up, Lorenzo.
It's because as when I started to do racing in other sims, I know from other sims, not iRacing specifically. I seen them when I started, I think back in the 30s, maybe 2016, but this format, the team they have with Carlos Alvarez Benetti and the other drivers, has been, I think, since mid-late 2018 to 19, so relatively new in terms of full driver lineup for iRacing specifically.
Yeah, so there they are, out on circuit. 2 hours and 25 minutes left remaining. So still a decent chunk of time to go, but we've had the vast majority of the race behind us now. So there we go. That's the positive sign, the positive outlook that we have to keep in our minds as those two still continue their way through the first sector. Gaten Jordan in the chat saying, look at the Rebirth Sim Racing car, started P14 and is now in P8. So Rebirth Sim Racing, there they are out on circuit, and we can see Adela Traz Alexandra behind the wheel. as that car seems to have been on the move since the start of the race, gaining a good couple of positions, and now is a good time. Actually, I haven't pulled this out just yet, but hopefully it works. There we go. Up on the screen for you. You can see the positions gained and lost in each class. So you can see Team Redline, they're up 2 spots. Race Clutch 16 up 2 spots. Nirvana up 2 spots. Silent Racing in the LMP1 class, though, up 4 spots from where they started, which is pretty good going, all things considered. Apex Racing team race leading in LMP2s. Cube Racing up 3 positions from where they started. And then you can see your rest of your LMP2s out there. You can see Flamboyant Flamingo Racing, they lost 4 positions because they did start pole position, so that's, you know, they settled down into P5 now. And you see the Rebirth car is up 6 positions from where they started, so it's worth actually going through and checking the rest of these. There's your GTE class as Simracing. That's not accurate because MSI Esports Blue is the race leader, not Simracing.de Titan, so just ignore that for now. It seems like these guys have, well, Simracing.de Titan just came down on towards the pit lane, so that's not accurate. Tetraru's Racing up 7 spots, Team Fordzilla up 3, so there are a good couple of big movers here in the field, Lorenzo, but, you know, Rebirth, just one of them.
Yeah, Rebirth is just one of them. Just really quickly, I just want to recap, just seen by Rasmus Anderson. Thank you, Rasmus, by the way. That Burst Esports regained the lead, so they are back into the lead of the race. They just got back the position from J. Farrow. And about Rebirth, they just kept it on track, just kind of got a second life, and just got those positions up. I'm sorry, I blame Sumo after this one. I didn't want to say it.
We're trying to find where this pass happened.
Come on.
Esports, but there they are. I think this is going to be it. Red line. Let's just watch this run through because I'm getting quite frustrated that I'm missing all of these passes for the overall race lead at the moment. Where's Team Redline? They're just behind there. So let's just try and get this sorted, shall we? Yeah, I think they made an error. Oh, they made a big error in towards Arnage. Pushed very, very wide. That's how the race lead changed. And there we go. Burst Esports through. It took us a while to get it, but but that's what happens. Just a simple error from Team Redline and allowing their Burst Esports competitors through. So it seems like errors settling in for both teams and just like trying to swap around this race lead quite often. And you can see now, back on the live pictures, gap is a second between the two, which is again absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of a 6-hour race. But Matt Farrow, yeah, just an unforced error into Arnage that has resulted in him not being the race leader anymore.
Yeah, that really didn't work out well for Team Redline, and I think the motto by which they live by is "After you, sir, your way first." So they just seem to be swapping around this lead quite a lot, and now it could be a chance once again, all over from the start, that Team Redline makes another comeback, gets past Team Burst Esports once again, and then starts to settle in over there. That could happen. We've seen Team Redline have the pace, but then of course we know that Burst Esports is not slow as well. In qualifying, they were actually quite fast, but Team Redline is slowly and steadily closing up on them.
Yeah, they are. We're riding on board with Matt Farrow, who made that slight error that gave away the race lead, but it's not over and done with by any means. You know, even though this Ford GT is gonna not really help it, Redline's still in contention. It's just that slight little blip that they've had, and now it means that maybe life gets a bit more difficult for them, but it's definitely not impossible, Lorenzo.
No, it's not impossible. The job was made a little bit harder with the Radicals Online just staying on the middle of his path and on the downward curves as they head into the first Mulsanne chicane. It was a minor time loss. But again, like I said, Matt J. Farrow is a guy that loves using the air as he just sends it every single time. So once again, sending it just as he comes out of the first chicane, the gap is still about a second, slightly fluctuating between 1.03 to 1.08.
Yeah, just about that margin. Very, very static on the way into the second Mulsanne chicane. And Redline, again, they don't have to panic. They don't have to rush here, Sumo. And that's the important point. It's so easy when you get yourself involved in a mistake or an incident to really, you know, start to try to overcompensate for what's happened. That's not what you need to do. You just need to get your head back in the game, get your rhythm back, and not try, so hard that you actually start overdriving the car.
And that's easier said than done, because while being in that zone of racing, you often do tend to think a lot more than you should. I mean, when you're driving and then somebody gets past and all you're thinking is, I gotta get past that guy. It's a matter of my pride. I want to make sure that I get past him. And that's what the generic racing driver brain would say to you. But that's the beauty of endurance racing. This is this is the time where you have to sit back and think, okay, should I really do that? Is it really worth it at this stage of the race? Do I need to risk it all just to get that back one move, which I can get later on as well? So that kind of calm thinking really is an important mentality in endurance racing, and a lot of these drivers, a lot of top endurance racing drivers, they meditate a lot. They keep on focusing on their mind, how to control it, how to make sure that it's in the right state of mind, because if it isn't, it could be hard for you to become a good endurance racing driver.
Could well be, but with Burst Esports and Redline here, gap is closing. And Redline might be in a position in the not too distant future to have a chance back at the race lead. But if history is anything to go by, then Burst Esports won't really let them get away too much. Maybe they'll let them get away by a couple of seconds, but it's never more than that. And that is always a gap that can be dealt with in endurance racing. There's a bit of traffic ahead of these guys as well. Neither of them decide to head down towards the pit lane. They are coming towards the end of the stint, I believe, for them as they slam on the ankles. They have to wait. They have to wait for the GTE cars, and there we go. Finally, they get the launch off the corner. You can just see the difference in the acceleration between the two classes. It's just those LMP1 cars make mincemeat out of the GT cars when it comes to acceleration zones, because that hybrid engine just gives it the kick that it needs.
Yeah, quite literally. I mean, the LMP1s, I remember, I mean, this is one onboard that stays with me for a long time. That on the Mulsanne straight at around 3 o'clock in the night, there was one GT car driving around very smoothly, doing its own job. LMP2 comes in, scares the life out of him, and then the LMP1 comes in. It's just a tremendous speed difference. It's incredible. It's insane to watch, and that is one of the best parts about Le Mans.
Here we go. There's the pass once again. Team Redline back to the pointy end of the field. After that error from Matt Farrow, there is Burst Esports. We're riding on board with them as they're not going to want to challenge into the next chicane. There's a big old overtake button boost there from Matt Farrow to be able to make that one happen, and it seems like Harrison Finch didn't really have anything to do with it.
Yeah, Harrison
MSI
Finch
Blue is struggling hard.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he doesn't want to struggle a little bit, but he doesn't want to overcommit. He doesn't want to overcommit, but one of the things I want to say is that now Simracing Titan is now leading the GTE class, because Guillaume Pujeo from MSI Blue is having heavy connection issues and is struggling hard with his laps.
Yeah, he set a 148.1 that last time around. Was actually not too bad, but it seems like it's on this lap where MSI Esports Blue have lost a whole bunch of time. That is absolutely horrible. And when you consider that this gap was sitting at 20-30 seconds not too long ago, Sumil, that's a huge loss.
Yeah, that really is. That's a lot of time lost pretty much in a very short period of time. Recovering from that is going to be a tricky task, and I'm sure they can do that, but Simracing Titan, they have a tough job on their hands. The MSI Esports Blue car around only 7/10 behind them, and the chase is getting ever so exciting. MSI Esports Blue are on the prowl, and the lead could very well be theirs.
Yeah, it could be. It's wow. This is just sometimes how quickly things can change in endurance racing. Because when you think it's just getting boring, there's a whole other situation that develops, like that mistake from Matt Farrow and Redline, and then the repass to be able to get back to the race lead. And now you see this in GTEs. It was the most convincing race lead gap that we had, Lorenzo, and all of a sudden it's worth nothing.
It's worth completely nothing. I was just looking over here. I just want to be sure that the 356, 356, and 356 for Guillaume Pujeo, which is the runner-up of last season, the Spanish F4. So or another one of those real-life drivers, and Felix Ludding just coming out of pit lane. He does a 351, but still really fast pace from Simracing, who still has their third driver to use and still hasn't come in. So both of Jürgen Frank and Felix Ludding using a car which is different from the BMW they normally use at SEOs, but still really being really fast in comparison to the other car they use.
Yeah, this is the thing, and I can't believe that we haven't talked about it so far this race, but every team has a guest driver that they have to use. So it's the situation where most likely that guest driver is not going to be a particularly quick driver, and some of the teams might have gotten better luck of the draw, so to speak, with getting some of the pro drivers, but some of them might have gotten some other influencer in some other industry. So it's an interesting situation. I'm trying to see who is actually going to be the guest driver for Redline and Burst Esports, as they're both on the pit lane right now. There's Team Redline off and away. Burst Esports, they are still stationary, and now they're getting off and away. But I think Burst Esports, a little bit longer stop there, 23.3 seconds compared to the 19.5 from Team Redline. That's a bit of a stark difference between those two. But having a look at the LMP1, this is the entry list. Team Redline, they have. Well, they don't. This is the thing. Team Redline do not have a guest driver, actually. I don't think. At least from seeing this. Because you have Patrick Wolf there, you have Dominic Farber, you have Matt Farrow. Those are all regular iRacing drivers. So that's not going to be an issue for them. I'm having a look at where Burst Esports. Let's see if they do have a guest driver of Frederick Vesti. So that might change the complexion on this battle, because if Vesti's not up to the pace of the other two drivers, then it's game over for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky because Frederick Vesti is a driver that is F3 driver. He's supposed to be driving this season for one of the F3 teams. I cannot recall correctly who it was, because he was the former regional champion in 2019, where he had a lot of the drivers that drove in the second category. He's not on the board. It's supposed to be in his F3 season. So he's a fast driver of his own, but I don't know if he has the pace to match the Redline at the overall scope of things.
Yeah, it's there's only a handful of teams that actually don't have to use a guest driver, and Redline's one of them. We also had SimRC and Satellite Racing. They don't need guest drivers. Neither the Cube Racing in that LMP1. So it seems like about only half the LMP1 field need to use guest drivers, but the entirety of LMP2, with the exception of Flamboyant Flamingo, needs to use guest drivers, and the entirety of GTEs, with the exception of Radicals on Line 1, Rebirth, and Apex Aviation, they don't need to use a guest driver. So yeah, it adds another element to the racing here, Suil, because those drivers, under normal circumstances, for I guess most of them, won't actually be up to speed of some of the drivers that drive these cars on iRacing every single day of the week. So it's an awkward situation sometimes for those teams that do have to use the guest drivers, because they're just hoping and praying they don't lose too much time with them behind the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. But some of these guest drivers are actually quite fast. I saw Mikkel Jensen, who was one of the guest drivers. So it's all about your luck. Who you get as your guest driver can make a make-or-break difference, because in endurance racing, every single stint matters, every lap matters, and making sure that you get a good guest driver can be crucial to your success. Because if you get a driver, let's say, who's not really a racing professional, or not to discredit them or anything, but they may not be the best racing drivers in the world, they can cost you a significant bit of time. But if you get someone like a Mikkel Jensen as a guest driver, who knows these prototypes super well, that could be a major plus point in your favor. So that could be a major deciding factor. And I guess Lorenzo has something to say, something important.
Yeah, you guys were talking about the Flamboyant Flamingo racing team not having a guest driver. I'll say the guest itself is the car and the livery.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it could possibly be. You saw Stream Racing team come off the pit lane for another one of their scheduled stops. Same with Race Clutch, same with Protocharge, same with Satellite also came down in. Redline and Burst came in that one lap ago, so that's the situation for them. So LMP1 pit stops are basically all done, with the exception of Cube Racing LMP1. Although I'm seeing Satellite Racing maybe have a problem? Nope, they are there. They do exist. They're still out there on circuit. It's just they had a little bit of a technical problem, I believe, there. But they're back to the land of the living, it looks like, and continuing on their way. But just as things, get a little bit more hectic, they calm down just as fast, Lorenzo.
Had to come down just as fast, and I'm just looking at the drivers here in the infield. Some have some driver swaps. For example, you said Stream Racing Team got Piero de Valette, which is the Pielo, which is one of the French YouTube streamers, Twitch streamers, and he's also a fellow commentator for the French side. So you can see other drivers coming in as well, and it's gonna be interesting to see those guest drivers or third drivers that still driven yet, how they will perform on the track.
And someone, hang on, we'll just come back to that in just a little bit, as I just get ahead of myself a little. Cube Racing and G-Drive Racing in LMP2s. Gap within a second between those guys, as G-Drive really now feeling the effects of the draft, so they'll be able to pull themselves in quite quick fashion, and we'll have to see if they're able to get past as well. But at this moment in time, the racing, again, on pause maybe a little bit, Sumel. So it's just a situation that occurs naturally without, especially since we don't have full course yellows or safety cars in effect.
Yeah, that actually is the case. I mean, it's been a bit processional, to say the least. We could have had a better race so far, to be very honest. I mean, some things could have been a bit better and all that, but again, we can't complain. I mean, it's been a decent one, not too bad as such. We saw some incidents here and there, and we're banking on a good end, because all these battles that we're seeing here, they will culminate at some point of time, and we will see these drivers going flat out at some point. So at the moment, they're just thinking about relaxing for a very long time, in fact, about conserving their tires, their fuel. But at some point of time, that worry is bound to go away, and that when that worry is going away, and when we'll see that good racing kicking in, that is when we'll really start to get entertained. But till then, I guess we'll have to focus on the strategy and speak about some good entertaining stuff on the commentary.
Arjuna Kankapati saying, Kankapati, excuse me, saying, I hope that you didn't show me wrecking.
Well, you wrecked.
Well, you're correct.
Oh, tough luck, mate.
We did not show Arjuna wrecking, so there we go. But everyone else, there's that Pathologia saying that he's supporting S2V Esports, and I knew exactly which language that was, because I know S2V Esports are Spanish, so therefore I was able to translate quite quickly. So there we go. We see S2V Esports, there they are. So that Pathologia. There's your team out there on circuit. They're 4 seconds ahead of Artifact Racing at the moment, so going along at least okay. Maybe they would have wanted to be able to climb a little bit higher than P11, but at least for some of the teams out here today, they'll take what they can get.
Yeah, and they're going to take what they can get. And for S2V, unfortunately, it wasn't one of those teams who kind of showed a good promise under practice. They had a really good pace. They put one of the top times with 3:32.57. So unfortunately, they couldn't carry that into the racing itself. But right now, they have one of the real-life drivers, and it's kind of not a local, but a regional driver here in South America. Manuel Serra is a Turismo Carretera driver, which is, for those who are not known, is a version of the touring cars. They have stock cars, touring cars. They have here in South America, highly competitive, highly customizable, highly popular in South America, to be very honest. It's good to see a driver from South America racing. Unfortunately, we had Bebo Girolami, and he would be driving for Altus, but unfortunately he's not driving. So someone from South America representing.
I'm looking at Josh Chin right now, going for the replay, because I know Kankapati said that he had a spin. So let's see if that spin is actually the case. I don't think it was through there.
Again?
Looks like. Was it up into Dunlop, or was it up through the final corner? I'm just having a look to see. Oh, there it is. There we go. We get it, Josh. You shouldn't have said anything, Arjuna, because otherwise we would not have done that replay. So Josh Chin, you know, relish in it, because now your spin is on the Race Spot broadcast, tags the grass a little bit on the outside there into Dunlop, and just upsets that car. And as we know with iRacing in recent times, Sumil, the grass is lava.
Not in iRacing. If you go on the grass, it'll just snap back on you. And Le Mans, of course, is one of these old school circuits where you make one mistake and you go wide, the circuit will punish you. It's relentless. And that's the good thing about these old circuits, because I really hate it in the tracks like Abu Dhabi and the other ones, where you just go wide and you have ample and acres of runoff space that just doesn't punish you at all. In tracks like Oulton Park or Le Mans for that matter, or even Sebring, when you go out, you get properly paid back for that. And that just keeps the driver in check. That just keeps the driver in discipline. And these are the circuits that actually improve you as a racing driver, because when you have the liberty of acres and acres of runoff, you will tend to get spoiled. And when you come to a track like this one, you will not be able to contain it. And track limits are certainly an important issue. As we see Cube Racing and G-Drive fighting.
Oh, they have contact. Cube Racing around there. That was a big incident. Race Clutch also might have been involved in that, as we'll wind things back and see exactly how things happen. Trying to battle with G-Drive, and just see Cube Racing diving down towards the inside. Contact with Race Clutch there. Well done to Race Clutch for holding on to that, but Cube Racing really wanted to get through there, and perhaps to their peril, as they just take a little bit too much out of the Mulsanne corner, and they decide to have a spin. As you can see, they're actually on the defense, I believe. You see a car going down their left-hand side there. That's actually one of the LMP1 cars. There's the G-Drive car that we're trying to fight with, but they go so deep on the brakes, and then bang right there with the Race Clutch machine. Race Clutch keep it together. Cube Racing spin around, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a Race Clutch. Might have been proven. I think that was the Movano. Just looking at the replay.
Yeah, it actually was.
Go deep into braking. Yeah, they touched with the Simon Movano. There is a point. You often say there you can defend, but then again, when you have an LMP1 car, I don't think that's the best thing you should do. I think Maxime was a little bit over aggressive under the brake. I know he wants to get a LMP1 car in between. I think that was the idea he was going for, but unfortunately he caused a contact, spun around, and damaged the rear wing. That's going to take some acceleration and precision out of the curves.
Yeah, we saw a great slow-mo shot there of Movano, Michael Partington behind the wheel, being able to recover. Go on.
No, furthermore, I was going to say even more, they lost the front part of their car.
The Cube car did?
Mm-hmm. I think that was a board chicanes, maybe.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly have a look to see if I can grab that. As there they are. Wow, that's a lot of damage on the Cube Racing car. That's not healthy. Fast repair required. So they're going to dive down on towards the pit lane and get that sorted. But it seems like there's been a little bit of contact afterwards, I think. There we go. There's the instant afterwards. They are slow there, but this is going to be it. What happens to keep... Oh, snap oversteer hard into the barriers there. Maxime Scalabrini not having the greatest of laps. There's a car coming as well, just as that instant happens. That's the flying, the Flamingo car. But yeah, Cube Racing heavy into the barrier. We'll get another look as we'll go on board with them for this. And it's not the first time that we've actually seen a team or a driver spin inside the Porsche Kids. You can see a little bit of twitch oversteer, and unfortunately that was a bit of foreshadowing, as again it just gets loose through there, and it didn't help with the rear end damage. That rear end just simply wasn't planted through any of those corners. So with the damage that they got in the previous contact, there's not really any surprise that happened, Sumo.
Yeah, that actually is not surprising at all, but that kind of damage, managing it out is a bit tricky, and especially, I mean, after you have a crash or something like that, these LMP2 cars can be a bit tricky to manage out because they are a bit oversteery. So you try to get back, you're on the grass a little bit, you put your foot down, and all of a sudden the car spins around once again. So what you really need to do is just feather your throttle until you're back on the track, and then try to make sure that you control the car, and then are back on the ground once again. But yeah, for Cube Racing, it's all gone horribly wrong in the space of a few seconds. I mean, not for Cube Racing, I'm sorry, for the other guys over there. But just that big accident over there certainly ruining and wrecking their chances, more or less. That was a big crash. And now we take a look at the Simracing Titan team and MSI Esports Blue in the GTE category, having a far-fetched out battle here.
Well, I wouldn't call it a battle because look at those lap times.
Quite a far-fetched out one. 19 seconds, not too close.
Yeah, MSI Esports Blue, they've gone from being about 30 seconds ahead to being about 20 seconds behind within the space of a stint, it feels like at this point. So, yeah, losing 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap. That's not great for MSI Esports Blue, and it's going to require a lot of work to at least even try to recover from that, even if they even can. Because at this point, that's going to be so difficult, even for the best drivers, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it all comes down to see how Dylan Pereira is going to actually perform on the Porsche 911 RSR. Because he's the gas driver. He's the gas driver for Simracing Titan car. So, because I'm like 100% sure they're gonna hand out the car to either Salvatore Lenz or even Alejandro Sanchez, because they're basically the MSI2 top drivers, and we can see Relay GTE outside of the second. Is that the second chicane?
I believe so. Yeah, I think it was. As they. Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting incident there. I'm gonna have a look at it again because they just decided that they don't want to be on the racing surface anymore. I think that's the situation here. We'll have a look at the onboard, on the brakes into the chicane. There we go. The rear end of the car slid out again, and that's been happening across classes. I'm not sure what this is about, Sumil, because it seems like the rear end on all 3 classes of car is very sketchy around here, and it looks like Relay Sim Racing finding that out the hard way.
Yeah, well, the thing is, all these cars are rear-wheel drive naturally, and the rear end can't really snap about. For Relay Sim Racing, yeah, it just went out of hand. They just couldn't turn the car in, and the rear end just said, I mean, I don't want to cooperate with you. But if I can be a rebel and I can step out, why should I cooperate? But yeah, bad move there for Team Relay. They just went out, and that certainly has cost them a lot of time, but if they can get back on track, it will certainly help them out a great deal. But yes, in fact, with these 3 cars, the WC is in fact known for having a lot of cars that can't step out. I mean, most of these cars are rear-wheel drive. All of them, in fact, if I'm not mistaken. So managing that is going to be a tricky aspect, and especially if you're a relatively new driver who, let's say, is new to sim racing as such. I mean, it happens with me a lot of times. You just, at times, out of excitement, forget to feather the throttle, because normally to drive these cars you need to feather the throttle a lot, because if you don't, the car will just turn on you. But sometimes 1 or 2 corners here and there, you just go for it, just gun the throttle down, and then the car snaps on you at exactly this moment in time. Especially considering that these 911 GTEs, they don't have a traction control, so that is even worse. So if you do that on the GT3, you may still be safe, but in the GTE, that may not be the case.
We just clicked over another hour in the book, so it's around about that time that we go for the Orisa top 8 in each and every class here today. So we start with the LMP1s. Team Redline leads by 5 seconds over Burst Esports. Mivano Sim Racing LMP1, they haven't come down towards the pit lane just yet. They are in P3. Race Clutch in P4, ProCharge Sim Sports in P5, SimRC.de Emerald in P6, Stream Racing Team in P7, with Cube Racing LMP1 in P8. Lorenzo, you know what to do.
Yeah, on the HPD class, Apex Racing 30 is still leading the class with quite a lengthy lead still, but it is coming down slightly every little bit of lap, with G Drive Racing Eximia number 1 in P2, Torque Freak Racing is in P3, Flamboyant Flamingo Racing is in 4th, G Drive Eximia is in 5th, Cube Racing in 6th, ACD Racing in 7th, and rounding out the top 8, Pure Sims Esports is your 8th place car in the HPD class, LMP2s, Connery.
And in GTEs, things have changed since we last did this, because SimRC.de Titan now leads by 23 seconds over MSI Esports Blue, Radicals Online Motaf in P3, MSI Esports Red P4, Team Fordzilla P5, Redface Racing by JRT in P6, V10R Esports in P7 with Cube Racing GTE in that 8th spot. So that was your Orisa top 8 in each and every class here today. So with that over and done with, we can take the opportunity to go Racebot TV fan immersion on board with one of your teams, and I'll leave the decision this time to Lorenzo.
Okay. I'll leave it up to Sumil because I really don't know. My mind's blanked out.
Pass the buck, why not?
Okay, let us go for... Okay, why don't we go with the GTE? Why don't we go for one of the Porsche 911 RSRs and tune up the volume, perhaps?
Let's have a look. So let's find a Porsche first, because they're not immediately...
Well, hey, Simracing.
Oh, yeah, well, race leading. Okay, race leading GTE machine. We'll go on board with Simracing.de then. Felix Lunding behind the wheel of that Porsche, as we'll go on board with them, and you can just hear the sweet tones of the GTE Porsche. going to cut the fan immersion short because we've just got the news that one of the the MSI Esports red car has had a big problem. There they are. Wow, that's a lot of damage to that Ferrari. That's the most torn up I've ever seen a GTE car, Lorenzo. Wow.
Yeah, and I'll be surprised if they actually can get that car back to the pits because they still have about, I would say, 3 kilometers.
They've been at it for like a good couple of minutes. There we go. Finally, we'll get to see what happened.
Yeah, they still haven't done the Porsche Cubs. Imagine if they're LMP1. Oh my god. I know you're trying to be competitive, but still.
Hang on. We'll try to get the view of them. Oh, this is a mystery. So I think what has happened here is that he's had some form of technical issue with Alex Alessana, and so we can't actually show you this instant. It's not physically possible to show you his crash because he crashed while having connection issues. So that's going to be a mystery for our time. He's still out there, even on the live pictures. He's trying to get out of the way. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. This instant happened literally like 3 or 4 minutes ago, and he's still out there trying to wheel that car around. That's not a healthy Ferrari. Well, that's a write-off if I ever saw one. He's going to try and limp it back to try and get the fast repair in, but you can just see that that's very much a meatball flag, and I doubt the race stewards appreciate him actually still being out there and not taking the tow. It would have probably been faster to take the tow here.
And he's right on the middle of the apex. I know he's trying to get out of the way, use the grass and all this kind of stuff, taking it easy. But I can hear cars on the background. HPD just coming on the background to get closer to the car. That is dangerous, but I'll give prop where it's necessary. If you're actually going to do that and you still manage to carry out into the pits without crashing into another car, so heavily damaged like that, well done. I wouldn't be able to. I'll probably take the car back to the pits and take the tow.
There we go. On towards pit lane. Oh, he's struggling to even hold it on the pit lane at like 30 kilometers an hour. He's actually just going to cut straight across the curb here because he realizes the danger that cars wanting to enter pit lane normally might get stuck behind him. There we go. Finally on towards pit lane and out of harm's way, I suppose. Wow, Sumil, I've well, you've come late to this since you were still on your little break, so we had to cut back early, but that MSI Esports red car has had an incident that has completely torn up that car. Thankfully, they have the fast repair, but they just had to limp around the track for a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that, and that was crazy how Alex is trying to manage this car in. It's incredible how he's doing it, and he's still doing it in the pit lane, at least on my pictures, and oh, it's ridiculous. If you ever think about what damaged Ferraris look like, that's your case, and it doesn't look like a good thing. Thankfully now it's repaired, and well, it's such a good thing to see a damaged Ferrari being repaired, because it's so sad to see that car being in such a sorry state. But thankfully for Alex, the fast repairs are on and he can get back on the track soon, but he has lost a whole ton of time. That's a lot of places gone there.
Hey, look, I was looking forward to eating my sandwich, but now I've just had to eat it between making comments at this point. It's horrible, but but yeah. Speaking of, we had this discussion before we actually had to cut back. Which is the best jam? I maintain that raspberry jam is the best jam.
Like I told you, I prefer strawberry jam over raspberry.
Same.
So if I have, but here's the thing. I give mad props to Connery for saying raspberry, because if I have to put it on the top 3 of best jams, I'll put probably raspberry in the top, like number 2.
Raspberry, guys, we don't even get raspberry over here. It's all just strawberry or mixed fruit, or a couple of others. But yeah, it has to be strawberry because we don't really get anything else. So.
And grape.
You're missing out. Let's just say that you're missing out. But,
no, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of jams in the world, but
I'm here eating my raspberry jam sandwich, and there's nothing you two can do about it.
Oh, I've got my dinner right next to me as well. And it's, what, 12 o'clock in the night, so a bit of an early one for me.
You have parents to bring you dinner. I live on my own. I have to get up off my butt and do it, but there's not going to be enough time during a race to do that, so unfortunately it's going to have to wait.
Yeah, that's true.
But
And you both are saying about food that you guys, had to grab food, or you guys are brought in food. Imagine me who thought I didn't have food. I was trying to plan myself for lunch, and then, like I told the boys over here, I found like a small packet of wafers, chocolate wafers, just sitting above my desktop.
yeah, it's one of those moments where you just like randomly find food that you didn't think you had.
Hashtag
like,
blessing
oh, wow.
in disguise.
Yeah.
Well, I hear about chocolate wafers. Are they a thing?
They are, and they are amazing.
I've heard about...
Oh, there we go. Actually, we had a pass out there on circuit. That's Rebirth and Allied Racing. Although this is a difference on the strategy, I believe. At least a slight difference. So it's not that much in the grand scheme of things. But Rebirth are able to haul themselves up back inside the top 10 as they continue on their way at the moment. And Ryan Walker says deep fried Mars bar. And, well, he's Scottish, so that explains all.
Well, I've actually heard about... I've heard about those fried chocolate pillows. That's what they call them over here. So they're pretty much a small biscuit. No, not even a biscuit. It's like a chocolate wafer with chocolate right inside of it. They just call it something else over here. But yeah, Arjun, yeah. What's your dinner? Oh, it's quite an Indian Chinese thing actually. It's fried rice and paneer chili. So paneer is pretty much like a tofu as such. So. And no chicken is coming up in this lockdown period, so we've had to deal with that.
All right.
But yeah, that's what it is.
So no, I actually have a question about food, and this is interesting because I like Indian food at some point. How spicy do you like your food?
Look, personally for me, I have a spicy tooth as such. I really love spicy food, but I'll be very honest, Lorenzo. The kind of food that we have here that you find super spicy, it's just bland for us. It's just a thing. I mean, we're just born and brought up with so many spices around us. So anything, my spicy and your spicy will actually be quite a big difference. But yeah, we do tend to like it a bit spicier. But there is actually one community in India, and that's quite a populous community. So they're called the Gujaratis, who like to put sweet in their food. So they have sugar in their dal. Dal is like their pulses as such, so liquid pulses. They put sugar inside it. When we normally put spices like a salt or a pepper or garam masala, which is a hot masala as such. So they put the sweet things in. So that's one thing that you might find bland as such. But for us, we do tend to like it a lot spicy. And this thing that I'm having here, it's quite one of the spiciest things I've had in a while.
I am a big fan of spicy Indian food, so I think we could be friends. But
Mate, Conry, I've had some spicy Indian food in the UK, and trust me, that's not spicy at all.
Okay. Right, wow, I feel insulted.
No, that's just what it is. I mean, of course, you have to cater to the local demand, because if you put, let's say, fish and chips over here, quite frankly, although I would love it, but there's a lot of people who would say there's nothing in it. So it depends on the local taste and local cultures as well. And of course, that's a big dim.
All right, about fish and chips, I have something that is really interesting to talk about. Because my mom, she says the traditional British food, not English food, is the kidney and
kidney pie.
Kidney pie.
Oh, I
not
want to
fish
try
and
one
chips.
once.
Yeah, we gotta be careful about talking about pies, because I think Paul Smith might appear at some point and grace us with his northern.
No,
northern
he's
tones.
doing Suzuka. He's streaming Suzuka, so he's not gonna care.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
Conry,
so we can talk about pies all we want, but
Yeah,
think
but
kidney
about the
good.
pies and fish and chips, you guys just do it perfectly over there. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, some people say that the British food is bland, but you know, it's exciting in its own way. It's good for hangovers.
Really is. I remember I was watching.
Yeah.
I actually managed to get there to London only once, and the only time I've been there. We were in a pub watching a match, so Man U versus Chelsea, and the fish and chips that I got over there in central London, oh, incredible. You can't just get anything like that over here.
That's London fish and chips. That is nothing. Like, fish and chips is only good when it's horribly, horribly greasy. And
Also, there's something even better than that.
yeah, there
Wait,
is.
I really need to try it now.
If you go to any town, either by the coast, or if you go to any town up north, they'll have miles better fish and chips than what London.
I was gonna
has.
mention that. I always heard like the Brighton and those like coastal areas are like the best fish and chips.
I need to try. I definitely need to get there.
Because here's the thing. Our traditional food where I live is barbecue, so we have our traditional barbecue, which is a little bit derived from the Uruguayan, then we do our own way. Other than that, there's nothing else. The only thing that is really traditional is the mate tea over here, but it's hot mate tea, which is highly traditional.
I'm glad this is a discussion right now. Brian Walker says, come to Scotland and give the deep fried pizza from a chip shop that tastes so good.
All right,
Ryan, you've won it.
You said pizza. Tread carefully, my friend, because I might bring up the topic that Connery hates me for me to bring up.
Oh, is that the whole, like, the forbidden...
Pineapple on pizza?
Yeah.
Oh no, Lorenzo, no, come on. Okay, quick question. What's worse, pineapple on pizza or Sergio Perez's French fries pizza? If you've seen that, it's horrible.
French
It's horrible.
fries on pizza?
Yeah, Sergio Perez did that. He posted it on Instagram.
Oh,
and
I
all of a
saw
sudden,
that on Instagram. Oh,
I cringed so hard. I thought that's the pizza dead for me, pretty much.
Look at this, though. Team Redline, Burst Esports. You know, there's racing going on, apparently. As Team Redline and Burst Esports down on towards the pit lane simultaneously here. So you can see P1, you can see P2 in LMP1s getting themselves stopped in their pit boxes. There we go. There's Harrison Finch getting his stop done. Driver change, though, for Team Redline as Patrick Wolf makes an appearance for that team. And now Burst Esports put in their guest driver of Frederick Vesti. So this is going to be an important next couple of moments here. This next stint is going to be so important, and it might sort of allow us to see how things are going to play out for the end of the race. Because if Frederick Vesti can keep up the pace of his teammates, then Burst Esports still have a chance.
yeah, because I think right now with Frederick Vesti in the car, this might be the first time we actually see how the teams are actually separated in terms of skill gap. Because we don't know, and we mentioned this before, how Vesti will drive that car. He's with a highly qualified team of LMP1 drivers, absolutely. Might have gotten a few things or here and there, absolutely. But in comparison to Redline, now the real question begins. Now the real racing begins.
Absolutely. So Vesti out there, and we'll actually go on board with him because he's going to have to try and get used to how that car is. And obviously he might have done quite a bit of practice behind the wheel of that car, but he might not have done it in amongst the traffic of the race. And also with the dynamic track, you know, some characteristics of the track might have changed as well since his practice session. So he's going to have to take the next couple of moments to really start to settle in. And if he's able to at least match Patrick Wolf here, then that will be a positive thing. And then Burst Esports can see where they are at the end of the stint here and see if they can actually challenge Sumo. But this is a lot of pressure resting on Vesti's shoulders at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you don't, as a guest driver, you don't really want to be a liability for your team. And I'm sure Frederick Vesti won't be that, because he can be quite a fast driver at times. But yes, he'll have to get used to the car, get used to the track, the conditions, everything rather quickly. And his practice, all that he's done, will be of great use over here. Remember, guys, this could be the defining period. Team Redline, Burst Esports have been dueling for the lead for a long, long time, and this is the phase. This is exactly where the two could be separated. The quality of your guest drivers can make your race or either break it. Should be fun to see this.
Yeah, gap is 4 seconds, between Redline and Burst Esports. So we'll have to see, if that fluctuates in and out over the course of this one. But if Vesti's able to keep it at 4 seconds by the time his stints are done, then that's a positive sign for him. But we'll have to see how that actually ends up looking. Meanwhile, Rebirth and Artifact close out there as well. Couple of tenths of a second between those guys. And by the way, Lorenzo, thank you for reminding me I have pizza in the fridge.
Oh, you're so welcome. I'm over here to entertain, provide value and content for the people, and be a reminder.
Yeah, and provide pizza, as it turns out.
Provide pizza. By the way, I'm probably gonna call Domino's once this race is over.
Other pizza chains are available, but
Should I scare you? Should I scare you some? I mean, I shouldn't do this, but okay, I'm not. That would just ruin the mood altogether.
So Mil, now explain me to this. I just read what you said.
Yeah.
Explain me the pizza bread thing.
It's all run out. I mean, in the initial couple of weeks, everyone just wanted to have pizza. So everyone just went there, got their pizza breads, and yeah, we'll make pizza at home. And all of a sudden you go to the market, there's no pizza bread, there's no instant noodles available. We're a country of 1 billion people, so making so many pizza breads and instant noodles for us is going to be quite a tough task. And the restaurants are closed. Especially now because... But the thing that happened is... Should I say it or should I not? I think that'll... No, I think I'll not say it. That'll just ruin the mood of the broadcast.
Rebirth and Artifact. That gap extends, but you know things fluctuate in and out in the course of these endurance races, so it's not entirely a surprise. But we are setting up for what looks to be at least a relatively interesting finish here, because you have to remember that in GT land, it's the case of these guys not being able to reach the hour mark, and as a result, you know, are gonna have to maybe take a splash and dash at the end of this race. Simracing Titan in from the race lead there. As you can see, they inherited the race lead after MSI Esports Blue had their problems. And speaking of MSI Esports Blue, there they are. Alejandro Sanchez is now back behind the wheel, and things have changed quite a bit, Lorenzo, from when he was last in the car.
Yeah, the landscape has changed because he was P1, driving a very comfortable gap, and as soon as he realized there is a Ford and a Porsche right ahead of you, and you might be wondering what is going on. Unfortunately, your driver didn't get the sense. It happens because, again, it is a fun event. We're all here to have fun, relax, enjoy, take the daily stress away out of our lives and given circumstances, but you still want to be competitive. Unfortunately, your teammate wasn't competitive in comparison to the other competition. So it resides on you to try to, if you can get those advantages back. And Alejandro Sanchez is driving hard and fast every single lap.
Yeah, because he has a lot of time to make up here, not just in the battle for the race lead. You know, he cycled as far back as third now, and you can see the gap to Radicals Online Motaf is now 14.5 seconds. But you can just see as soon as Sanchez got back behind the wheel of the car, you can see the amount of time that they've been gaining lap on lap. So that's a positive sign, at least, for MSI Esports Blue. But you know, it's kind of tough that they've been put in this situation. They had to use their guest driver. There's no ifs and buts about it. And of course, this is a fun race. There's not supposed to be a lot of tension and a lot of drama, but still, racing drivers want to win, and when they're put into the situation where winning has become a lot harder, that's when the gloves come off, Tumil.
Yeah, this is the tricky period, and as we mentioned previously, the guest drivers, they can pretty much make or break your race. And, well, Lorenzo has something to say about the Simracing team. Lorenzo, what's going on there?
I just saw they come out of the pit lane and Ludding is still in the car, correct?
Yep.
They still have Dylan Pereira to be their guest driver, correct?
I think so. I can actually check this, because if I pull up
I know
drivers,
he's registered as the guest driver.
Yeah, because
they have to do one more pit stop.
Yeah, they do, and they'll only have to put him in for, well, only part of a stint. They only have to put him in for maybe about 40 minutes or so. So this is actually pretty good for Simracing Titan, because they basically left their guest driver to take the shortest stint of the race, which is a good plan, all things considered, because we saw how drastically effective the guest drivers are, especially in the case of MSI Esports. So they're sort of covering their butts at the moment and getting, having Felix Lunding behind the car, having Jürgen Frank behind the wheel of the car for the vast majority of the race. And then that final 40 minutes or so, that's when their guest driver is going to be in the car. So I think they're trying to minimize the amount of time lost here.
Well, you can go ahead. I'll finish. I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, so for the guest drivers, well, giving them the smallest stint may be a smart move, but if that stint turns out to be the last one, where things really come down to the hot and exciting stuff, that could be a backfiring move as well, because although you do want your guest driver to drive for the lowest period of time, you do not want to give them the toughest stint, which is the last one, because that's when everything culminates, that's when all the strategies come together, that's when everyone is really fighting for position in reality. So no strategy elements over there, it's all proper hardcore racing action. So if your guest driver is driving on that period of time, the pressure on their shoulders is really, really heavy. You're relying on them a lot. Although you're giving them less time, you're giving them a much tougher job. As we see the Simracing title car with the big race spot logo over there. 2/10 of their lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Lunding continued on his way, but this is now things starting to become a little bit clearer for the end of the race here. The chess pieces are starting to be set up and starting to be moved. So, yeah, this is looking. It's going to be very, very intriguing for the end of the race, because if Simracing, come off the pit lane leading with their guest driver behind the wheel, how much time are they going to lose? Or they might not even lose that much time, if the guest driver is particularly good. So, that's the thing that they have to keep in mind, that they have to consider. They've seen MSI Esports Blue lose so much time because of that driver, and they really don't want the same thing to happen to them. And especially considering that MSI Blue now have Sanchez behind the wheel, who's going at a rate of knots and will be able to quite easily and catch and pass the Simracing car if it's just that little bit too slow.
Yeah, and this is the interesting part, because we've done these 12 hours of Interlagos, 1,000 miles in Interlagos for SCO not long ago. I think it was last weekend.
Last week, yeah.
Just last weekend, and we saw they had the same driver, Dylan Pereira, in the car, and it was relatively fast on the GT4, but the GT4 is not a GTE, and we know Dylan Pereira is a works driver for Porsche, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was slow on a GTE car. But Connery, that's how we call leaving a driver just for last, just for a half stint.
Yeah.
A hard carry.
That's a good one.
to use a gaming term, yes. I never thought I'd see it in a sim race, but yeah, the Jürgen Frank and Felix Lunding, basically the carries of the team, or rather, well, maybe that's more true for MSI Esports with their drivers. But there we go. As Team Redline there, the overall race leader, continuing to put in some very good laps. Frederick Vesti lost that's about 2.8 seconds since he got in the car. So it's not been too bad for Vesti so far. But, it's his job here, Lorenzo, is just damage limitation.
Yeah, full damage limitation, and it's really interesting to see how Blue actually will perform with Alejandro Sanchez, because I can see the gap coming down to Radicals Online, and I know that it's the same thing for Redline. They're just going full pedal to the metal, and they're not going to leave any room for burst to actually come down. Of course, we're not going to take away Frederick Vesti's performance. He's doing relatively well. 322 is just as fast as Harrison Finch. Well, Harrison was doing 321s, 320s, but it's a track that is really complicated. It is 43 degrees Celsius compared to what was 39, 38 when Harrison was in the car.
Yeah, that track temperature is getting pretty toasty, shall we say. It's nothing like it was, especially in qualifying during the nighttime, which, obviously it's going to be pretty stone cold throughout that portion of the race. But now, since we're in the sort of middle of the day, it's starting to get quite up there. So the tire's not quite going to last as long, and a lot of drivers suffering with the rear end grip that we've seen so far this race as well, and that's just going to get worse the higher that track temperature goes. Artifact and Rebirth are close, 32 and 33. They're close in terms of their car numbers as well. Hey, that's pretty nice. It's over a second a lap there for Rebirth that they've been catching that Artifact car. So Artifacts, they're imminent on towards pit lane, and in fact they are going to come down towards pit lane. So that's not going to be the pass done there for Rebirth. It'll instead be the pass done in the pit lane as, there we go, Rebirth are through. And they are getting themselves up into P8 after Artifact had to take the pit stop, and Pure Sims Esports are also on the lane as we speak as well. So that's the situation there. I'm seeing Don Squirek behind the wheel of the Radicals Online Motab car, and I believe this is their... just going to double check. Just give me 1 second. But I believe this is their third driver, right? That's an interesting one. That's an ominous silence right there from you guys. As no, he's not registered as their driver. He's in fact their second driver for that Radicals Online Motab car. As we can pull that up. There we go. There we go. Sotomuto and Don Squirek behind the wheel of the Radicals Online Motab cars. And there's something that we haven't mentioned so far this broadcast, and that's the fact the amount of endurance races going on right now. It's the drivers and teams are being stretched thin, and a lot of drivers that would otherwise be behind the wheel of some of these cars are actually off doing other things, like in the iRacing Endurance series and other events like that. So teams and drivers being stretched thin, but we still got some good competition here in this one.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is the time where it all really comes down to. I mean, the last hour and a half, finally, that sacred period that we've been speaking about for a long time has approached. We're only 1 hour and 22 minutes away from the end, and this is where it really gets fun. And speaking of endurance races, I think it's good to have so many endurance races on the broadcast, because it just gives an opportunity for the younger viewers to just get used to endurance racing. Because for all of them, yeah, I understand, but falling attention spans, it's a bit like, yeah, but it's too long for me, it's 6 hours, who's going to watch it, it's too dull, there's no racing. But once you start watching it, and once you start appreciating the strategic elements behind this, and once you start appreciating how the drivers have to conserve their tires, conserve their fuel, and the art behind endurance driving, I think it just draws you in a bit more. It's just like test match cricket in a way. So if you have more and more endurance races going on, the younger viewers can watch it, can appreciate this art, even though virtually, regardless of that, and maybe get starting to drive a bit more endurance racing, because it has been a bit of a dying art, endurance racing. The viewership numbers are dying down, manufacturers are not interested anymore. So if we can gather more people to races like this, it'll be good for the sport.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and that comes into the esports side of things as well, because let's face it, there's no racing going on at the moment.
Exactly.
In the real world, so we kind of have to take the next best thing. But then comes the situation, though, Lorenzo, that we risk becoming basically a second, basically becoming the bridesmaid but never the bride, I suppose. We're treated as a lower tier of racing compared to real life racing, and I think they have to be treated as separate disciplines, just like you treat endurance racing as separate from Formula 1 racing, as separate from rallycross, as separate from actual rally, for example. It's just another discipline. Yes, it might be similar in a lot of aspects, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet. And what I fear is if after this whole situation the world is in is over, that we'll just go back to normal and not have the interest of some of these series. That's what I fear, and what I want to see is to have more of a commitment in the sim racing side of things from those series, because we have IMSA doing their stuff, NASCAR. I've always been interested in their esports stuff, so I don't think that is going to be a problem. But IndyCar as well, having to come into things, they doing very well with their pro drivers in the IndyCar stuff that they're doing with iRacing. But I kind of want to see that extended into something more, so that the regular drivers, the regular pro drivers here on iRacing can get themselves stuck in. And I'm not suggesting an IndyCar World Championship. I might be suggesting an IndyCar World Championship, but I'm not in control of the decision making. But I'd love to see it.
Yeah. By the way, if you ever say in your car world championship, you might get Will Vincent out of his seat and actually try and harm or something. Because I really would love to see Will Vincent trying to go for a night racing winning a world championship. Would be interesting to see. But it is funny that I think with this situation, sim racing has been on a spotlight that I think has never been before. Because I've seen like YouTube channel, like major gaming channels that talk about gaming, like Counter-Strike, League of Legends, talking about specifically how sim racing actually taken the spotlight out of all of those games, out of the other games and all categories. And I think it should be treated as a different discipline. I agree 100% because it is really something different that we normally see. We, of course, we still put in the labs, we still put in the preparation. If we see Josh Rogers in an interview, I think on the day 2024, he puts about 16 hours per week. And I talked with Jeff Jossi, which is doing the Porsche Super Cup. He puts about the same amount of length to do just one race, and that's nearly the same amount as a real driver would put up to just prepare for one single race in the real life. So it is. I think there will be more investments from broadcasts or even organizers like IndyCars, NASCAR, even it's NASCAR themselves, IMSA. Down the line, I think when this is all over, I think they saw the success it had and is still having in terms of audience and such, that I think part of me believes the investment will be higher for sim racing down the line. I want to believe that. I'm a positive individual if you are to look at the numbers and everything.
No, it makes a lot of sense actually, because sim racing, in fact, I'll be very honest, my initial impression, and I still am a big follower of real life racing, and I just looked at sim racing as a lower discipline, as Connery mentioned. It's just like, something that happens, something that is not really relevant. But over the last few months, now that I've started to watch more sim racing races and start to commentate on that as well, my respect for this discipline pretty much of racing has improved, and the kind of preparation, as you mentioned, that they put in is virtually real. But again, as Scott Dixon has also mentioned recently, it's not the same. There are major differences, lots of things that you need to understand in sim racing, lots of changes. So maybe after this whole lockdown period ends, people will be looking at sim racing with a bit more respect. Definitely they should be treated differently, real and sim racing. But I think it will have gained a lot of respect in the lockdown, because people who haven't really tried it out will have been trying it out, and they would be understanding the actuality of how tough it is. So definitely, I think there will be a surge of popularity, but the important thing will be to split sim racing and real racing in a separate terms, because we have seen time and again real drivers coming into sim racing and not doing the best job in the world, and sim racers going to the real life and not doing the best job in the world as well. So it's similar, but it's not the same. But sim racing, the popularity is rising, and I hope that it continues to rise. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the important point is for it to stand on its own 2 feet and not be treated as a tier 2 competition. You know, that's the thing, because if you're always being overshadowed by your big brother, then you're not going to flourish, are you? So it's that's the situation that I fear that sim racing might get into at some point, but hopefully things are able to be kept on a correct track, at least as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, like I said, I do want to see it become as big as, well, it might not become as big, it probably won't become as big as League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Overwatch, even Valorant now as that's come out. But we can take a decent viewership percentage, and we can make our mark on the industry. We don't have to be the top dogs in esports to be able to sustain ourselves.
Yeah. Going further, it's funny that we talk about this. Like I mentioned, the investment done by other companies and everything would be, I think, higher. If we were to look, of course, it's not in iRacing. It's sims outside of iRacing, but even iRacing when it's included. When we see Lando stream and Max Verstappen stream, they got an average of 70,000 people, 60,000 people. That is numbers that you see the big time streamers like Ninja, Dr. Respect, and guys like that. stream they don't get an average like that. So it is something that it's extraordinary for our numbers. If it continues to have something like this, it would be amazing to see if the networks pick this up and also put some effort on the drivers itself, not real drivers, but also some racers.
Yeah.
Try to elaborate in terms of charisma and everything, and try to build up a profile, because maybe people think that the real life for sim racing to be big is some of the drivers might lack the charisma or lack a profile that might be, you know, raunchy or something like that to actually get the audience.
Yeah. And we need characters to bring the sport ahead. So just going back to F1 in the 1980s, you had characters in Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna that drew the global attention to Formula One. So if you have characters like this in sim racing, guys with real personalities that take the sport forward and draw the audiences, say the likes of Max Verstappen or Lando Norris, that can help the sport a lot. Because sim racing recently has had a major surge. So I've had so many friends of mine who are just interested in cars who are now regularly watching iRacing esports races because there's nothing else to watch. And it has drawn them to such a degree that they're actually ignoring their daily soaps, the TV shows and all that, just to sit down at home and watch iRacing races. So the sport is really growing, and if we can keep these people, it should be fun. Connery, do you have something to say?
I'm seeing the number 60 have a spin. That was Team Fordzilla. I don't know if anyone else was involved in this. I'm just going to one thing so I can see. There's Team Fordzilla. I saw them go off. There we go. Ooh, that's a big spin and good avoidance from the blue LMP2 behind, and Fordzilla, well, rejoining the racetrack. I just saw that out of shot, like in my peripheral vision, so there we go. The number 60 having another problem there. It hasn't been the greatest day for Team Fordzilla Spain, to say the least, although at this point, you know, they're still trying to mix things in the mid-pack, which I guess is a positive sign. But Fordzilla, you know, it's another spin for them, and we've seen a couple of those from them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jan Solen is not having the best of, you know, drives, especially when he was in the car he had the miss, and also in the Porsche curves when he outbraked himself into the Porsche curves. You guys might be seeing Laura Martinez, people. For those who are unaware, unfortunately, they couldn't change the name. Jan Solens, but it's Jan Solens, last year's junior WRC champion, so he's not having the best of drives, but still it is a learning process for Jan, so I believe he's gonna learn the habits of the car and eventually learn how to drive with it, and whenever he comes back for another event, he should be already full aware how the car handles, should be also be able to put better times.
Ooh. That was a pretty close run thing with the GT car, Talk Freak Racing, but they head their way down on towards pit lane, but that was pretty close. I wanted to see exactly how close that actually was for Talk Freak, as they tried to squeak their way through on the GT car. We'll get to see it, as, yeah, there's not a lot of space on the inside there. There's enough space given, but it's... again, it's one of those things where you don't really want it to be too close too often.
Yeah, I mean, if you do that at a place like that, I mean, you're kind of inviting trouble yourself. And Le Mans, well, you really want to invite the traffic, let's say something like the Mulsanne Strait and all that. Over here, it's going to be a bit too tricky for you to get them past. And, well, Lorenzo, you seem to have something to comment about. Please, go ahead.
I was just looking at the replay you guys were saying of Yaroslav Henzik, and if you guys who are unaware, this guy is Yardier, so he's another one of those big YouTube streamers who actually, in my opinion, if I have to pick out of the bunch, either him or Heike, which is Xavier Sanchez from Moto Sim Racing, might be the two fastest streamers in this race, in my opinion. Who actually have, you know, real skills in the sim, who actually can be fast and consistent with the other top drivers.
Some streamers can indeed be very, very quick. Xavier Sanchez certainly showing that one. I know Max Benecke is actually also getting his Twitch channel going as well. So it amazes me. He just starts his channel back up and instantly gains like 500 concurrent viewers, and it's like it's pretty insane. So people are very interested to see how he wheels that car around places, because it's pretty damn quick.
Yeah, I mean, there is a great surge in interest for all these streamers as well, and that's a good thing because if we can get more, well, normal people who don't really watch racing into motorsport because of these streamers, well, it's just a win-win scenario for all of us. And at this very moment in time, what motorsport really needs is fans. We've got a lot of motorsport fans around the world, for sure, but that's one area we're missing out on in terms of other sports, let's say like a cricket or a football or tennis for that matter. The numbers is exactly what motorsport needs at this point of time, and streamers like this and iRacing races like this certainly help bring those numbers, as we see the MSI Esports blue car, the beautiful MSI Esports blue car, go past.
Yeah, there they are up on screen. In P3 as they continue to try to charge, and they've actually been able to make short work, at least so far, over Radicals Online Motaf. I'm going to pull up the lap cats here. You can see that. You can see 2 seconds on lap 71, 2 seconds gained on lap 72, 1.7 seconds gained on lap number 73. I think this is only, Lorenzo, really going to be a matter of time before MSI Esports Blue are back into second place.
Yeah, I believe so. And again, it is proving a point to MSI Esports that I think I made on the 24-hour series, that out of all those teams I've seen doing the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifiers and these endurance events, I think MSI from 2019 to 2020 had the biggest, I think alongside with Optus Esports, the biggest gain in terms of skills and reconnaissance, not reconnaissance, but recognition, because their drivers are doing super well. And I already said, if there's a team to be on the look for 2020, might be MSI, might be one of them will be MSI, because they have the drivers, this Iberian Spanish lineup that can actually match up to the top drivers in Redline, Coenda, and the other teams like Mars or even Altus Esports and Williams. They're definitely a team that's seemingly going up and up, and there might be no skill ceiling for them. That's the scary part when it comes to a couple of these other teams that have been really at the front of things for so long. The likes of Coanda, the likes of Redline, you got Red Bull Racing Esports in there as well, Williams Esports, so many names. You got Movano as well that can be on a good day be up there as well. But MSI, they've always been there and thereabouts, and of course taken dominant wins in the 24 Hours Esports series, where they're just seemingly untouchable in that Porsche Cup car. And at least until they got their guest driver in, they were dominant in this race as well in the GTEs. But they've been put into this situation where they now actually have to be going and chasing positions. So they're also at least attempting to prove that not only can they lead from the front and get these insane gaps, but they can also pull off the passes to try and recover as well.
Yeah, that could be the case for MSI Esports. As you correctly mentioned, there's no talent ceiling for them, and they have just been improving and improving and improving and improving, and they're doing such a good job. They're not too far off now, only around half a second behind the Radical Online team. So yeah, this could be a chance for them, as they have made the move. My screen is slightly delayed, so it could be the case that they have made the move already.
No, they're still behind. 0.4 of a second is the gap, heading their way through one of the Mulsanne chicanes. And MSI Esports just going to sit inside that slipstream, but I doubt there'll be much fuel saving going on here for Alejandro Sanchez, considering how fast he is compared to Radicals Online Motaf. So running on board with him, he'll go to driver's left-hand side to be able to make this pass happen into the second Mulsanne chicane, and Radicals Online, quite understandably, won't fight that too much. So there we go. MSI Esports now up into P2. What's the gap to the race leader, though? That's the question. 55.3 seconds. And with an hour and 5 minutes to go, yeah, probably not going to happen for MSI Esports, although stranger things have happened in racing before.
I learned from my lessons. I'm not going to call GG yet.
Yeah. There is no GG yet, but that's certainly a big sign. It might be in the hands of SimRC.de Titan, but we've seen race leaders have problems already. MSI Esports Blue with their with their driver, and of course you've had at the front of the LMP1 field with Burst Esports making both Burst Esports and Team Redline making errors at 2 different times. So it's not outside the realms of possibility. Again, I'm not trying to curse them here, but yeah, MSI Esports Blue, I think they're probably going to have to rely on outside factors here if they're going to take the race win.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky task for MSI Esports. I mean, yes, we do have 1 hour left, and it can, theoretically be possible. Seems like more and more challenging, but again, MSI Esports, they do have the momentum on their side. They have been doing quite a good job so far in this race, and if things just go their way, if they can just pull out an extraordinary effort, MSI Esports could be in the winner's lane, victory lane, that's what they call them. But Simracing Titan are doing a good job as well. They have been fast, they have been consistent, clean, clear, and concise. So MSI Esports, they have to do something extraordinary to make sure that they get into the lead. And I guess we have a question from Arjun. So Arjun has asked, if you had to pick any multi-class series from any time period to become the next iRacing Esports Endurance World Championship, which one would you choose? I think, Connery, let's begin with you.
Do you want the realistic answer or the fantasy answer?
I mean, anything that works.
Okay, I'll go for the realistic answer. Well, for iRacing to be able to do a World Championship, of course, they'll want the backing of a major sponsor or the series itself. So, that's why the Porsche Esports Super Cup is a thing. It's why the iRacing, the Endurance World Championship beforehand was sponsored by Blancpain, and then it was sponsored by VRS. So they want that financial backing, they want that momentum behind them. So keeping that in mind, and especially considering things that have happened recently, I think IMSA's probably a good chance, but again, I know nothing, so this is just wanting of a World Championship. It's about as likely to happen as me saying I want an IndyCar World Championship to happen. But I think if there is going to be one, if at all, it'll probably be IMSA related, either with the sports car challenge, so with the Daytona prototypes and the GT cars, or the Michelin Pilot challenge with the GT4s and the PCRs. If it's going to happen at all, I just don't know.
Lorenzo?
Realistically, just like Connor, I think he's going to be IMSA, but again, I know nothing. But if I have to pick a personal answer, it has 2 of them. Number 1, and they're realistic but fantasy answers. First one is the 90s Le Mans version, the WEC
yes.
version, the GT1s and the GT cars.
That was on my mind.
Cars and prototypes. And the fantasy answer is the LMP1 and the HPD World Championships, which, trust me, that will still be a thing, and I'm going to drive that championship even if I have to try hard for the entirety of my life.
Yeah, Michele Constantini from Apex saying that, imagine how good an IMSA WCS would be. Yeah, I would be all over that if that becomes a thing. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, considering how much IMSA have been doing with iRacing recently. I'm hoping that something might come of it. But again, I know just as much as everyone else when it comes to that topic. But there we go. We can hope, we can pray, but in the end, only iRacing know what they want to know.
And thank you so much for McFillan. GT500 and GT300. Yes, Super GTs, the one series that we forgot.
Yes.
And
the best, in my opinion, the best, and I'd say this hands down, the best multi-class racing nowadays. Even though
Indeed.
It's only Japanese tracks.
But only one small issue with that. If they bring in the Toyota Prius GT300,
yes.
I do see a few people revolting, getting down on the streets with the lanterns in the hand and saying, no, that's not how we want it. Just don't bring the Prius GT300, all that's fine then.
Well, there we go. This looks like it was a close battle between Relay and Fordzilla, but then you realize the lap time delta is in the bottom right. It's a very one-sided affair between these two, as Relay Simracing able to get comfortably past Fordzilla Spain and are able to pull the gap as well. But with that, we are actually just an hour to go in the 6 hours of sim racing presented by Race Clutch, and it's about that time to go through the Osera top 8 in each class here today. So let's go through them. We'll start with LMP1s. They look like this. Team Redline in the race lead from Burst Esports and Race Clutch. Those are your top 3. ProCharge Sim Sports in P4, Mivano Sim Racing LMP1 in P5, Stream Racing Team in P6 with SimRC.de Emerald in P7, Cube Racing LMP1 are in P8. As you can see, Team Redline coming down on towards the pit lane from the race lead there, and Lorenzo LMP2s.
So in the LMP2 class, Apex Racing Team number 30 still leading with Johan Hart in the car. Flamboyant Flamingo with a sorry, I just nearly had a foot cramp. So Flamingo Racing is in second position with Gita Drive, Eximia number 2 in third, and number 1 in fourth. Fifth place is Torque Freak Racing number 5. ACD Racing is in sixth. Cube Racing LMP2 is in seventh, and rounding out the top 8 is Allied Racing Esports by TCF Off. Rounding out the top 8 in the LMP2 class, Connery.
In GTEs, there we go. SimRC.de Titan lead by 52 seconds over MSI Esports Blue. Radicals Online will be in third. Team Fordzilla 1 in fourth. Redface Racing by GRT in fifth. V10R Esports in sixth. Cube Racing GTE in seventh. And Tetra Rouge Racing Arnage. So they've managed to fetch 2 corners from Le Mans into their team name. They currently sit in P8 there in class. So that is your Serra top 8. And, well, we are just an hour to go here, and, well, things might start to heat up, and if they do, they'll start to heat up quickly.
And they're gonna heat up pretty much quickly as they come into the final pit service anytime soon. And then it's all hands, all gloves out, ready to trade blows. There won't be fuel saving. There won't be drivers driving for draft just for the sake of driving a draft. So it's going to be interesting. This will be basically a version of the iRacing Le Mans series, but with full fuel instead of a 4075. And I think we have an interview with someone that we normally like to interview.
Yeah, we'll just pause on that for just a little bit, because Team Redline, like I mentioned, they came down towards the pit lane last time. Same with Burst Esports, still with Frederick Vesti behind the wheel. They didn't decide to go for the driver change there. So that's the situation, and these guys will also have to come on towards pit lane again, because these LMP1s, they can't make 56 minutes on the fuel. They have to come down in for at least another splash and dash, so that's not their final stop of the day that has just happened, and we might be a bit of time before we actually see those final stops start to happen. The GTE cars, basically pit windows for the end of the race is open right now. They can go 56 minutes on the fuel. That's not going to be a massive problem for them. It's just how deep into this stint do they want to go before they decide to take that splash and dash. That is the question for that class.
Yeah, and we discussed this previously. It could be a bit of an issue for the GTEs to try and stretch it out, because, I mean, if you stretch it out, you may be losing a bit of time, but the other, more aggressive approach could be, guys, go fast, go hard and go fast, change up your tires and go even faster after that. So, although that may be costing you an extra pit stop, the teams may be considering whether the benefit is worth it, because if you can clock in some really fast lap times in comparison to what you're doing now, it may actually make sense to go to the pits, change your tires and go for an even faster lap time later on. Should be fun to see that.
Still so many unanswered questions, and, well, we'll get Fraser Williamson from the Pink Flamingos into the commentary booth. I've been calling your team the Pink Flamingos, even though they're the Flamboyant Flamingos. I hope you don't mind. But
whatever you want.
You're in second place at the moment in LMP2, about 20 seconds behind Apex Racing Team. Do you think the win is still possible?
Unless Apex mess up, probably not, to be fair. And we're on effectively the same strategy, we're on the same tyres, same fuel, and yeah, we're just slightly out, but considering where we were at the start of the race, I can't complain with 20 seconds behind Apex, but obviously starting from pole, it would be nice to have stayed in front.
What happened at the start of the race? Because I don't think we caught it. You know, we just saw you dive on towards pit lane for seemingly no reason. It's, you know, just I'll give you the chance to explain what happened there.
Well, cold tyres exist. Alex forgot cold tyres exist. Alex went into Mulsanne corner forgetting and went straight into the wall on the, well, the left-hand wall through the dart and had to 3-point turn out with our P class, whatever that is in HPD.
14.
So we lost 15-20 seconds from that, and trying to battle our way through the field because of how the draft is in this thing. We were on an uphill battle, let's put it that way.
I mean, it's a good job to recover from where you were up into second place at the moment, even though the race win might have gotten away from you at this stage. Surely you're taking positive things away from this race.
Yeah, obviously Alex getting pulled by 6/10 or whatever was really nice. I wasn't horrifically off his pace, which I always take as a good bonus. It was nice to see it some laps with this new tyre model. I haven't done enough laps and driving on it yet. It was nice just getting an endurance race and fire out 4 stints in a row. It was good. We can take confidence from that and the fact that when we haven't been making mistakes, we've been fairly fast. So we're just looking towards the main 24 this year and already starting to make plans for it.
Yeah, and of course, we learned recently that you and Alex had split from Sims Esports. Just tell me about that.
Often things happened. Not everybody agreed on what was happening and where things were going. Yeah, so it was, in our eyes, the best choice, even though we've got nothing lined up or anything like that, just for us to start afresh and just concentrate on ourselves and our own driving. Because for me, I was originally running the whole team, and it was, well, from Flamingo Racing this time last year, and it went through various stages with SEO, and yeah, changes happened and we didn't all agree on them or agree on where the team should go.
Well, there we go. You know, it's important to have those discussions and to realise you're at an impasse and then decide to go your own way. And is there any plan from this point forwards? You know, any new team? Are you making a new team that's based on the?
Oh, I'm never doing that again.
Or is it just you two at the moment?
It's just us two. The only time I will ever make my own team again is if someone were to offer me a good amount of money for it. I am not doing that again.
Razor?
Lorenzo, if you can pay me a full-time wage for a full year, I'll like Lorenzo Bonder Racing, whatever ridiculous name you want to call it, I'll do it. But yeah,
I got a proposal for you for the 6 hours. If you want to drive on the HPD for the STO, I got a perfect team name and I can offer bagels.
I am easily bought by food. If you can also add in some Iron Brew to that would be very nice.
I'll pass it up, and also pass it up that to Alex as well. I offer the bagels to him as well.
Hey, what sort of bagels?
Yeah, or hot dogs, whatever you prefer.
Okay, I'll make notes of it.
Alright, good. I got myself a team. Nice.
I love these discussions, man. But
The ultimate guide to becoming a sim racing team principal.
Just give me food.
just bribe team members with food. That's what you do. But
That would have worked.
but yeah, Fraser. I mean, you know, these. I'm not even really sure what else to ask you at this moment because you know you've gone through everything pretty much okay. How's the, you know, when it comes to traffic racing at this sort of track? Obviously, it's going to be one of the easiest tracks where to pass traffic. Although saying that, we have seen a couple of problems.
I spent a lap lapping people fine, absolutely fine. Blue flags on the other hand, some people, there's some people in here that don't normally sim race. So there's just been some stuff that, just because we get so used to like SEO, top split special events, we have the expectations of how things work. And we have the expectations of what that GT car's going to do, what that LMP car's going to do, how they're going to read what we're doing on track. And when somebody doesn't read that, your brain just kind of falls out and you're like, what on earth just happened? But there's been a few of them, but we've been alright for the most part. Apart from the odd spin from a GT car, we've been, for the most part, alright.
Yeah, so there we go. Is there... Oh, we're just seeing a battle up on screen. That's Race Clutch and Mivano having a bit of a scrap. towards the end of the lap in the LMP1 class, and that's Movano through pretty easily. There's a difference in the strategy for these guys as well, so it doesn't look like Race Clutch will want to fight that any longer. But yeah, Fraser, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck to that flamboyant Flamingo racing car in P2 and LMP2 at the moment.
Thank you.
There we go, Fraser Williamson from the Flamingo team. Although, look at this, Race Clutch Movano still trying to fight it out. I would have thought Race Clutch would actually just try to drop that, because they're not really fighting with Movano, because there is a difference, quite a difference in terms of the strategy here. There's the 6 laps difference on the strategy, so they can't really afford to just be fighting with each other, although risk and risk losing too much time. But you know, the Race Clutch did have another little look on Movano. It just wasn't successful.
Yeah, it wasn't successful, that look from Rami Bondon against Marcus Hamilton. But here he comes once again, riding the draft under the middle sun chicane. He's probably going to look on the inside on the entry. Here he comes, side by side. He's going to give the entry and already making the overtake on Marcus Hamilton. So Race Clutch back into P3.
Yeah, so there we go. This battle seemingly does not want to end. Movano trying to grab the slipstream here. Race Clutch trying to pull away. Of course, again, difference in where to deploy the ERS. Race Clutch using it to try and pull a gap here and keep themselves ahead. Robin Bondon behind the wheel of the Race Clutch car with Marcus Hamilton inside the Movano machine. So there we go, battle for the final podium position inside of your LMP1 class. But 47 minutes left remaining here, Sumail. We're still, of course, having to wait on the final LMP2 stops, because those will be imminent. And of course, then we'll see LMP1 stops happen for the end of the race, and then we'll see the GT Splash and Dash. The final LMP1 stops and the GTE Splash and Dash might just happen at similar times, although I'm seeing a couple of cars from GTE down on towards pit lane. There's Simracing Titan, so that's the race leading car. There they are on pit lane, and they're actually going to be quite a while on pit lane, actually. That's an interesting one. They get themselves, there we go, as much as 46 minutes worth of fuel is there for Simracing Titan. I think they took tires with that as well, if I see that correctly, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I can see the car going up and the jacks going down. Yeah, they did take tires, so Dylan Pereira is going to have not just fuel but also tires as well, as he goes 59 minutes. So it isn't a full fuel service, but it's going to be full. I think maybe 3/4 of a fuel and then tires, which is going to be really interesting for Simracing. They want to extend the lead.
Yeah, the gap, there we go, it just gets refreshed. I was wondering why it was over a minute, but no, the gap is just coming down by quite a bit. We'll see where it settles, because sometimes it can be sketchy just as cars have come off the pit lane, but it looks like 23.5 seconds between Simracing Titan and MSI Esports Blue. That's the battle for the race lead, or what will end up being the race lead in the GTE class. So 45 minutes for Simracing to hold on to that one. Of course, you have this big unknown in LMP1s as well, because Team Redline Burst Esports. You would have thought, though, Samil, that they would take the same amount of fuel on the pit lane for their Splash and Dash, considering they've been on identical strategies throughout this race.
Yeah, but they do seem to be splitting up a little bit. So Redline now around approximately 9 seconds ahead of Burst Esports. And Burst really need to make a burst of pace over here if they need to close up to Team Redline. Time is not on their side, to be very honest with you. 45 minutes is not a lot of time, but still, after that pit stop, yeah, there could be a chance of Burst Esports to really close down in, and yeah, it'll be a fun thing to see how they can match up the strategy and how they can get in there and try to chip on Team Redline's lead. But yeah, for now, Team Redline is looking comfortable, and yes, Lorenzo, that was pun intended for sure.
I was gonna say, I heard the get in there, and I'm just thinking, is he trying to say get in there, Lewis, or something? But
no, he said burst needed a burst.
Oh, okay. I mean, I should be used to these terrible puns at this point, but there we go. 10 seconds between Redline and Burst. 11 seconds if you are inclined to round up instead of round down. And Vesti just about holding on to, well, P2 at the moment, and doing a quite comfortable job in doing so, because he's about a minute or so ahead of Movado, so it's still a great job for Burst Esports at the moment. It might not be enough to be able to come away with the race win without something happening to that Team Redline car, but again, 43.5 minutes remaining. It is still in the balance, and things can change there. That's the thing we'll say. ACO, Talk Freak, within a second between those two, and this was a battle a little bit earlier, but it doesn't look like ACO has really been able to get away at all.
No, it doesn't look like that ACD has been getting away from Torque Freak as we... I know Nicolas Pignor actually made the movement and overtook Yaroslav Hanzik a few laps ago, so it all comes down to Hanzik to see if he actually has the pace to remain under the draft and expect any mistakes from ACD or any traffic to come by to try to capitalize and make the move on them. But it's interesting, you know, as we come down to the final 40 minutes of this race, there's still plenty of time left. They still have to do one more pit, and I'm just curious to see how T-Torque Freak is actually going to perform, because starting from 18, they got a few spots up. They kind of have P5, P4 up the grab still if they actually perform their stuff right.
Yeah, all these possibilities coming to the end of this one. While this happens, though, we'll actually just go on board with Talk Freak Racing as your final Racesport TV fan immersion for this race. We'll be right back for the final 30 minutes or so of the 6 hours of sim racing presented by Racewatch. everyone, welcome back to the Race Clutch 6 hours of sim racing. We took a couple of laps on board there with the Torque Freak racing car as they sit inside a top 5 finishing position in the LMP2s. We are just 36 minutes away from the end of this race at the moment, and things are starting to heat up a little bit here because, well, Movado, they're still yet to come down towards pit lane for their final stop. Same for Race Clutch, though. But it's just the case that Movado will have to take a little bit more fuel in this stop, I believe, than what Race Clutch is able to. But they're still giving us this scrap for P3, regardless of the strategy situation. So at least they're giving us a bit of a show here. We also have Torque Freak Racing, the car that we were on board with, and Flamboyant Flamingos. They are 0.2 of a second apart from each other. They're having to deal with a little bit of GT traffic at the moment. There's the Radicals Online car ahead of them, the Ford GT. They're just about able to get round. Oh, that's the Burst Esports car going the long way around. That's P2 in your LMP1 class. So they're able to get through safely. Flamboyant Flamingo, though, they might be under threat from Torque Freak here. They have to go to the inside of the Porsche, and, well, Torque Freak are not going to have an opportunity this time. But the thing is, this is less fuel-saving games now, Sumil. This is actual battling on circuit because at least Flamboyant Flamingo, they are good to the end. Torque Freak, perhaps not so much, but at least they want to see a bit of action before the end here.
Oh yes, this is what we've been waiting for such a long time. Finally, the time is here when the drivers don't need to worry about the strategy, about anything else. This is when they have the license to go for it and to be aggressive. Of course, at one point of time, you want to be thinking, yeah, I don't really want to mess my race up with one mistake. But at the other point of time, at the other side, in fact, you'll be worried about the result, because this is when all the things come together. All the drivers now, you'll see them getting ever so closer to each other, and now the drivers have the license to fight hard and to get the positions in their favor.
So Torque Freak able to find their way through there, but they are 9 laps on their stint, so they still have to come onto pit lane to get fuel to the end of the race. Flamboyant Flamingos, though, they do not need to do that. They have enough fuel for the end here. They came in on that previous lap, so they don't have to come in again. They're good to go all the way to the checkered flag. There's G-Drive racing in. There they are as Ross Spolstra brings that car in. And, well, that'll be his stop for the end of the race done. And Apex Racing Team, they are out there. They already have come in, so they're good until the end of the race as well. So LMP2s, basically from this point forwards, the vast majority of them good until the end. Same with GTEs, with the exception of maybe Tetra Rouge Racing in P5. That still has yet to stop, but the Simracing and MSI Esports Blue, that gap has come down by quite a margin there. Let's have a look at the lap gap. 0.7 of a second, 0.6 of a second. I mean, it's still a long shot for MSI Esports, but you know, the closer they make the gap, the smaller the error that Simracing needs to make before they're behind.
Yeah, I think it has been coming down constantly, but I think it isn't a big difference. I think for Alejandro Sanchez to actually start thinking about making overtakes on Dylan Pereira. He needs to take at least 1 second, maybe 1.1 seconds per lap. So he needs to basically do qualifying laps with his car every single lap that he goes on the track. Hope he doesn't get prejudiced by an LMP1 or an LMP2, as there is an LMP1 overtaking him. That's the team red line, just as he goes into the second chicane.
It is, so we can get that sorted out. Go on.
Alright, I was gonna say, get prejudiced. There was a V10 coming out of the second chicane complex, who just nearly got into the left-hand side of Alejandro Sanchez.
Let's take a little look. Oh, there was an incident ahead. We can take this as an onboard with a Sanchez. Car ahead of him. Oh, that's a heart-in-mouth moment there when you see that car coming back onto the stick. I'm not entirely sure who that was. It's in the cyan with red trim GTE Ferrari there. As it wasn't V10R. It's, well, in fact, it might have been V10R. Let's just wind things back just that little more. In fact, it was that car having problems. Let's see exactly what has befallen them. How did they go off circuit here? Let's have a look. Rear end sliding around a lot. And again, another car having a slide. Not a complete spin for V10R, but enough so that they lose so much time and give a scare to your GTE race leader. Well, not a GTE race leader, but GTE second place.
Yeah, not working out well for V10R. That spin certainly has compromised a lot of the race, and in fact, the GTE car in second place also, they were just right there. They could have been collected, but thankfully for them, working out fine. And yeah, with around 30 minutes to go, I think we're really starting to see some good action now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, 30 minutes to go. This is a 6-hour event, so very close to finishing this all out there. There's Talk Freak Racing as they continue to extend the gap, it looks like, over Flamboyant Flamingos, but they're one of these LMP2 cars that don't have enough fuel until the end of the race, so they're going to have to come down in at some point and get that stop done. Meanwhile, Flamboyant Flamingo, they do not need to do that, so they're safe till the end. They can just leave Talk Freak to go to the pit lane, and Jaroslav Honzik bringing that Talk Freak car in, and they will be able to get their fuel for the end of the race. And that will mean that, with the exception of G-Drive Racing Examiner number 1 with Drone Kufreko behind the wheel, that means that the LMP2 pit stops are pretty much done for this final set of stops.
Yeah, I think everybody's already set, so they're going to go for the full length of the rest of the race, which is just short of 30 minutes. We're under now 30 minutes, 29.48 left into this race. So it's going to be interesting. Some of them are actually going to go for half fuel on the whoever needs to stop. So like Talk Freak might go for maybe 3/4 of fuel to 3/5 of a fuel, so they don't need to go for everything. I just want to see they actually have tires.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. So, decision being made there, despite the short stop, having taken tires there. So that's an interesting one for LMP2s. Of course, they've been trying to push out the stint lengths, especially early on in the race where they had that the potential to be able to do triple stints. But with the track temperature as hot as it is right now, it's probably a little less possible in that class. So you can at least understand why they decided to take the fresh rubber here today for the final stop. But we're just waiting for things to happen right now, Sumil. It's sort of that frustrating situation. We're just waiting for the strategy cards in LMP1 to be thrown, although that race lead gap is still looking more and more insurmountable by the minute for Burst Esports as they look to try and take their splash and dash at some point. But it looks like Team Redline have this on lockdown, but never say never.
Yeah, that's a good reference over there to the lockdown. But yeah, we have been waiting, and we have been waiting for a long time. Hopefully something will come in. Burst Esports, I mean, we expected them to get closer, but unfortunately it's been quite the opposite for them. 15 seconds now that they're behind Team Redline. So Team Redline well and truly have secured this win. And yeah, I'm not going to say anything else. It could turn out to be the commentator's curse, but yeah, they're doing a good job so far. Elsewhere though, it's been a decent race so far in the LMP2s as well. So the Apex Racing team, of course, in the lead at this moment, with the G-Drive guys right behind them. Not exactly right behind them, quite a long way out. And then we have SimRC Titan, the Dylan Pereira car, in the lead with MSI Esports Blue 16 seconds behind them. So that is theoretically possible, but you don't just go past 16 seconds in 27 minutes, do you?
Yeah, someone's saying that they spot Redline and they say, oh, is that Max Verstappen? No, it's not. It's Patrick Wolf behind the wheel of the Team Redline car. And of course, if you actually pull up those team drivers, you can see that Dominic Farber and Matt Farrow have made an appearance for Team Redline. So no Max Verstappen, no Lando Norris, unfortunately. But there we go. That's just what they have to deal with. Team Redline relying on more of their standard sim racing competitors here in this run, rather than having to put Max or Lando behind the wheel.
Yeah, and of course, let's not take away Lando and Max. They're very fast drivers on their own. They're usually driving ahead of the pack, virtually, of course. That's for Max because on the real world, Max can actually ride on the front of the pack more than Lando does. Sorry to just taking F1 shots up here, but still. The red line lineup is probably, like I mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, the quintessential lineup you really want to have for an LMP1 car, as we see the gap between the V10R and eSport and Cube GTE coming down quite considerably, Connery.
Yeah, and quite considerably is certainly the word, as 5.5 seconds was the gap that Cube Racing was able to make up on that last lap, and now they are just a second behind here for P7. And this is actually going to be a battle for position, considering that both of these guys are on the exact same strategy. They're both 5 laps on their stint. They both took tires on the last time down the pit lane, so this might be one of our first representative battles for the final 30 minutes here, Sumo.
Yeah, this could be one to watch out for. Not exactly the most prestigious battle of all of them, but still, it's something to watch out for then. V10R Esport and Cube Racing GTE. That's for P7 in the GTE category. And this is turning out to be a good one. Cube Racing is closing in, trying to make good use of the draft. Now remember, they don't really have to worry a lot about the fuel and the tires. This is when they can absolutely go for it and try to get a good result here.
Yeah, they are. So Cube Racing very much inside the slipstream on the way down the Mulsanne, and as if they needed more help when it comes to those lap times. This is looking a little more less likely that V10 are going to be able to hold on to this position, but it's going to require a heroic defense to be able to keep Cube Racing behind them for 24.5 minutes there. As Cube Racing, they must know that they have the pace advantage over V10R at the moment. They're just going to be waiting and seeing if they can use that in some other places. You know, looking to try and get the slipstream on the way into Mulsanne Corner and maybe try and make things happen into there. But there are ample opportunities to try and get yourself past at this racetrack. So there's going to be no rush for Cube Racing. They can take their time with this one, and they can get it done properly.
Yeah, they can get it done properly as there has the Cube GT HPE goes by, and Cube GT just says, "Oh, I'm gonna take the ride a little bit, just try to take the jab to see if it works my way," but it's not gonna have the possibility. He doesn't have enough room, and Mijo and Johnny is actually gonna be able to survive another turn over here as they come down to Indianapolis, and Cube Racing GTE getting really close to the V10R Ferrari, but didn't go for a look, just applying pressure to see if Johnny makes a mistake.
Yeah, that's all that Julian has to do. He just has to sit on the back and just apply the pressure, and if an obvious opportunity arises, then he can go for it. But there's still 23 minutes left remaining in this race, so it's not like it's a massive rush, and it's not like he's involved in a battle further down the road as well, because you have Team Fordzilla that's currently about 40 seconds further down the road, so that's not going to be a surmountable gap for Cube, no matter which way you look at it. So this might be one of the only battles that they actually get to have in the late stages of this race through the final sector. At the moment, we're through the Porsche curves, and 0.3 of a second separating these two at the moment. Cube Racing, again, they're just going to have to be looking for the obvious opportunity here. They can't, you know, it's one thing to crash out. Oh, there we go. Okay. V10R just literally just opened the door for them and welcomed them in.
Yeah, V10R just allowing Cube Racing GTE to go past. Well, they're not really fighting hard for that, are they? They're just letting MSI Esports know. I mean, sorry. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I've gone absolutely wrong over here.
Oh, no. Yeah, Cube Racing. Yeah, through. Don't worry about it.
Cube Racing, yeah, I'm so sorry. So they just let Cube Racing go past, and they just told them, yeah, all right, sir, it's all for you. That position is all yours. Just let them pass. Nice and simple towards the end. They don't really want to risk anything at the moment, when with just 22 minutes to go. You kind of understand that mentality. Although on one side of things, you do like to see a battle at this stage. But again, can't help it, can be.
Yeah, although we have two G drive cars, as Drone Quiggle and Boris Bolstra are involved in the HPDs there. So we might have an inter-team rivalry here at the very end of this one. Battle for a podium position in LMP2s. This could be an interesting one. And will there be any love lost between these two at the end of this, Lorenzo? Or are they gonna fare this? They're gonna play this one fairly.
I think they're gonna play this one fairly. They're gonna let them battle throughout the track, but I think they're gonna battle it fairly, and I don't see any of the drivers going to being overly aggressive and just sending it and just go for no scope shots. I'm gonna use game in terms over here, but still, one thing that I was looking about the GE drive number one car is that if for those who are more aware with the Simracing here in the entrance scenario, that the drivers from the number one car or number 22 in this aspect are from Rev Match, or former Rev Match, if not new team, G Drive team drivers, to be more completely honest.
Yeah, that's the thing. So they went from one team to another just as a group. So keeping that sort of team chemistry with them as they change the name that they're racing for. But that might not all matter here, considering it's only 0.7 of a second between them with 20 minutes to go in this race. Gloves could end up being off here, depending on how this situation goes. They're both good until the end of the race on fuel, so that is not a concern for either of these two. There's a 3-lap separation on the stints for them, and I think G-Drive 2 might have taken tires on that last stop, but someone might have to correct me if I'm wrong there, but it seemed like G-Drive 2 did have a bit of a longer stop than what G-Drive 1 were able to manage, so and that is not all down to the fuel going in. So yeah, this has an interesting dynamic now, Sumo.
Yeah, that should be fun to watch for both the G drives. I mean, at this stage, you really want to bring the car home, but you want to make it exciting as well. So the strategy element, of course, is certainly getting there between the G drives. Only 8/10 between them now. And yeah, let's see how they work this one out. Only 19 and a half minutes left. And so Boris is on the chase, actually, of Giron. It's around pretty much 8/10 between them. And they are now facing lap traffic at this point of time.
MSI Blue, they had a big moment there. Oh my word, they almost binned that car from second place in GTEs. That was so close there. We'll get to see it again. As they had a big slide as those two HBDs worked their way through on the outside there. They clipped the grass, which is so dangerous. Sanchez holds it through the exit of the Porsche curves. That's an impressive bit of driving there. We'll go with the onboard with him. As you can see on the left-hand side, those two HBDs go through, but on the right-hand side, he gets 2 tires into the grass, gets a slide on, Tokyo drifts it through the corner, and he keeps it pointed in the right direction, which is a positive thing to have happen, considering that he's still trying to work out that gap to the race lead. It's coming down bit by bit, and in fact, the gap to the race lead in GTEs is now down to 14 seconds, as Sanchez, before that, was gaining 1.5 seconds a lap. That's more like it to make this happen before the end.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think this mistake has pretty much sealed the deal unless something critical happens. I really don't see Sanchez getting to a draft range and then attacking range on the Sim RC.de car because simply of that unfortunate error. Had that mistake happened, there was a possibility of getting into the draft range, but now that error happened, the mistakes were made. I think unless Dylan Pereira gets into something involving, it's pretty much sealed the deal. I think Simracing might have the win in the bag.
Yeah, this gap extends between the two G-Drive cars because they're working their way through, on a bit of GT traffic. So that means that gap does extend out a little bit. Improv, get the old heart rate up. Yes, those moments tend to give you a little bit of a heart rate spike, let's just say that. So at least we know Alejandro Sanchez is awake at the moment, and if he wasn't, well, that would have awoken him.
Yeah, that definitely would have. That incident, pretty much a hairy one, got a bit risky at that point of time. And MSI Esports, well, they did seem to have an outside chance of winning this GTE battle. Now, though, I mean, it just seems to have put everything to bed. Although they are getting faster and faster, this seems to be highly unlikely. I mean, it's been an intriguing battle in GTEs, in fact. SimRC dominating all the way through, but MSI Esports, it's been an intriguing story for them. They've been on top at times, they've been at the bottom pretty much, recovering, having good times, having bad ones. In the end, it seems to be a P2 finish for them.
Yeah, it looks like they've been able to recover well, have the Flamingo, the flamboyant Flamingo racing car, which is still the best name, the best team name I've ever seen in iRacing. So there we go. Although I can't remember exactly the full name. Lorenzo might be able to remind me of this, but there was something through a power slide, Jesus take the wheel or something like that. That a couple of years ago. I can't remember
one of the
exact team
huge
name.
ass team names?
Yeah, it used to be. Well, I think it was that team that became huge ass, or something like that. But yeah, that was one of the best team names as well, even if I can't remember its entirety.
Yeah, I cannot remember, but I know.
I remember it broke our graphics, so.
Yeah, I know it is like one of those top 5 top tier names, and but still I think Huge Ass might still take the top tier because of the references, but I'm not going to go into anything.
Yeah, 15 minutes left remaining, just a quarter of an hour before we get the checkered flag on the 6 hours of sim racing here, presented by Race Clutch, streaming live on RaceSpot TV and on Race Clutch's Twitch page for the French commentary. A shout out to those guys who've, basically our French counterparts, and hopefully they've been enjoying the race as well over on that side. But 15 minutes left. We still got at least a couple of battles to think about. You got the 2G drive cars, which the gap has unfortunately extended out a little bit too much at the moment. You have MSI that's trying their best to close in on SimRC.de Titan for the race lead in GTEs, but I don't think that is going to happen before the end of this race. They need to be gaining a second every minute at this stage, which is pretty unlikely considering they've been gaining a second every lap, which is around about 3 or 4 minutes. So looking a little bit less possible there for MSI to be able to do it. So, but saying that, SimRC Titan, it just requires one mistake for them, and MSI Blue are going to be all over the back of them.
Hey, don't jinx it for them. Hopefully nothing big happens as such, because we don't really want someone's efforts to go down at the very last moment in time. But that said, anything can really happen. We've seen anything and anything happen in this race, so can be a tricky one so far. But SimRC, I mean, you have to appreciate their efforts. The way they have been driving in this race, it has just been commendable. Just very consistent, very clean. They have a few issues here and there, but not major ones, and they've primarily made sure that they have had a clean race, and they dominated from the start to finish, so they have to be appreciated for that. It's a good race for them.
It's been a pretty exemplary race. They were in the position to be able to capitalize on MSI Esports Blue having their slower driver behind the wheel, shall we say, and they were able to gain 3-4 seconds a lap that they were gaining during that period, and it's just meant that this gap has extended to where it is right now, about 13 seconds between P1 and P2 in GTEs, and it's looking pretty comfortable at the moment, SimRC Titan. But someone saying in the chat, there is a French feed. Yes, there is a French feed. Twitch.tv/raceclutch, all one word. And you'll be able to listen to the French commentators there if you so desire. As I did not study French at all, so I can't even say any complicated French sentences. All I know is "Je m'appelle Connery," and that's basically it.
Omelette de fromage.
Omelette de fromage.
That's what happens.
That's the extent of our French right here.
Yeah, le fromage était vraiment délicieux, to be very honest, but just kidding. Yeah, I mean,
yeah. I know French. I studied French, and I can speak a little bit of French, but I'm not gonna embarrass myself on the podcast like I usually do.
There we go. So we gotta keep a cap on that. Meanwhile, Talk Freak and ACD, they are still close. They get close through some of the portions of their stints that happen to match up, but 3.5 tenths of a second between these guys. Battle for P5 in the LMP2s coming towards the end. I mean, it's something, and we'll get to see them battle it out in the not too distant future, hopefully, as ACD just gaining a lot of speed coming through the Porsche curves here as Talk Freak tried to slow up for the GT traffic ahead of them. They both have to go to driver's left-hand side to try and deal with their ACD still in position to be able to capitalize on this in towards the Ford chicanes. Do they dive towards the inside? That's going to be a no. And in fact, they just stay in line behind. I was hoping they didn't get disqualified for an instant limit or a related infraction there, but it seems like they are still with us. And well, of course, we're talking about instant points, but they haven't really factored in so far this race, because these guys are allowed 60 instant points before they even get a drive-through penalty. So I don't think I've seen anyone have that happen to them so far in this one. So it's been a positive rate of attrition, of course, helped by the fact that these drivers have had to use fast repairs. So there we go. That's just the situation that's been given, because they have guest drivers. You kind of need fast repairs in that situation. But ACD, do they have the run coming down the Mulsanne to be able to make this pass happen over Talk Freak? But remember, Talk Freak could just so easily get the draft pass back. They have to go. No, they don't go 3 wide with the Ferrari. ACD didn't really want to go for it. They just slam on the brakes and decide to tuck back in line there. ACD not wanting to risk it there in that instance. They look to the inside for the first Mulsanne chicane. ACD down the inside, and they're able to make the pass happen there up into P5. Talk Freak Racing, they have to just stick behind, but again, slipstream on the way down the second part of the Mulsanne now will keep them in contention, so they could potentially get the repass on the way into the second Mulsanne chicane. Will they go for it? Do they go for the big old dive, or do they know when they have been beat? It looks like it's the latter as ACD start to stretch their legs.
They go through the second chicane right now. Nicolas Pignot with a good move, a good opportunistic move into the first chicane. They head out already on the second chicane, and then Yaroslav Hanzik is going to have once again the job to work with here in the second half as they head into the Mulsanne corner. As a counterpart, ACD got a little bit of a help from the Simracing time car as they come to Mulsanne corner. Is Talk Freak going to commit? No, they don't. They're going to lose time, but be conservative about it and just keep the car on track.
Yeah, just keep it there. There's the I believe that's the Simracing Emerald LMP1 trying to head its way through. Yes, it is. There they are. That's P7 in your LMP1 class. Trying to deal with the traffic, and they don't really influence this battle too much. So Philip Weber is able to deal with that in quite a comfortable fashion. Elsewhere on the circuit, though, we have 8.5 minutes left remaining. So there's time's running out for some of these battles at the moment. As looking elsewhere, you have the cars of Will the Simracing team and S2V Esports. Those guys are close, coming towards the end here. It's about for minor positions in your LMP2 class, and it looks like S2V might have just gotten this one done, considering those lap time deltas in the bottom right, but could be wrong, and Will the Simracing team could just tuck themselves within the draft here. But look at how much time they're losing already, even in a straight line. I don't think this one's going to happen either, unfortunately.
It doesn't seem like the proper chance for World of Simracing team for SUV. They're still getting close, and we just desperately hope that they can put up a good battle. But again, this is for P11 at this moment in time, so yeah, half a second separating them. They're at the part of a track where passing can be a bit tricky, but again, we're going to get to the main stretches, to the S's, and then to the Mulsanne straight, and maybe that is where we can see a move being made with only 7.5 minutes left to go.
Not a lot of time at all, and by my estimates, if we look at Team Redline, where are they out there on circuit? They are currently out of Arnage, heading in towards the Porsche curves. So for them, it's going to be around about 3 laps for them at the end of this. I want to say 3 or 4 laps.
It's gonna be. I need to see it at the end of the Porsche because it is 10 more seconds, 10, 12 seconds until they done the Ford chicane. It's gonna be 3 laps to go.
Okay, so that's around about, well, the 6 minutes and 30 seconds needed as Team Redline through the final couple of chicanes, through the 4 chicanes. Across the line they go. One of their final laps completed in this race. They've been, embroiled in this back and forth battle with Burst Esports throughout this, but it looks like that gap has become quite insurmountable. In fact, Vesti losing a lot of time on lap 100 and lap 102, which has now resulted in that gap becoming 42 seconds between those 2 cars. So I don't think that's going to be a battle, unfortunately, at the end of this one. It looks like the closest battle that we do have is the one for P number 11 in LMP2s between S2V Esports and World Sim Racing Team. But I get the feeling that World Sim Racing Team are just starting to lose touch a little bit of S2V Esports. Still 0.4 of a second on the way into the second Mulsanne chicane.
And they ride the second Mulsanne chicane with the Catalyst Velvetus Benetti just hanging on behind Aura and Malo. As they go into the second, out of the second chicane, they still have, I think that's the Rouge car right ahead of them. They make their way. S2V, and then here comes World Sim Racing on the inside as they end into the right-hand curve. And still stuck in behind the jump. Then, Benetti with a little bit of an aggressive move in terms of braking in comparison to SUV.
Yeah, and you can see the Sim Racing Team actually off there at the Mulsanne corner. So that's not ideal at all for them. We'll have a little look at that. They just go a bit too deep. There we go. Rear is locking up, trying to recover that car, and well, they do so. They do have to push wide into the gravel on the exit, but again, that's basically going to count them out of the battle because now they have lost the slipstream to S2V Esports, and they're going to have to run all on their own for the final 5 minutes of this race. So that's an unfortunate situation, but it's one that Carlos Wendy just have to deal with. As coming into the final stages of this race, Lorenzo, just what are your thoughts in general about this? Because it's been a quite relaxed affair.
Yeah, it's been quite a relaxed affair. I think these final hours, we've seen more of a gap race from the second half into these final minutes. Unfortunately, the GTE battle was a promising one, but it's not going to happen due to the mistake done by MSI. It's not a mistake, it was a forced mistake by other drivers on the MSI blue car on the exit of the Porsche curves. Had he not done that mistake, that probably would have been about 5 to 4 seconds. The gap between Pereira and Alejandro Sanchez, but still masterful drive from both cars. Still MSI blue on recovery drive. And update on the Burst Esports, you were saying they lost a lot of time. It's because they got in contact with a GTE car, a spinning GTE car.
Oh dear.
And they have a lot of damage, and they had some damage because of it. And I actually noticed it as Vesti was kind of, counter steering the car on the straight line to keep it straight.
Like the wheels relatively straight here, although did they get that damage repaired?
Doesn't look like it unless Harrison Finch can actually correct us about that, maybe post interview, but still keeping the car on track relatively in a safe distance from race clutch number 16.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give you an update on GTEs, there's not going to be enough time for this to happen, but we could all think that maybe if there was about 10-15 extra minutes to this race, that MSI Esports would be able to catch up to SimRC.DE Titan. But unfortunately, it's not to be, at least in terms of the clear air pace at the moment. But, it only takes that one LMP1 or one LMP2 in this case to mess things up for SimRC, and all of a sudden, MSI have a chance in the late stages, but they're hoping that simply does not happen. They're about, I would say coming up to 1.5 laps to go in GTEs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a good job by Simracing Titan. I mean, the kind of race that they've driven, it's the ideal endurance race that you want to drive. Yeah, perhaps you could have added a bit more of close wheel-to-wheel racing to that, but sometimes it's that way, as you correctly mentioned, both you and Lorenzo, that it has been a bit of a relaxed affair, just a bit quiet, just a bit silent. Lots of smart strategy calls here and there, but not as much as wheel-to-wheel racing as we would have expected. But again, sometimes you need to remember that races like these do happen, and all we can do is just sit down and appreciate how well the winners have driven. And also, one of the reasons why Simracing the Titan have been doing such a good job is that they've been nailing their lap times down very consistently. They have not really made a lot of mistakes, and just on the lighter side, maybe the race spot sticker on their bumper will be helping them out with that.
I mean, even a couple of extra tenths won't help them here at the moment. As yeah, gap at 8 seconds, but a bit too far for a minute left in the session. So, I mean, I could be wrong. You know, I don't want to curse Simracing. They're probably telling me to shut up at the moment, so we'll probably just have to look away from that and then come back to it if anything has happened. But it is not the closest battle on track right now. The closest battle is actually between Tetra Rouge, Arnage, and Team Fordzilla. That gap is down to 2.7 seconds between the two. But again, I think it's a similar situation as the battle for the race lead in GTEs, is that it's just not enough time left remaining for Fordzilla to be able to do it.
No, and that gap, at one point I was looking, it was about 2.5, 2.2 seconds, so it is fluctuating between 2.2 to 2.8 seconds between Tetra Rouge and Team Fordzilla. So unless it is on the same scenario as SimRCD.de, if you make a mistake, it's all wide open again. But I won't say. You guys know it is obvious. Knock on the woods. Hope that doesn't happen.
2.3 seconds. Checkered flag is out. So time has expired. Team Redline, where are they? They're actually heading their way across the line now. They timed that one perfectly, didn't they? As the Team Redline car will take the race win in LMP1s. They are your overall race winner. They timed it to perfection coming out of the Ford chicane to be able to come across the line at just the right time and to be able to take the race win here. We also have had the SimRC.de Titan car also come through and take the race win in GTEs. And Dylan Pereira behind the wheel of that one will certainly be very happy that he was able to hold on to things in that final stint. And now we just wait for the Apex Racing team, because they are heading their way through coming up towards the Porsche S's at the moment. Apex Racing team, it was a very close qualifying, at least initially, in that LMP2 class, and Apex are able to claw themselves back from that qualifying after the Flying Flamingo started pole position, with the likes of Talk creeping in and amongst them as well. But Apex Racing team at the very end here are able to come away with things. Final chicane for the final time for Johan Half, and Apex Racing team will win in the 6 hours of sim racing in the LMP2 class. Johan Half flashes of the lights as he comes across the start-finish line as the winner, and that's a very well-worked drive for Apex in this one, as they're going to be happy about that result as well.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy about the result. Sorry, they're going to be outstandingly happy. You know, taking an opportunistic drive from the start of the race. They weren't the pole sitters. They were in P2 when they started the race, so they were taking opportunity from the flamboyant Flamingo Racing and mistakes done by Alex Trainer at the very start. And they basically just drove the back, kind of drove in a backseat fashion. They were involved in a major incident. Unlike their other teammates, they didn't go for the pits to make sure they had repairs. And Johan Hart, which was a very top HPD driver long before migrating to the LMP2 to the LMP1, showing once again why he was one of the best HPD drivers. A really good result.
There's Simracing Titan on their cooldown lap. Apex Racing team, they've already started the donuts there as they're celebrating their race win. Team Redline on a cooldown lap as well there as they work towards the end of that one. But, you know, like a relaxed affair here in the 6 hours of sim racing, presented by Race Clutch, streamed live on RaceSpot TV as well, as we'll actually just take the luxury of this cooldown lap and go through your official race results after 6 hours of racing here today. Let's have a look at them then. It's going to be your LMP1s there at the very front of the field, as they tend to be. Team Redline will take the race win in that particular class. With Burst Esports with late race drama, they actually had a bit of damage. That ends up with them about a minute behind Burst Team Redline. With Race Clutch 16 in their own event, they're able to get a podium finish in the LMP1 class with Bivano Sim Racing LMP1 in 4th. Proto Charge Sim Sports in P5 and Stream Racing Team in P6. SimRC.de Emerald in P7, Cube Racing LMP1 in P8, Satellite Racing P9, Race Clutch 15 in P10 in the LMP1 class. In LMP2s, this is how the results are. It's Apex Racing Team 14.4 seconds ahead of Flamboyant Flamingo Racing. G-Drive Racing get themselves a P3 and a P4 here today, with Drunk Vehicle and Boris Voltra bringing those cars home. ACD Racing versus Talk Freak, that's with ACD Racing coming out on top for a top 5 finish. Core Sims Esports in P7, Allied Racing Esports in P8, Cube Racing and Rebirth Racing round out the top 10 in LMP2s. S2B Esports in P11, World of Sim Racing Team, Relay Sim Racing, Artifact Racing, and of course the Student Car in P15 in LMP2s. In GTEs, certainly an interesting affair. SimRC.de Titan able to come away with the race win by 9.8 seconds over MSI Esports Blue, who had looked very, very strong through the opening portion of this race. But a bad stint means that they finish behind their competitors of SimRC. Radicals Online Motaf will finish in P3 with Redface Racing in P4, Tete Rouge Racing Arnage in P5, Team Fordzilla in P6, Cube Racing GTE P7, D10R Esports, MSI Esports, and Relay Sim Racing GTE will round out the top 10. And then your final couple of runners in the GTE class: Team Fordzilla, Rebirth Racing, Apex Aviation Racing, ProDrive Esports, Team RSO, Rascas Racing, Allied Racing, Cube Controls, Altus Esports, and Team Tom Dillman. Rounding out that particular class as Team Redline, they will burn it down on the pit straight as your overall race winners there. They're certainly very happy about their performance here today, and you gotta give props to them because Burst Esports were with them pretty much every single step of the way, apart from maybe those final couple of stints, Sumo.
Yeah, it was a tremendous drive there by Team Redline. The kind of battles that they had may not exactly be the best of battles on track, but in the strategy room, oh, that went hard. So Team Redline having every single reason to celebrate. It's been a long race. It's been a long race for everyone, for the drivers, for us, the commentators, for you as the fans as well. But there is no more satisfying feeling for Team Redline than just going there and winning this race after a lot of time. So Patrick Wolf sealing up the job for Team Redline, and here they are celebrating in its style.
In style and also crashing into other cars and barriers, but there we go. We'll just have to ignore that for now, as it's been a good race here today for the Race Clutch. 6 hours of sim racing, and of course, Lorenzo, if you're still here and if you're able to give us a couple of words before we move on. It's been an interesting show. It's been a pretty competent display from many teams and many drivers here today, and it's certainly a very positive sign when you get some of those guest drivers that actually were able to hold their own in this one. It's certainly a good show of what sim racing has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really happy to see the 6 hours. They flew by really quickly. Really competitive action from top to bottom. Unfortunately, we didn't get that P1 battle that we kind of were thinking that we could have gotten between Redline and Burst, but it's sim racing, people. Sometimes you are not fast one day, you might be fast another day, and all the other teams, well done. The idea over here is fun. Everybody is doing this for the fun of it. There's the competitive side, of course, but I'm really interested to see now what when it comes to Le Mans, because even though the guest drivers might not be able to participate, if there is one, it will be great. Most of these teams you've seen here will be probably on top split. So this is, I would, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, a small glimpse on how Le Mans should be in the next few months.
We do have interviews though, and well, we'll bring in Dominic Farber from Team Redline. And congratulations, Dom. You took the race win here today in that LMP1 car. Patrick Wolf finishing off the stints for that Team Redline car. It's a 6-hour event win to your name. How does it feel?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it feels great. This is a very special event. A one-off event like Le Mans with these cars is probably our all favorite combo. Even driving this feels so good, then to win it against the competition that was definitely there today definitely makes us all very happy.
Throughout most of that race, Burst Esports were not too far away, and in some instances they were ahead of you as well. So how was that back and forth between the two teams? Do you think that they would be able to be a little bit closer at the ends there, or did you know that they had that sort of weight stone around their neck of the guest driver?
Yeah, well, I think we were quite prone to mistakes today. I did a few. Obviously, you could see me go off the track once when I was leading, and then Burst got back into the lead. Then our qualifying wasn't optimal either, so we had to make the gap, first of all, back up to them, pass them, and as I said, then I made a mistake and they got back through. Then it took a while to close the gap down because they were really fast as well, especially as it was a fixed setup event. The difference is just so small when you have a good driver in the car, which Kazuki and Harrison definitely are. So it was just really, really tight all the time. We were trading off tenths, so half a second there, half a second there. And so it took us a while until we really got there. And then, I think the pace advantage was maybe slightly on our side, but as I said, we just made maybe a bit too many mistakes, and the gap definitely shouldn't have been as big as it was in the end now. First of all, because they had a little incident with the GT in the end, and their final driver also, he did well, but he's definitely, you could see that he isn't that experienced in the car.
Oh, there we go. And, it's always a tough event, these races, no matter if you're actually racing for any sort of prize or not. It's always a bit of a marathon. Of course, nothing compared to the actual 24-hour event that takes place here, but 6 hours is still a decent chunk of time to be taken out of your day. Is are you feeling okay in terms of the fatigue right now, or do you just want to get to sleep?
It's okay. It's okay. In the Le Mans 24-hour race, I did the first 6 stints of the race, which was 4 hours, I think. After that, I was quite finished already. But now it's okay. I did around about 2 hours, and then the others took over. So it's nice, but it's obviously good to get into the rhythm a bit. We're getting closer and closer to the Le Mans 24 again, which for us is always the biggest iRacing event in the year. And just to get into the mood a bit for this race, it's just good to have an event like this today.
Dare I ask, when it comes to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, knowing Redline and knowing the drivers that they have at their disposal, will there be any surprising appearances for the 24 Hours of Le Mans when that rolls around?
Well, we didn't plan for it yet, but we definitely talked about it, and obviously we have many people or highly considered people in the team, and obviously as there's not much going on in their other activities at the moment, I think most likely we will see them in the Le Mans 24 hours as well. I can say that, yeah.
Well, that's going to be an exciting prospect, and of course, we wish you the best of luck when that rolls around. But with this one in the bag now for this Race Clutch special event, they weren't able to come away with the win in their own event, but you were able to. Is there anything you want to say before we move on to your GT3 race, GTE race winners? Excuse me.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to Race Clutch for making this event for all of us to participate in. Then, as I said, congrats to Burst. It was a really good effort for them today, a bit unlucky in the end, but they really showed that they definitely have the pace also when it's not down to setup, but only to the driver, which is really impressive. Which not everybody did do today, I have to say. And yeah, then thanks to all our sponsors. Thanks to Team Redline, and then I have to mention obviously Pure Driving School. Today it was a fixed setup race. You couldn't do anything with the setup, but if you want to do something with the setup, then go to Pure Driving School, sign up there, and that will definitely help you out in non-fixed setup races. And thanks for you guys. Thanks to you guys for broadcasting this event.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much for that. And well, that's Dominic Farber, a driver for Team Redline, that has come away with the LMP1 race win here today. They are on screen for you at the moment in the slow-mo cam, but we are not done with the interviews. We actually have the members from SimRC up into the commentary booth from the SimRC.de Titan car in the GTE class, as they are able to come away with the race win here today. And Lorenzo, you have the questions for them, as Dylan and Jürgen are here in the booth.
Yeah, I got Dylan Pereira and Jürgen Frank over here with me on the booth, winners for the GTE class. And Jürgen, Dylan, once again, you guys are in GTE class car, and you guys are on a roll, because I think it is the third straight win I've seen from you guys in events, if I recall correctly. So what is the magic over here, boys?
Yeah, thanks at first. Yeah, we had some wins. Even today, we drove the VLN digital race and won the TCR class. And now again in this race, just like the week before in the 1,000 miles of Interlagos. So I don't know, maybe we are in a good form and have a good preparation at the moment and have a lot of fun.
And Dylan, coming into a car that, again, now I think is more suited to your style. Of course, it is a faster car. You drive the GT3 Cup in the Super Cup. How much difference it is, the GT3 Cup, in comparison to a GT car in terms of handling or braking? Does it change much? I know aerodynamically it is very different, but driver-wise, what do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's quite different, and especially because we had today the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup Virtual Edition today also. So I was changing car always, like driving the races there, and then I switched over here. So before I went into the car, I just practiced again to get into the car again. Yeah, but it's different. Braking is not that much different, because also in the Cup car you cannot brake that hard. Maybe you take only a bit more brakes into the corner, but yeah, the most different is the aerodynamics. So you can go a lot faster into the corners, especially Porsche corners. It's a lot different. So yeah, you have to get used to it, and luckily I have quite fast guys in my team, so we can compare data and all stuff, so that I get on pace. And I think when I start the week, I was 2.5 tenths off. I was, whoa, where you go, where you find this time? And I said, okay, I have to practice a lot. And with the data and all, everything, we find pace. Okay, I was probably not the fastest one, but 3-4 tenths off. So it was all right. And I think that's why we won this race.
Nice. Well, it's quite astounding to see if you get so much time gain from 2 weeks and a half ago up to a week like this. I'm very surprised, and I wanted to mention this about Simracing. You guys did a very cerebral race. You guys weren't involved in a lot of incidents, and you just kept your own pace, just kept the car on the field. Eventually got the position out of MSI Blue because they had, unfortunately, the third driver were up to the pace of Alejandro and Salva. But was it always a plan for you to guys drive aggressively, or when you guys came in, you just thought, we're gonna take our time, be conservative, and see where it gets us?
Of course, we did push a lot at the beginning and in the third and fourth stint. But when we saw that Pujeo was in the car and he had some problems, we took a bit pace off. And yeah, sadly he was pretty slow today, but Alejandro and Salva were really fast. Sure, they would have deserved the win, but yeah, but Dylan was pretty fast for the program he had today, because driving a cup car and then the GTE is really not easy to figure it out. So good job, Dylan.
Thanks.
And talking about Le Mans itself, it's a venue that is highly preferred by a lot of people. You guys have also the Nürburgring 24 coming up in just next week, but going for Le Mans, which is not around the corner, but it's still a long shot. I asked, I think, Redline about it and some other team. Are you guys taking this as a preparation for Le Mans, already using a setup that would serve as a baseline, or you guys thought of more of a fun event and just drive with fun, and see where the race would get you at the end, and not going for a race win?
Yeah, I think the first thing when I entered to the team was the question, what's your ambitions? And I said, the first sentence I said was, yeah, I want to win races. So every race we go in, it's for winning. So it doesn't matter which race it is. So we are training a lot for it. And yeah, probably we will do the 24 hours Le Mans. Yeah, I don't know what the team wants to do, but for sure we can take this one for baseline, the setup for baseline, and yeah, work on that. But we will see until there. Maybe they will get iRacing will change the BOP, so a different car. It's fast, so we have to adapt to the conditions. So it's always, you have to be flexible and to decide spontaneous what you do. And I think 1 week or 2 weeks before the race, there you know exactly what you're gonna do.
Right, fair enough. And lastly, I'll leave the room for you both. If you guys want to give any shout outs to friends, sponsors, teammates, Dylan, Jürgen, the floor is yours.
Yeah, shout out to the whole team and to our sponsors, Asher Racing and ATVO, and to my teammates today in this race, Dylan and Felix Luding.
Yeah, also I want to take thanks to the whole team. They did a great job, and yeah, also congrats to them for the fall in, and yeah, especially also the team sponsors. Thanks for that. Also all my Twitch supporters. Thanks to everyone who are watching, and also everyone who was watching the stream, the broadcast. Thanks for watching, and hopefully you enjoyed the motorsport.
All right, Dylan, Jürgen, congratulations on the class win. I hope you see you guys on the Nürburgring and further events. And Connery, that's pretty much it for the GT class leaders and winners from Simracing DE Titan team.
Yeah, just a very clean, a very consistent race from everyone involved in that team. So it's I give congratulations as well. But with that, it's going to be all that we have time for here on the 6 hours of sim racing presented by Race Clutch, live on RaceSport TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. Congratulations to Team Redline, Apex Racing Team, and Simracing.de Titan for taking wins in each of their respective classes here today. A very well-run race from all involved. but that means that we're just going to have to end things here. Thank you very much, everyone. I've been Connor Umatic. I've been joined by Lorenzo Bonda, Sumil Aurora as well, making an appearance on this broadcast. We also have our French counterparts over on twitch.tv/raceclutch. So I believe their broadcast is still going. So if you want a little bit more interviews and you understand French, then go on and head on over to that Twitch page. But for us here on the English stream, that's going to be the end of things. Good night and goodbye.